Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He has not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. Again, understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give...
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Yeah. So Stacey Pastry asked a good question. It wasn't a super chat. I always answer super chats, boys. But in the intro, when there's not a lot of people here, I often will just answer questions. You know, so if you get in early, it's a good chance to get your questions heard without having to pay me any money. Speaking of which, like, share, subscribe, join the Discord, follow me on Twitter. Links are all in the description. Become a member for only $3.99. Every little bit helps. I appreciate you guys. Or just put stream clips in the stream clips in Discord, and that really helps out the channel if you make clips. All right, so Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021 cost $1.2 trillion. And if you watch that full interview with, oh God, what is his name? Ezra Klein. It's not Ezra Klein, but it's the other name, to John Stewart. They're discussing how the bill works in practice, and it's like a 17-step plan that allows like the government to make these assessments and then send it to the states, and then the states and the government to go over them, and then they have their legal people go over them, and they send it to the states for approval, and then it goes back to the states, and then the states have it like organized interest groups and all these other people fight against it, and it's such a long process that at the time of that interview, only like 3 states had even completed the process to even be able to do anything with the money. It is a bill that is designed to funnel $1.2 trillion to rich people, activist organizations, NGOs, etc., and just basically clog up government and find ways to give government agencies money, government employees money, and philanthropists and organizations and lawyers and activist organizations $1.2 trillion of U.S. taxpayer money and balloon the debt and cause inflation whilst not getting anything done. It is designed to not get anything done. It is designed to just steal your money and give it to the rich. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, where are the communists? Like, I hear all the time that the communists, like, really care about, like, the wealthy capitalist class fucking us over. Oh, no, it came from a Democrat, and it was, you know, just, you know, socialism as usual. So, like, we're not going to talk about it. We're just going to talk about how dare Elon Musk have access to the computers. It's shit like that that goes to show you that, like, 99% of communists are just fucking LARPing. They just like big government fucking over people that have, you know, conservative values. They're not real communists. Aren't we funding our own weapons manufacturers? I mean, yeah. I don't even know how you would not fund your own. I feel like I'm missing part of that question. Did Biden actually write or approve? Well, Biden doesn't write bills. Whether or not he approved of it. The thing about the whole scandal about the thing of like Biden being a puppet government is like, I don't know, like I don't have like the same energy that like Gibbs has, where it's like, you know, or you know, maybe Lactoid or somebody has, where they're like, this proves that they, you know, they were engaged in elderly abuse. It's like, I agree, but also like, if Biden was like, you know, 15 years younger, he would have supported all this shit. It's not like Biden, like 15 years ago, would have been like, I never would have done that. Like, he would have done whatever the deep state wanted. Like, he's a like, that is him. He is the swamp. So it's just like, I kind of don't care that like everything was done by autopin and like, you know, rubber stamped, and that Biden didn't really understand anything. Cause it's like, he would have done all that shit if he was of sound health and mind anyways. Sound body and mind. There we go. That's the right phrase. I believe you mean it funnels money to the right side of history. Hello, my fellow small hats. I'm not Jewish. Takano, are you in here? What? One particular one that gets, classical liberal, just some dude. Okay, I get it now. I understand what happened in the Discord. You were just like, a person that annoys me is this guy. Okay. 8-bit. I don't know if you're here. But whether or not you're here, I'm gonna do a little public service announcement to everybody here about Discord. Okay? I am in a fuck ton of Discords. And I don't really look at any of them except mine. And then occasionally I go to my message requests to like clear out the people that are like waiting to DM me, waiting for approval, but like didn't join my Discord or whatever. So like, if you send me like some small Discord of like-minded individuals, I appreciate the offer, whoever you are. But I really need you to understand, I'm never going to look at that shit. And it doesn't matter if you at me, because I have like 10,000 plus Discord notifications. Like I check in on my server and I check my DMs occasionally. But like, if you want, like realize like I've been doing this for years, and like I've left so many Discords, and I still have so many Discords that I'm in that are mostly just like some streamers, so that I don't have to rejoin their Discord when I go hop on their stream. Like, I appreciate the invite to anyone that wants to invite me to their personal Discord server. Just know that if I join, I probably just did it because it was easier than DMing and explaining to you that I'm never going to look at that shit. Like, don't take it personal. Want a Pokemon Go Discord? Is Pokemon Go still a thing? Like, I remember when Pokemon Go came out and we were all fucking stoked. Groomcord? Didn't Discord just get a new owner or whatever? Maybe they do something about all the pedos. Unironic CIA op, by the way. You talking about Discord? Or are you talking about Pokemon Go? Dude, this music is like video game music and EDM. It's very strange. When is the I'm really excited to see. Is anybody following, like, what is it, Zoran's campaign? Where is it? Do I no, this is Canada. Did I not save it? Yeah, this guy. I found his. Is anybody following this guy in New York? This guy in New York is like.
You want to know why? Because the ideas we're fighting for are popular.
This guy is like a couple points away from winning like the nomination to be in the general election in New York City. Like, just listen to this dude.
This month, for example, we got new polling that showed that 2/3 of New Yorkers support city-owned grocery stores, a policy we've championed for months that would guarantee cheaper groceries.
Right. So here's one. We're gonna nationalize the grocery stores, and that's gonna guarantee better quality and low prices. I haven't heard this one before.
But that's not all. A separate poll found 3/4 of New Yorkers support making buses free, like this one. As a state legislator.
All right. So this specific policy, we should privatize buses. But the idea that the city runs the buses and then you still have to pay for it is fucking wild to me. Like, I don't like either privatize the fucking buses and privatize the subways or make it free. But like the anti-theft devices on like these horrible things, like, dude, just this session I'm talking about where I can get on board with socialists a little bit, where it's like, dude, when like Republicans or like neoliberals get involved and they're like, how can we fuck this up even more? They're like, let's make sure our corporate friends make money off of this socialist enterprise. Like, I would rather the buses just be free. I'll give him that. I would, but my actual preference is private buses. Like, there's no reason for the state to be doing that. It's fucking stupid. It's not helping anybody.
I won $15 million to fund a first-of-its-kind fare-free bus pilot that led to a 30% increase in weekday ridership and a 38.9%.
We spent an insane amount of money and pumped it into this thing, and then, bro, we got 39% less assaults on bus drivers. And I'm just sitting here being like, how fucking wild is it that you spent millions or however fucking much money it was, but you pumped money into bus driving, and your claim to fame is bragging, yeah, well, our bus drivers have random crackheads and homeless people beat the shit out of them 38.9% less than the current system. So fucking progress. It's like, dude, what? Like, that's your claim to fame? It's like, dude, once we fucking make the state run it, maybe we'll have a 20% decrease in crime after we steal a fuck ton of your money to make this thing that doesn't work kind of work better. And by better, we mean some percentage of less of crazy people violently beating the guy driving the bus. Like, that to me is a failure. That's a failure. Like, if you pump a bunch of money into a pilot program and your pilot program still has a significant amount, a measurable amount of the people driving your bus are being assaulted, socialism has failed, my guy. Let's continue.
% decrease in assaults on bus drivers. Now I'm running on a plan to make every bus fast and free. And finally, this week we found that nearly 80% of New Yorkers agree with my plan to freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Politics isn't always that complicated.
Guys, politics isn't complicated. We're just going to do fucking price caps, bro. We'll just do price ceilings. Right? Like fucking, like that, freeze the rent, bro. It's just, you know, oh, is it $1,800 a month? Well, you know, we don't need to build more housing or anything like that. Just supply and demand is just a capitalist myth, bro. It's not complicated. Vote for me and I'll just institute massive sweeping rent control in the city. And that's going to make this fucking, it's going to make New York so beautiful. So beautiful. We might even get a 38.9% decrease in murdering of landlords. Who knows? Fucking what? What?
Second place because we're fighting for everyday New Yorkers. So join us at SahranForNYC.com and win a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
Let me look at the polls. Let me look at the current polls. See if I can find, get the music back on. Two days ago, Working Families Party ranks Zoran as first. Is the poll done by Working Families Party? Hold on. Oh, it's their first choice candidate. No shit. What do the polls say? 4 days ago. 30 days left. I know he gained. Okay, so in this poll, he's 12% behind. But like last, I had heard that he was like only like 8 points behind. And that he had gained on him. So after ranked choice voting, the poll found 54 to 46 that Cuomo would win. Like, this dude is, with ranked choice voting in New York, is within 8 points of winning in New York to be the mayor of New York. And I'm not going to lie, guys. I almost want to see it happen. I almost want to see the bastion of capitalism, New York City, just fully fucking collapse under socialism. Like, symbolically, that would be really powerful with like a very limited amount of damage. Like, obviously I don't want to see him, but it's like, dude, at this point, if you're voting in hardcore just socialists, you kind of deserve it. Like, I understand that there's like innocent people in New York that would suffer under this, but like, how many? Because like you COVID happened. Why did you stay in New York City? Like, you're still living in New York City after COVID. And it's not like COVID just happened, right? Like, you've had years to get enough money and to like go on LinkedIn and find a job in another state and get the fuck out of New York City. So I'm just kind of like if you live in New York City at this point, you kind of just deserve socialism. I just realized I had to cut on live chat because I saw chats on the screen that weren't in my chat. And I was like, what is happening? It's the ideas, bro, not the people. What the fuck is what does that even mean? Like, if you're voting for socialism, you're evil. Oh, it's Slope. I didn't even notice who it was. I was like, what the fuck is what? It's the ideas, bro. Like, get out of here with. Why is Slope being like the fucking Christian Karen in chat? Like, these people, you know, we have to understand that these people are, you know, they're just taken in by these ideas. It's not really their fault, you know. It's like, no. If I can hate you for being retarded, okay, and if you like, I'm gonna hate you for being stupid at this point. New York City is full of millionaire socialists. I hate them. Yeah. How is New York City still standing as a city? Shouldn't they be collapsing with all the debt they have? I mean, America has all this debt. Also, New York City is mostly standing on a fraudulent real estate market. Let's be honest. That's what's keeping New York City afloat, is just money laundering in New York City with real estate, where there are like people using properties that are estimated to be like quadruple their actual value, and they keep them off of the market so that they can use them as collateral on loans, so that they can then like get money for businesses. And if they actually rented out the buildings, you'd find out that the buildings are like valued 4 times higher than they're actually able to be rented for. And then it would fuck them in their ability to like, you know, like they'd have to end up paying banks money. You know, this might be the greatest troll of all. A scapegoat. Slope is my man. And then just a rainbow flag and a trans flag. 9/11 was an inside job. Thoughts? So here's the thing. When we talk about conspiracies, very often there is a group of people that believe in conspiracy theories, and their conspiracy theories hinge upon the state being really, really, really effective. And it's not. The state is really bad at everything it does. But because the state steals money, they can just throw enough money to make a thing true. Right? Like make a thing work. The idea that 9/11 was an inside job is kind of dumb. Now, it's not that they can't, it's not that it's not possible. But the idea that the government has kept that secret and that they did it themselves is like not a thing. Here's what we do know. There was a specific group, a specific splinter of the CIA that was tracking these people. And they probably broke some protocol and did their own things. Who knows where their fucking funding was coming from? Might have been Israel funding. That wouldn't fucking surprise me. Whatever. And so Israel might have had a hand in funding those operations to some degree. And the FBI that was tasked with them was essentially cordoned off from all of the job that the FBI is supposed to do. And no one was notified when these terrorist hijackers came into America. And that was the whole reason we have the Department of Homeland Security. And like, we didn't need the Department of Homeland Security. What we needed was less government, not more. They just complicated the problem. But supposedly they blame 9/11 on inter-organization communication, or intra. But there is kind of some truth to that. Like, if all of the agencies had been sharing all of their information, we probably would have stopped 9/11, no problem. But because you have splinter groups with dark funding that are like watching shit, and they're trying to catch the Terrys, and they want to justify their funding and their budgets and their missions so they don't tell other fucking people when things go down. That's just how government works. So the real conspiracy behind 9/11 is that you had a specific splinter group of the CIA that was retarded because government's retarded, and they didn't inform anybody or follow any rules, but they kind of make up the rules as they go because they're all CIA dark funded shit anyways. And yeah, that's it. Like the whole like dancing Israelis thing that is like coming back is silly. Like, you had a bunch of fucking, you know, college age Mossad agents moving couches that also knew about the fucking 9/11. It's like, no, they're just assholes. They might have been agents. I mean, they were dancing though, like they were celebrating. They did think it was cool that the Twin Towers were blowing up, just like a bunch of other Muslim communities across the world were celebrating when it happened. Right? So it's like, it calls into question that Israel is our, quote, greatest ally because they don't give a fuck about us and none of their people give a fuck about us. But the idea that, like, we found some guys in a mistranslated interview talking about being Mossad agents, so clearly they caused 9/11. It's like, what? I don't have Israel fatigue, but I do have Palestinian fatigue. No, I have fatigue for both of them. That's why I didn't say Israeli fatigue, Jew fatigue. Like, I have like that whole region. I have fatigue on all of that shit. Like, I'm done with all of these people in that entire region of the world, and I'm done with money from or to those people. Like, I wanna fucking ban the AIPAC. Like, just get rid of that shit. That's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a foreign terrorist spy funding organization that pretends like we just care about American Jews. And we just, fucking throw money into primaries to make sure that you guys support our greatest fuck out of here. Fuck your money. You're out. Fuck foreign aid to Israel. Fuck foreign aid to Palestine. Fuck the fuck Islam in general. Just fuck that whole region of the world. I'm done. Stop fence sitting. Israel is wrong. No, I'm not fence sitting because I think they're both stupid and wrong. Like, I don't. Quit being gay. Slope is dope. There's little like swarmy comments that like that miss the mark so far. Moving to Saudi Arabia because Andrew Tate told me it was safe. Yeah, man, just go to Dubai. You should be allowed to have dangerous things on an airplane. That's your right. I mean, you should be allowed to have whatever the fuck you want on an airplane, I think. But also, like, Spirit Airlines also should be like, no tungsten, because the weight will crash our planes. We have cheap planes. You're not bringing tungsten on the plane, or whatever it might be. like Muslims aren't rigging our elections. Their religions is based on the Torah. Another stupid fucking comment. Congratulations, you're like 99 for 100 on retard comments. You should be allowed to have whatever you want on the airplane, granting the airlines say you can have it on their plane. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, I mean, like, or if like insurance companies as well, right? Like, if I'm an insurer and I'm insuring, but also like, share, subscribe. All right, there's 7 likes in here. We're getting some numbers in here. More than a third of you haven't liked the stream. I haven't gotten any money, but I'm not going to cry about not getting money. That's whatever. But at least click a fucking like button. I'll cry about that. We're doing a debate panel to get Slope is Dope to spurg out. Yeah, pretty much. Overthrowing the American government is your right? Yeah, but it's stupid. Oh, Ariel. Dope. Thanks. There we go. We have our first membership. Now he can spam stupid emotes. Yo, Stacy Pastry over here. You haven't earned money yet? I didn't say you have to give me money. I was just throwing it out there. All right. It's just because of the implication. Who else is on the panel? I think it's just the standard people. I mean, it's a Prime Guys panel. It's nothing crazy. I'm assuming Doobie's going to be wild tonight. Corey, Lactoid. Oh God. Somebody is in here named Katie, and it might be that Katie though, or whatever her name is. And I imagine she's going to be fucking insufferable. So, yeah. Who's a pro-Israel? Dude, nobody should be pro-Israel side at this point. But no, there should be some pro-Israel people here. I just don't think any of these are people that are it. Now that I think about it. It's probably just going to be a whole hate jam of Tyler might be pro-Israel. He seems to be pretty neoliberal. Is the box girl on the panel? I think Katie is just like a retarded commie or like socialist. Gibbs is on here. I don't see Gibbs. Gibbs might be busy tonight. We need philosophical zombie on here and Casimir. Like we need some true pro-Israel people. Is Katie no, it's somebody from like a while ago that I just vaguely remember as being a pain in the ass. A circle jerk of Jew hatred? No, I don't think it's gonna get that bad. Get Dylan Burns on it? Is Dylan Burns? Why do people? First of all, I have no power to get Dylan Burns on fucking anything. But usually Dylan Burns doesn't show up to any of this shit. Unless it's a Ukraine conversation. Testing. Test. Whoa. Okay. All right. Yeah. I forgot that I locked my mic. Relax.
Can you tell me like what your politics are? It's really...
Yeah, it's her. I've already deafened myself. Why does it say women abandoning on Prime? What? Dylan Burns isn't pro-Israel aid either. Yeah, like who the fuck is at this point? Israel equals ethno-state equals bad? No, you don't understand. You're allowed to have ethno-states. You're just not allowed to have white ethno-states. And depending on the communists or the lefty, whether or not they have a problem with Japan being an ethno-state is questionable. Like soon the Asians will join us whites. The Asians will join us whites and their inability to have an ethno-state. It is foretold that eventually the Asians will too be adopted into the whites. And when they are adopted into the whites, they will not be allowed to have the ethno-states. They must import the brown people to fuck up their core ponds. My monthly grift dues. Let's go chat. Also, Fabian, time to gently decimate the debate field. I see hope in their eyes that doesn't need to exist. You don't see any hope in their eyes. There's no camera out. You're lying. Yeah, damn, Japanese are too white-ish. The Japanese currently, they have not been fully adopted. Neither has the Chinaman. But eventually, at least the Japanese and the South Koreans will become too based. They will be adopted by the whites. And when they are fully adopted by the whites, because they cannot stop their per capita arguments, and some of them bring up uncomfortable facts about hate crime and per capita and things of that nature and stop Asian hate, then eventually they too will not be allowed in Harvard. Japanese have some black people in their population. Yeah, it's like their population is like 97% fucking Japanese, though. I have to look it up. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick while I have a chance before the stream starts, or well, before the debate starts. And then when I do so, I will we'll get this party started. But I'm going to look up what percentage of Japan is is Japanese while I'm using the restroom. I apologize to all my brothers and sisters. Japan is apparently 98%. I said like 97%, and I wasn't, and that was not enough Japanese people. Damn, everybody left just because I went to go use the restroom for a second. When we went from 29 to 13 people. You guys have no loyalty. I hate you all now. Or are they just really, really mad about white supremacy being tied to Japan? They love their anime. These stay-at-home sons, these pathetic stay-at-home sons, they love their anime. What's with this view? I mean, it's just like, I'm just not talking to them right now. And I'm waiting to get thrown in on camera. Yeah, it is me. I don't know where everybody went. Like, we lost like 55% of people there out of nowhere. It's curious how Casimir would answer the question, what could Israel do that would have you change your mind and stop supporting them? I mean, it depends on what you mean by support. Scott, are you a white supremacist knowing you are part black? I don't ascribe to the ideology of white supremacy, but I do subscribe to uncomfortable facts. You know, like IQ differences and shit. My stream is out of sync? Or is that... Oh, it's Slope is Zope. I can't actually trust anything that he says. Wait. Something actually does look off on the stream. Oh, now I understand what you guys mean. That is wild. I was looking at a different screen, okay? I only have 3 monitors. It's not really a boomer moment. So glad you accept race and IQ facts. That's fucking weird. That's weird that you're super excited about people accepting like things in reality. What is this, like fucking Ben Shapiro talking points? Facts don't care about your feelings. All right. Cool. All right, let me unmute myself. Throw some lo-fi on. Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Hi, Scott.
I have failed nicely. Oh my God. When race realists are so race real that they don't accept the term race. All right, cool.
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
Howdy.
It's weird with Corey not here to greet me. But I guess we'll survive.
I feel like it is in the best interest of everyone in America if whites start bringing back white terms. I'm sick of whites not having their own cultural lingo anymore. All right, I want to bring it back.
Never had culture.
We got to bring back howdy and oh, those guys will bamboozle you. We got to bring back our own Southern idioms that only white people say. Easy as shooting fish in a barrel.
You just said Southern, so it's not just white people, is it?
Hey, can we be 10% less retarded today and just go with the joke?
Oh my God, that's
just
great.
10%.
Scott.
Just 10%.
Jesus Christ, that's sweet.
Jesus Christ, also a white culture.
White culture.
For some reason,
Jesus
StreamYard's
was a
not
blonde,
allowing me to use my camera.
blue-eyed, beautiful baby boy.
Your camera's being used by something else then. It's probably the situation. If there's any other program that's using it, and that, then try to...
Don't worry. It only took me 2 years to figure that out, and I still fuck it up. And I'll be like, what is going on? And then I'm like, I left it on OBS.
My camera's being used on.
Are you using a streaming service right now?
No, I only have Discord and, StreamYard open.
Yeah, you don't have it open on Discord. Try.
That's weird.
Closing.
Well, actually, hold on. Did you do? If you just, what browser are you using?
Chrome.
Chromium. Okay, so you probably did an update, and you might have to reset permissions. It might just not have permissions to use your webcam on the browser, and then go into settings and manage site permissions.
Okay. All right. I'll do that and try to get back.
Yeah. We'll be waiting. Yeah, I don't know.
What if we all just went to another Discord link and we weren't waiting? We're like, you're not in here. And it's like, my camera is showing.
Yeah, but white people do have things that other people don't say, like Boulder Dash.
Yeah, but that's you like millennials. We got so hip hop became mainstream, and for whatever reason, we just got rid of a bunch of cool. It became uncool to say all the white terms, and I'm ready to bring the white terms back.
You know what you should do? No, and this is I really feel this way. You should use UK idioms. They have the best. English have the best ones.
Fuck them. We beat
I
them
wouldn't
in a
mind
war.
that. Sorry, would you say?
We beat them in a war. We're done with them. They got to use our idioms and colloquialisms.
I mean, I generally agree with you there, but I mean, still, I think they managed in their field while they're looking in the room to come up with some pretty good colloquialisms.
Like it's all 6s and 7s.
I haven't heard that one.
It's all 6s. You haven't heard 6s and 7s? That might be an old school one. It means crazy. It's you see it in Clockwork Orange. Is the first time I heard it, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah. Don't fuck me about, Scott.
No, that one can stay over there. That one sucks. That's just cursing in the wrong order. I'm good. I'm out. No, that's not unique, right? We need something.
No, they got a few good ones. I'm blanking right now, but I know they have And I love it every time they say, like, when I like talk to English people and they say it makes me smile every time, even if they're mad at me. In fact, I love it when they're mad because like it's even more hilarious. Big fans of their terms.
That's always the best thing to do, though. Like, right? Like, just imagine like we're like running into a thug, and like is ready to mug you with a knife, and you're just like giggling, and they're like, "What's so funny?" And you're just like progressively laughing more. It's like, you British people just sound so comical.
Yeah. Oi!
Are you taking a piss?
Yeah, taking a piss. I like that one too. Yeah.
I'm gonna restart my computer. I'll be back.
Sure. And we got more people coming.
I don't think restarting the computer is the issue here, but you know, I'm gonna let him do him. So my bad, guys.
Fine.
No, I was talking about chat. Sorry.
Okay. So there was something I wanted to ask Lactoy about, and this is what happens when I don't write these things down, because I had a God, it was about cops.
It's a good show.
No, not that. Oh, yeah. Now I remember. So, you know, the thing that police or lawyers say all the time is, of course, don't talk to cops, right? Something happens, you know, you're involved in the situation, don't talk to the cops.
That's not true. You are supposed to talk to the cops. Lawyers say it all the time. And what you say is that you're invoking your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. You would like to speak to your lawyer, and anything I say after this point, even if I say yes or no to whether or not I want a glass of fucking water, does not magically mean I'm no longer invoking my Fifth Amendment right or my desire for a lawyer, please.
Well, what I want to ask specifically is about being a witness to a crime. Because I had just heard, it was basically actually about the Megan Thee Stallion thing. You know, she got shot in the foot and Tory Lanez went to jail. But like I never followed that very closely. People I knew followed that closely.
All I know is that black people are very free Tory, and it's very confusing to me.
Some black people, some
hashtag not all me right now, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
But like there was a witness there, right? And there was recordings. There was a recording. I guess I don't know who made it. I imagine the police made the recording of him talking to the police immediately after, like when there was a first response, right? And he was saying like what he saw. He's like, you know, I didn't see much because of, you know, the distance and all that, and it was dark because it happened at night. And then later on, he apparently, from my understanding, again, I didn't follow this closely, he testified at the trial, and what he said, from what I've been told, was a bit different. So in any case, okay, great, he's here. In any case, I want to know, like, I gotta drag him in. Like when you're witness to a crime, right? Some shit's gone down, and the police are coming,
allegedly
to talk to you about. Yeah, allegedly. Like, should you talk to the cops then?
1 second.
I trust the police.
Hold on. Speaking of white phrases, let's not bring that one back.
Yeah.
Okay, here, I don't know. This is a really tough one. So you can be compelled to testify as to what you've seen if you're not in danger of getting prosecuted. So you could be forced to do it. Whether like the cops show up and demand an explanation from you on the scene, I've seen cops threaten obstruction. Technically, I don't think that's proper. I don't know really if that they can do much there. I mean, generally speaking, the best advice is if you're concerned about yourself getting in any trouble, just say, I don't want to talk to you guys without an attorney present. And they may just say, okay, well, we're gonna, you know, you get an attorney, well, let's arrange a time to meet, and then you'll give a statement. That potentially could be the case. I mean, if you can talk to the lawyer, you can potentially be hard ass and wait till they force their hand on the subpoena. But they can issue a subpoena and make you come and testify as to what you've seen. And at that point, you legally have to show up. You have to say what you saw, and if you lie, that's perjury.
Yeah, I mean, subpoena, I think is at that point it's fine because like I'm doing it in front of like court members, right? And it's all written down, and it's not like a cop is going to relate what I said I saw, and then maybe change it around or something, right? That's different for me, and I'm fine with that. But like, you know, you at the time, well, you're not guilty, right? And the cops are, you know, looking for suspects, right? And at first you aren't a person of interest, but then you say something, and you know, when you're honestly trying to relate to what's happening, and all of a sudden you are a person of interest. So like, it's like from that perspective, like when you're just trying to honestly help, but you can get, you know, things can be turned around on you. Like, it's like,
there's a risk.
Yeah,
there's a risk whenever you talk to the police. I mean, you don't have to. You can't lie to them, but you don't have to talk with them. And I mean, should you? I mean, if I look outside and I see like some kid get hit by a car and the car speed away and I see the license plate, I'm gonna give the cops the license plate number. Like, I normally ain't no snitch, but if you're hit a kid with like a SUV and they keep driving, that's one of those things that I think I'm probably gonna rat you out on. I'm sorry.
So from the police's perspective, though, isn't that cooperation generally, if you're not the suspect of something, appreciated? I know you don't have any legal obligation to assist in their investigation, but if you would potentially be a subject, that initial upfront cooperation may help you to talk to the cops if you're not the guilty party, yeah?
How would it help? Like, what do you mean help you?
Like if there was something that happened, they had no idea who did it, and you were in the vicinity, giving details and being forthright with the police and at least seeming honest and, you know, like you're willing to cooperate might eliminate you from a list of suspects or maybe most likely suspect now?
No, that does nothing for you. The only time that cooperation can maybe be useful is if you definitely have broken a traffic law and you really don't want to get a ticket, and you're just banking on like hopefully making the cop happy.
Ethos.
It might be worth it then. So like, for example, one time I was driving without my license. That's an easy ticket. And I was like, you know, the cop asked me to get my license out, and I'm like, God fucking damn it. Now I have to cooperate. So at that point, you know, I did, you know,
there's also,
I cooperated
if you're a
with the
victim,
officer, but
right, like a lot of times if you're a victim in like especially in like an altercation between two people, the cops don't know what happened, and usually the first person to call the cops and say I've been attacked by another party is very heavily treated as the victim throughout the entire scenario until like evidence really starts to point to the other side. So like if you get into an let's say, and I'm just saying this, you know, to the boys, right? Let's say your girl starts a domestic violence dispute with you and like beats you out of nowhere and starts hitting you and putting bruises on you. And like, then you like shove her and you're like, I need to get away. A lot of dudes will be like, oh, I don't want to call the cops because of like embarrassment or because like they feel like they're not seriously injured. And then what'll end up happening is that girl, if she's crazy enough to beat you, might be crazy enough to then hit herself once, call the cops and say you got into a fight and that you started the fight and you hit her, and you will be treated like the assaulting party. And you might end up in jail for no other reason than the fact that for your masculinity or whatever, you didn't want to call the cops. And so a lot of times if you're in a situation like that, especially where there are no witnesses, it can be in your best interest to call the cops, even just so that like it's filed that like, hey, you called, this lady hit me.
It's true. The state works on documentation. If you're trying to get on like some sort of work disability, you should be like documenting all your doctor's visits, all the times you missed work, all these things. Like you could get your co-employees to put together different statements that they can say like, this person's deterioration has been X, Y, and Z, and I back their blah, blah, blah. The documentation, getting somebody on the record, especially for something like that, absolutely necessary.
To be fair, Scott, I actually think that even if you as a guy will end up calling the police, depending on how things play out with your partner, as a dude, you still might get the initial interaction with the police go not your way, even though you were the one calling.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a fucking guarantee or anything. I'm just saying in
of
physical
course.
disputes, generally the person that calls and says I was attacked is like there's been a lot of studies that show that like what police officers hear on the radio from the dispatcher has a heavily biases the entire interaction, right? So when they get called from the dispatcher saying, domestic violence dispute, or like two guys in a bar fight, or like what, like it doesn't need to be your spouse, right? Like, and they hear like, oh, this person was a victim of some type of like crime or whatever. That is their framing for the entire fucking interaction. And because we're dealing with cops, right? They tend to be slightly below average IQ people, right? Like they're not really capable of critical thinking skills, right? They're more often than not they're fairly like I'm not saying they're like mentally challenged. They're just not that smart, and so that bias will affect the interaction even when presented with additional evidence at the scene. And it's like, of course, keeping your mouth shut, and getting your lawyer can fix a lot of that, as opposed to self-incriminating by like saying stupid things.
Do you think that
true.
is that there? I know that there's actually studies about like intelligence for police officers, but do you think it's more that there isn't a structural incentive within the police to use more critical thinking skills, or is it literally intelligence? Because I doubt that.
I mean,
They're smart
I think,
people.
well, so like there are a lot of factors, obviously. Never do a univariate analysis, right? But I would say the biggest one is cops that aren't people that want to be a detective or a cop or an agent of some kind. Well, the high IQ ones that go to college get filtered out by federal organizations, and then at the low level, if you do a couple of years and you're intelligent, you tend to take tests, get your collars, and then become a detective. Or a lot of times they get recruited towards other federal agencies. Like I've known, a friend that like, because he did really well and he, did on tests and had good record, he became a federal air marshal, right? And so I think the biggest factor is actually just that those that are high IQ get plucked out for promotions or go into federal agencies or become state troopers because the money's better and there's more prestige. And so like the beat cop that responds to your house is usually going to be someone without that much experience or someone that couldn't make all of those other kind of organizations.
Yeah, I don't know if I fully like, I don't love IQ arguments, but I definitely think like first responders, especially with like police and when they react to calls and when they arrive, like a lot of the times there wouldn't be people that are highly experienced, or they are, but they're just trying to quickly resolve and move on. It's not like they have a lot of incentives to make sure that they're arresting the right person and that they just want to wrap it up. So
yeah, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't do a univariate analysis. Like I think the system has problems, obviously. Like I think there are a lot of issues. But if I'm just talking about like my claim that cops are dumb, right? I don't think the institution is lowering their general intelligence. I would say that the institution is either selecting for slightly lower intelligence or, as I said, plucking people out of that system that tend to be higher intelligence.
Yeah.
Just on the subject, and we can get started after this. I don't know where hopefully the other two will be here soon. But like there was a fighting game player who was famous within that community. This incident happened in Korea where it was a domestic dispute with his wife.
A violent man. Got it.
Yeah. So
these video games make us violent.
And he, like, the situation, like, so I think what happened was like it was something that happened, like years ago, and then like the police report came out, and then the FGC responded, fighting game community, responded by banning him like immediately, like across the board. This is a whole thing about who gets banned and who doesn't. It's very fascinating. With that. So you can't basically. He was a professional player and he couldn't go to tournaments anymore, right? But then like he'd been trying to clear his name, and eventually he did like this whole stream. He like laid out these texts. He laid out like evidence and like misunderstandings as to like what things mean within Korean law, right? As compared to what American law is, right? So like this whole thing, and it from the evidence he laid out, even with voice recordings too, between him and his wife, and her admitting to lots of things. It seems that it wasn't a situation that was painted that she was the aggressor. Of course, I'm not there. Who knows, right? But that's what it looks like. And he, like, with this evidence, trying to present it, his name doesn't get cleared, right? And he's still banned. And so that happened. And then just 2 weeks ago, this person who is a fantastic player, another person by the name of Umisho, just be easier if I use their name. They won a video game tournament, right? They got first place. But why were they competing? Because that person was banned. Why was that person banned? Because previously they accused another player of like sexually assaulting them until it was proven otherwise, right? And they admitted, oh yeah, I made it all up, right? So they got another person banned, and then when it all came out, Umisho gets banned, right? But now
I'm
they're
lost.
back.
The story is completely like you tried to condense an hour-long YouTube documentary into like a 2-minute speech.
There's two separate incidences.
All right, like I'm lost.
Anyway, there's one person who accused a champion, right? A champion player accused another player of sexual assault. That wasn't the case. The champion player lied, right? The champion player gets banned, and now they're suddenly unbanned. Like after like a few months, they're back, right? Even though they like ruined they were tried to ruin another person's life. So that's what I'm just talking about, like these situations.
I mean, there's like two different anecdotes, right? So I mean, like it's not that helpful because I mean, like I don't want to. I don't know anything about the culture of Korea, right? Right, but I do think
this isn't Korea
in general.
It's not.
Sorry.
It's not a. I'm just making a statement about how these things are treated. So we were talking about domestic.
But the first case you brought up was in South Korea. Yeah. I was just saying, like, I don't know, I don't know if there might be cultural context I'm missing or whatever, but I would say that there has been, especially if we're talking about a case from a few years ago, I think the concept of like the fatigue around cancel culture, both from the left and the right, kind of from everybody, has grown, right? Like, I think if you're talking about 3 or 4 years ago, we got a little, like everyone in Western society, including in Korea has its own issues around feminism and things of that nature. We got a little crazy with cancel culture, and I think it doesn't matter whether you're left or right now. I think a lot of people are just kind of feeling like when someone gets canceled and then it gets resolved, they're ready to be over that. But again, these are just two anecdotes, so I don't know. That's my take.
Yeah. Okay. So again, the point of this was just to talk about
shut up.
how society treats these two individuals.
We don't know anything about these two individuals other than the case.
Obviously, you don't. I'm just explaining. I'm just letting you. I'm just saying the thing. Okay. You don't have to draw mass conclusions from this, right? You don't have to have a firm opinion on this and say, okay, now I understand the situation. I'm just like letting you know a thing, but okay, that's fine. We can move on.
I gave you my general opinion and said I don't know much about the cases.
You didn't have to give me. I wasn't asking for your general opinion. I was just like, hey, I'm sharing.
What the fuck are we doing here? Are we not on a panel? Is that not what what you're trying to do? Is fill time by general opinion?
I wasn't trying to fill time. I was just relating to something that had happened. Man. That's all.
Always sharing is caring.
I was responding to something you had said before. I'm like, okay, well, all right, but anyway, it's fine.
Yeah, Scott, what the fuck?
Yeah. Right? Like,
all right, let's get ourselves put together. Okay. So we'll get started now. Hopefully, our friend Corey will be here soon.
Yeah, he said he'd be
Dude,
late, but he
change
didn't
that
say by how
fucking
much.
background. I swear to God. Just change the damn thing. Do it. Frogman, do it now.
Doobie, you've received a command.
Wait, what?
Change your stupid background.
Fuck you.
No.
Oh my.
Oh, that's rude.
This escalated quickly.
Good to see you too, Katie.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Okay.
The Doobster.
All right. Thanks so much, everyone. For being here, much appreciated. This is Rev Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. And we're even starting someone on time. Amazing, right? Congratulations.
27 minutes late.
27.
What? We usually start at 10. So let's anyway, thank you all for being here. Reverend Roundtable. If you like what we get up to, we find yourself coming here often. Consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Really appreciate those who do support. And yeah, we'll move forward. The topic for the day. Republican Representative Thomas Massie, in a Twitter posting, has called for an end to American aid for Israel. This comes alongside of other prominent conservatives like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, who have also said similar statements. All of this is happening at a time when Israel is being criticized on the world stage for slowing aid to Gaza to a trickle. What are your feelings toward Israel at this point? If you're on the left, have your feelings changed since Biden was in office? If you're on the right, are you concerned about the fiscal burden being placed on the U.S., just like the previously named prominent Republicans? Or do you feel that supporting Israel fulfills some vital role for America, and so we should support our ally in their time of need? Thomas Massie, puts out a tweet basically saying Israel's killed thousands, which they have, and it's kind of gone on long enough, and we should stop support. And Tucker Carlson has been on this beat for a long time, questioning our aid to Israel, but also to Ukraine, but just like questioning our interventionism there. Marjorie Taylor Greene I think she voted against the anti-Semitism bill. I want to say one of those bills. I'm not sure which one.
Thanks for the sub, brother.
But she's also, as I've seen her in interviews.
Just a sense, just a touch.
Talking about questioning our support of Israel. So we see movement on the right from pretty big names, right? I don't know how much movement we've seen from the rank and file Republican politicians, but pretty big names on the right. And I feel like we're moving towards some sort of inflection point, or maybe this is just a sign of the times, right? That things are so bad, so on its face bad, that it's making it hard even for people who otherwise wouldn't care about this particular conflict to get them moving. So I figured, why not have this talk at this moment, see where everyone else is at. We talk about Israel all the time, usually during our pre-show, right? We end up falling into that. I fall for it hook, line, and sinker every time, right? When someone puts bait out, and then I respond, and then we get into it. But I've been avoiding making it a topic, because it's fucking exhausting to me, honestly. But still, here we are. I figured it's been long enough, so let's spend some time and focus on the issue. All right, so we'll go around the room here, and you can do your introductions and opening statements. Lactoid?
All right, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Here's my opening statement. I initially was super pro-Israel, okay? I was horrified by the events on October 7th, which remain unjustified and were horrific. However, it's been a long time now, and something kind of has happened in the meantime. I also have the same opinion about another geopolitical conflict that we're involved in, the one in Eastern Europe and Ukraine. And I was just sort of buying into all the narratives, right? And was ultra pro-Ukraine. You can find streams of me saying all sorts of dumb shit about that. And then I was educated about what's actually going on there, about how the whole thing is a U.S. Imperialist venture, about how Ukraine is not the good guy, and it's complete bullshit what we're doing over there. And so I saw on Twitter all of like the super pro-Ukraine voices also being super pro-Israel. And there's two neurons in my head just sort of made the connection where, well, hold on a minute. If I was really, really wrong about this one, maybe I'm really wrong about the other one too. All right, maybe. So let's just take a look. And maybe just by bad luck or on their part, very closely after this, they violated an agreed upon ceasefire with Hamas unilaterally and then invaded Syria unprovoked. And I'm sort of at the position now where I'm beginning to see Israel as a belligerent nation. And I'm beginning to see them as a very large recipient of U.S. goods and both economic aid and military aid. Economic aid used to be direct. Now it's not direct, but indirect. And it's getting me to be a little bit, I don't know, I'm pretty skeptical now. I think I put on Twitter that I'm having Israel fatigue. And I think that is what's happening. I agree. Let's pull all aid. Let's pull all aid from Ukraine and Israel. We can still sell them guns, but they got to pay up front.
Okay. Thanks for that. Friend Scott, please.
Stealing my shit. You know where you got Israel fatigue from. Yeah. So, sure. I'm gonna be the person here, I think, to speak the uncomfortable truth that people don't actually want to speak, because people love certain uncomfortable truths. So here's the real uncomfortable truth that I think a lot of Americans are with me on this one. As Lactoid said, stealing my shit. I don't have black fatigue. I have Israel fatigue, right? And that's what I said on Twitter a while ago. I'm just sick of the entire fucking region. I'm just sick of it all. Like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm sorry. Like, you can't make me give a fuck. And a lot of people are like, oh, how dare you? I'm 34 years old. I have watched the young generation latch on to like the current thing too many times to not see the fucking pattern where there's so many of these people that hop onto social media to be like, Black Lives Matter, or, we are the 99%, or, free Palestine. It's the same shit, right? It's the same shit as Live Strong bracelets, because we all had to wear the thing to show that we were the good person that had the cool fashion. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the entire fucking conversation. This region has been a fucking hellscape for 1,000 years. The people have never gotten along with each other ever because of religious differences, because of, political differences as things, continue. The original, obviously the original kibbutzes and things like that were socialists, and then they, turn into, the monster that is Israel today. And I'm supposed to hate Israel, but, there's this group of people that wants me to hate Israel especially. And it's just like, look, Israel's fucked up. They do a lot of fucked up things. Nation states do terrible, fucked up things. And it's like, everything you hate about Israel, you should also hate about the United States government. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, they're not this magical evil, and everything else is this, and everything else is, well, we're actually pro-liberal democracy, aren't we? That's why we, took over a whole bunch of democratically elected countries and installed our right-wing dictators, because we're pro-democracy. Like, shut the fuck. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of, some video somewhere where it's like the seventh time this child has been murdered, and then Israel is like, hey, hasn't that been shown to be from Syria in 2003 or whatever? I'm sick of Israel acting like they're not bombing innocent people, and I'm sick of it. And so here's what I want, and I think this is what most people want. I just want all of the money to be gone. And if you don't like living in Israel, fucking move. I don't want to give you aid anymore. I don't want your fucking activist organizations in my government. I'm sick of fucking, identity politics based NGOs getting fucking grants from our fucking government. I'm sick of news about, as far as I'm concerned, I am like, it is time for the Lion King, right? And Mufasa needs to let us know that this region is the fucking Shadowlands and we're just done with it. Like, I'm sick of being involved in the fucking Shadowlands. That's where hyenas hang out. That's where people don't know how to fucking grow food because they're retarded. Okay, that's where they kill each other and do stupid shit. I'm out. I'm done. I don't want to bomb any dictators. I don't want to give Lockheed Martin tons of money so that we can go start a new fucking war and kill a bunch of people. They can survive on their own or they can't survive on their own. It's got nothing to fucking do with me, and I'm done. So in summation, like I said, and Lactoin, you know where you got it from, I don't have black fatigue. I have Israel fatigue. That's not IDF fatigue. That's not Palestine fatigue. That's not Jew fatigue. I'm just sick of all of this shit in the entire region, and I'm done with it. Cut off all the money to all of it. And if you want to volunteer and hop on a fucking boat with some activist organization and give food to somebody, have at it. Go do that. That's great. I support you doing that. But my tax dollars, fuck off. Like, we have tons of shit to take care of over here.
Thank you.
To be fair to Scott, I did reply to his Twitter post originally with that Israel fatigue thing. Okay, I'll give you credit, Scott. You came up with it first.
Let's go to our friend Tyler.
All right, so we're going to ignore the blatant anti-Semitism of the anti-Israeli right to self-determination that's being discussed here. And we're going to go at the core of it. First of all, Lactoid, thank you for admitting you've been wrong in the past and that you're going to be wrong today. I appreciate that. Scott, unfortunately, that sentiment you have, just based on the polling I have up on my screen right now, is not the case. Most people want to do equal to or more funding for Israel right now and do not want to do less. I'm looking at an Economist YouGov poll from May 23rd, 2026, and it's got both Ukraine and Israel. The only thing people aren't liking currently with Trump's Israel strategy. The only thing 2025.
2026.
Oh, my bad. I said May 23rd to 26th.
It was like, damn, the Jews are a year ahead on fixing the numbers on polling.
I'm trying to get good weather here in Georgia, so just bear with me. So, going into the polling on it, a lot of people still support the U.S. hegemony, and I'm all here for it. I think that if we look at the actual dollar amount given Israel, not factored up for inflation, it's actually less than we've given Ukraine just for this war. Well, guaranteed to give to them in the long run. So, to be honest with you, we're not giving Israel that much. About 90% of what we give them is grants or things like that, but a lot of them were loans restructured into grants by our government that Israel was willing to pay back, that we use as incentive for deals. Like, hey, we don't like how you're treating these settlers in the West Bank. You're giving them too much leeway. We're going to drop this loan against you, turn it into a grant if you work with us on X, Y, and Z. So a lot of it was not Israel just taking things from us. It's us using diplomacy and using our wealth as our trade tool, the same kind of way Trump is doing with trade as well. So it's something we do. Democrats pay, Republicans threaten to take away. That's just kind of how the two parties work. So at the end of the day, if we need a hub in that region, Israel, we've never actually been side by side in a war with them. Whenever we're in a war there, they're providing military assistance, intelligence, and things of that nature, helping us out a lot in those ends. And we do a similar sort of backup for them. I don't think this fatigue exists nationwide. I see it as a lot of people on the internet that are very angry about it, but it's not materializing in the majority. Where I do see it in the majority, if you look at polling, is the youth. The youth are the first, like the biggest group that's actually anti-Israel right now. It's like 6-4. It's 60-40. It's not that much, but it does swing in the favor of not wanting to give them anything. When it was put up to a vote, Democratic senators, only 19 Democratic senators voted to stop selling guns to Israel. Now, you could say, like, oh, it's a money influence, but if we're looking at money in politics, Qatar, Iran, China, nations that aren't too friendly with Israel, put in about 10 times the amount of money that Israel does into our politics. So if you think if it was just about something like that, then they go with where the real money's at. I just don't see it as anything besides we don't like this nation's founding, and we're kind of just attacking anyone that's on the side of it. So let's go Israel. We're going to win that bitch.
Okay. Appreciate you, friend. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I don't know why America's so bad at building relationships and allies in the Middle East. Ever since we've gone over there, it was just overthrowing a government and then siding with fucking Israel. No, we sided with Israel over what? Over guilt of something we didn't do. I don't know why we're guilty for what the Germans did. I don't know why we're paying for or trying to fix what the British did. Right? The British divvied up the land, fucked that up, and then we came in and tried. Like, we're trying to fix the solution, and all it's done, fuck the money that we've given them. We give money all the time. All it does is put us in wars. All it does is put us in conflicts. And then if you want to look at the money sunk costs, all we do is give them money because they're constantly at war. They're constantly being attacked. And it's like, at a certain point, you were supposed to be the safest region for Jewish people, and you seem to be the worst place for Jews to live. So at this point, decouple. Right? If you want to look for a region, there's a region for sale, I'm telling you, just buy. Lebanon's right there. All right? Hezbollah's for sale. Just buy them. All right? You give them more money than Iran, they'll work for you, and then you can just get them out. It's the same region, it's the same area with the same countries around it. You could have all the intelligence and beef it up. I'm just saying at this point, I don't know if I agree with you, Tyler. I do see anyone who was pro-Israel a year ago. I mean, fucking even Piers Morgan at this point, Mr. Do you condemn Hamas is asking, do you condemn Israel? It's like there's a shift.
Okay. Katie.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. This was fun. I know it's the beginning, but it's wonderful to see.
Closing statement. This is.
It's just like, because you see four Americans, all from a different perspective, tell you why. Well, there's one like genocidal Zionist, but the other three, right? The other three, they all have an analysis of why they shouldn't give money to Israel, and they're all wrong. But it's like, I don't care, any rightoids, any leftists, any weird liberals who want to not give money to Israel, like, be my guest. I will not correct you. I will not tell you why you're wrong or why you're racist or why you're whatever. As long as you're against giving money to Israel, hey, okay. And fuck you, weird genocidal Zionist man. It is really... I would say it's weird, but it's actually not weird that the liberal is more murderous than the two weird, rightoids right next to him. And it's interesting. It's something to think about. Yeah.
Okay. We'll go.
Wait, what's your perspective? What's your opinion? Should we not give money?
Her opinion
I
is
think
that
we can
rightoids are
probably
weird.
intuit.
Dude, my
It's
perspective
her whole
is that
opinion.
my perspective is that I don't care who, but there needs to be a military intervention against Israel like a year ago. Okay? That's my fucking perspective.
Okay. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I agree with everything Katie said, including the genocidal Zionist thing. I think Tyler's genocidal Zionist. Beyond that, I think that our relationship with Israel is incredibly damaging to the United States, and I feel like it's been incredibly damaging from the very start. And you can look up Secretary of State Marshall, fucking Eisenhower, they were warned, hey, if you do this, you're going to destroy our relationships with these countries, just as they're starting to really come to fruition, right? And that's exactly what's happened. It's exactly what we've seen. We have seen Israel constantly antagonize and agitate the region, and then lean on us to be the big boy behind them, right? And I think it's incredibly toxic, disgusting. I really think it needs to stop.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I don't actually have much to add then in terms of what's already been. I'm definitely, I guess, allied against Tyler as well. I think just following what Doobie said in terms of yes, since all this money has been given over the years, I think totaling 300 billion since 1960, 1970, which is a lot. But then at the same time, it doesn't seem like the U.S. actually, as far as I can tell, but I'm definitely far from an expert, doesn't actually use it to influence Israel's behavior. As in, if they're going to, there's basically no incentive for Israel to change. If it's they're just going to be funneled money unconditionally. And so it's I'm as a result, I lean towards pretty much them not receiving any more money, because then hopefully that actually limits their ability to do anything.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Can
I
I
got
start?
it.
Tyler, you got your work cut out for you.
Okay, yeah,
For
right.
real?
No, so let me say two things. Tyler, I appreciate your sentiment and being the brave Zionist here. When you said that Israel doesn't get that much aid money, you're correct, but they do get, other than currently Ukraine, they get more aid money per capita than any other nation in the world.
And we fund Ukraine
Right, so
way
it's
too
like-
much, Tyler.
Right. Other than Ukraine, they're number 2, right? And I think like Jordan is actually like
Jordan
you know,
and
is
Egypt are
close.
the top 10 too. Yeah, if you combine
Right,
Jordan and
like-
Egypt, it's almost what we give Israel.
Right, and so when you're talking about the size and scope of the nation, as opposed to like a large population in
Jordan
a country
and
in Africa
Egypt.
or something that might be getting more money, but when you look at it per capita, so there's that. Number 2, I saw both Corey and Sociologic have like this bit of confusion, and I feel like you're just not black-pilled enough about how Western American imperialism works. Okay, so the medium is the message, right? It's like what it does is what it is designed to do. This is like a Durkheimian perspective, right? Like, when you're like, why are we giving money to this country? They're not really they're a great fucking ally. When they say Israel is our greatest ally, they mean it. They absolutely are our greatest ally in the region. They're not your ally as an American citizen. They are an ally of the intelligence apparatus, of the state, of corporations that are engaged in trying to topple regimes. They are a great ally in us maintaining the US dollar as the reserve currency for oil trades in the world. Like, they are giving not us benefits, but they are giving corporations, oil companies, defense contractors, and wealthy people that are enmeshed with the state all kinds of wonderful things, right? That's just not trickling down to
At a
you.
detriment, though.
So like this idea of like we should
at
give
a
them a little
detriment.
less. Yeah, but it's like, if we give them less money, like what's the behavior? No, they're
No.
already doing what we want them to do. It's just not what you, the American citizen, wants.
It wasn't just Corey and Ali that said that. Lectoid and Doobie, like everyone here seems to think that Israel is getting like free spending money from America, and America is just like the sucker. Israel is America's puppet. America is not the victim of Israel, okay?
That's strange.
Well, hold on.
It's
Both
not
things can be
strange,
true.
dude.
Both things can be true.
Wait,
Yeah, I think it so I know what you're saying, Katie. Like, I agree that there are people within the United States. I think the pro-Israel lobby in the U.S. isn't just like Zionist Jews, right? There are Christian Zionists, but there's also like a massive military industrial complex within the U.S. that benefits from the relationship and pushes the relationship because they make a ton of money from these wars.
Dude, do you think that's Israel manipulating America, or do you think that's America doing America?
I think both happen. I think there are these
Okay,
military
I'm
industrial
not
complex within
saying-
America. Hold on, but it's like Toledo was saying, both are true, right? I think it's also true that there are there's an Israeli lobby within the United States that uses its influence within the U.S. to push things that I think restrict American rights, that push for support for Israel. And there's like not a conglomeration. A merging of forces, right? Of like because they're like pushing toward like a similar goal, right? They all want war, they all want continuation of conflict, so they work together to make this happen. So I'm not saying that it's like a total like, oh, just Israel owns America. Like, it's not that.
I can't believe that I need to say this, but like Scott made this point. When I say America, I mean the people who own and run America. I don't mean Americans, right? America
Yeah, I understand
uses Israel. It's a convenient tool for American imperialism, the exact way that Fabian said it. You are funding Israel and has always funded Israel because of many benefits that the ruling class of America gets. Does that mean that that's good for American citizens? No, it's fucking not. Your ruling class doesn't give a fuck about that anyway. So why would they care about that?
Yeah, but at
That's
the
what I'm
same
saying.
time, so I hear. I don't know if our distance is very far in this, right? Like, so that's true. What you just said is absolutely true. I know, and actually, well, maybe except for Tyler. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that, right? But like the other half of that is that like the relationship of Israel like seems to be one fraught with danger for those inside here, even the political class, because Israel, like through their lobby, will use their money against our ruling class who happen to speak out against them, or even just slightly deviate from the party line. This is, they literally like invest into having handlers for all these people. We had a Republican, I think, congressman. Was it Thomas Massey? Might have been someone else.
Yeah, it was.
It might have been Thomas Massey. Was it?
Yeah, it was.
How fucking look? He caucuses with Republicans. Don't you dare fucking claim our libertarian congressman.
So Thomas Massey was talking about how like every politician, right, who's like an AIPAC politician, has a handler. Right, they have an AIPAC guy assigned to them, right? And this is one to to soothe them when they have questions, right, and to enforce like discipline when they start getting ideas in their heads that they're an independent person. No, you're not. Take the fucking money, right?
I don't know if you've all, even the people who are more progressive leaning on this panel, have been completely brainwashed by this narrative that America is somehow like the poor misled puppy in this situation. It's
Not
very
that it's
strange.
a poor misled puppy. It's that they
The
work
American
hand in hand
taxpayers are.
to their own individual benefits.
No, I agree,
The
Lactoid.
taxpayers are the poor.
I
puppy,
agree.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with you that the American citizens are definitely the losing party in all of this, right? For many reasons. But you guys, I'm not saying that Israel doesn't have a strong lobby in America and that it doesn't have a lot of influence, because it does. But you're kind of like not. If America
Bro, like the stream, boys. 36 watching, only 17 likes. What's wrong with you?
wouldn't accept handlers or AIPAC money, because Israel would be treating Israel like non-ally or neutral or even enemy countries. The fact that America wants to keep Israel in its disgusting genocidal bosom is why you have handlers, because America wants that shit. So Israel is allowed to run around and do whatever they want in the Middle East because it serves American interests in the
But we
Middle
agree.
East.
But we're all agreeing. I don't think we're disagreeing, unless we'll go to Tyler. Tyler's the one disagreeing.
Yeah,
but I
but
think
the
for the
Zionist
rest of the panel, no one is disagreeing with that. I think we agree. We're just saying that this is, yes, America gets a lot of the American ruling class gets a lot of benefits. We're just saying that Israel does exert power within our American political system, but we're just using different words
And
to
our
describe it,
social
but, like,
systems too.
Can
right?
I add one
your
thing?
social system. All right. And then we'll go to
So I think there is an imperialist American interest when it comes to Israel, and I think my eyes have been open to this again, following the shit we've been doing in Eastern Europe. But I do think there's two other groups that are pro-Israel. There is one group that I think has this perception that I think is somewhat accurate, that compared to its neighboring countries, Israel is relatively progressive in terms of like internal social policy and democratic stability. I think that's something that you do have to give them. I think that Israel does have a benefit there compared to some of the surrounding countries, and there's real benefit there. But there's this other group that I think is relatively large
Who
in
has to
America,
give them
which
that?
is, well, we on this panel, right, in terms of
No.
at least acknowledging. Well, I think we do.
Anyone
I
that's
mean, look-
attempting
look-
to actually ascertain truth and be
Yeah, I mean,
argue
you can
in
look at
good
like all
faith.
the HDI statistics, all like the in terms of like human development, democratic standards. Israel is better than like Saudi Arabia, but better than Jordan, better than Syria, better than
Both
Lebanon,
Saudi
better
Arabia
than
and Israel are doing
Egypt.
genocide right now. I don't know.
Well,
You're,
what I'm saying,
you're trying to get her to be rational in the perspective. She has one
so
dimensional.
I'm
Don't waste your
focusing on
time.
like domestically speaking. I understand that countries can have a somewhat decent internal domestic policy, but then do some pretty horrific shit overseas or abroad or in different countries. And I think that America is perhaps an example of that. And you could say that Israel is an example of that. But I think that when we're looking at support for Israel in America, there is some rationale that we should be supporting countries that are better developed and more stable, as opposed to less developed and less stable and more risky countries, I guess, to support.
It's a Western
But-
democracy in the Middle
Western
East.
democracy in the Middle
That's
East,
the
yeah.
framing of it. You can just say
That's
that. We don't have
the
to
framing.
accept it.
That-
We don't have to accept it. Just say that's the framing and just go on. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I'm going to challenge you guys then a little bit on this.
Well, no,
if
because
you're
she's
really
not going to
gonna
accept it,
that.
and that's going to be the
no,
argument's going to be that.
Okay. We'll fight that in a second. Yeah, last thing I'll say, and then we'll challenge the fucking thing, because all the stats kind of show them right on this one at least. But when it comes to another major group in the United States, I think that supports Israel, it's these ultra religious conservatives that have this quite literally like messianic motivation here, that believe that supporting Israel is critical to bring about the end times and for the second coming of Jesus. That scares the shit out of me. That there's such a large group of people that like actually supports another country's foreign policy, good or bad, based on that logic. And that's something that I think we got to be mindful of as well.
Christian fundamentalism, baby.
But going back to the question of Israel's domestic policy, is anybody here really going to challenge the fact that compared to all this, in fact, any Middle Eastern country, can you give me any Middle Eastern country or North African that can compare to Israel in terms of Human Development Index or democracy or any stable
that's why
constitution, anything like that?
I want to ask you about that, right? Because one, I mean, like, part of Israel's domestic policy is an apartheid, so let's just put that there, right? That's part of the domestic policy that is involved in, and they're for territory that they claim, they're doing ethnic cleansing. They're they are wiping out the people under their authority. So that's all domestic policy as well. But moving back from that just for a second, right? Like, I know that's the framing that we all get, especially in school, is that like America wants to support like other democracies, that like we want democracies to flourish, right? Liberal democracies to flourish. But that's like not what we've ever really done, right? Like, we all know, and you're well aware, that we support autocracies, right? Like those other nations that you're saying they're
like
bad.
Ukraine.
Sure. And Saudi Arabia. right?
Sure.
And,
yeah.
No, sure, whatever. I don't care. But like in Saudi Arabia, right? Like that. That's our democracy. So you're saying someone gets a benefit for Israel being a democracy? Well, who gets a benefit, right? Traditionally, from the American foreign policy standpoint, actually we prefer autocracies, right? For stability, the stability we're looking for is that predictability in policy. So we can pay this brutal autocrat, right? And we don't have to worry about a democracy getting in the way, because then the people might change their mind. Maybe we don't want to give our resources to the United States. Maybe we don't want to fight for them in whatever conflict is happening around the world. If you have an autocrat, right, we don't have to worry about that. Right? They crush those movements. So this idea about a democracy, like that's like it's immaterial.
No. What I'm saying, it's material when I'm talking about like how justified Zionists are, right? So Tyler over here, he's very brave man. He's got the most pro-Israel position on this panel by far.
Yes, he's a genocidal freak.
It'll be his turn eventually.
Yeah, you'll have heard it. Yeah, it'll be his turn eventually. And you've got all these criticisms of him. You got all these criticisms about Israel. But when Tyler says, but when you look at all the metrics, Israel has better domestic policy, and like the people there live better lives, and they have better like democracy standards and et cetera, than surrounding countries. You would have to say, yes, Tyler, that is correct.
But even
however,
like, what's the point? Sorry,
Lebanon's pretty all right.
Blackwood, I have a question.
No, it's run by Hezbollah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's not.
Do we
Southern
agree?
half. Really, only the southern half.
Not even really.
Do we agree that different people have different values inside what they consider a democracy that is more valuable to them? So for me, a country that is technically a democracy but is doing genocide is not a good democracy, and I don't care if everyone's there rich. If it's more important for you that they're rich and that's somehow a better symbol of them being a democracy because they have a functioning democratic government that does genocide, fine. But that's just an argument about what a democratic values are to you. I'm not getting.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Democratic values.
Let me explain. Wait.
CIA speak.
I think I understand the disconnect. By the way, democratic values, that is 100% CIA speak for sure.
Right.
But yeah. Like Ukraine has domestic democratic values, despite the fact that they didn't.
You can just open the UN's website and they give you a list of democratic values.
I know. Sure, it's all bullshit. I agree with you. But
no, I agree.
It is a point in favor of Israel. Not saying that it gets them into the positive, but it is a point in favor. So like you would
It's a
agree.
point in favor if that's what you care about. Yes.
But like all else equal, I think you would care about that too. Let's say like you had two genocidal countries. One was like really pro-democratic within their own country, and the other country was like super autocratic. You would support,
Well,
like you would say,
luckily, I
well,
don't
since
have
they're
to.
equal,
I just have Israel, so I don't have to. Problem solved. Zionist freak.
Hold on. That's a bad
If you-
example because the one of them, all of the people voted for it, and the other one is just an autocrat, and like maybe we can take out an autocrat.
well, hold on. That's not even necessarily true, Scott, because you could have like the line
I
of
said
secession,
maybe.
for example.
I didn't say it
maybe
was
it's
true.
possible, but yeah, but like let's control for that weird like fluke where like the next autocrat in line is not like the anti-genocidal one. Okay, let's just say that it's like you've got I know, fair enough. Let's say you have two countries. One country is like democratic and not, and this is a hypothetical, so please play along. You have one country that's like genocidal, but they're like really respectful of like constitutional rights and human rights within their own country. They just like fuck around and like.
Yo, let's go.
Human rights and do
South Africa.
I know.
Let's say we have South Africa.
You know that your hypothetical is flawed.
It's a hypothetical. You got to play along.
No. Your hypothetical.
Well, then you know how hypotheticals work, Lactoid.
Be dumb. Your hypothetical has
If you
to
did,
make
if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, what would you do?
All right, Tyler.
Oh yeah.
Fucking
All right,
save
let's
us,
go to,
bro.
let's go to our friend Tyler. See what you got cooking.
Oh, quite a bit. So
Let's go,
first,
Professor Genocide.
An apology here to Lactoid and Fabian Liberty. I was just memeing when I said you guys were anti-Semitic in the beginning. I did not yet know the company we kept here. So, I just want to clear that up. Next, we're talking about dangers. This is something Prime brought up. If you look at the last 80 years of United States hegemony, we've had the most peaceful world. You remember history class? ICAL makes this point all the time. Remember history class, the borders would move every 10 years. Since U.S. hegemony, we have ended most major wars. There's some, like Rwanda, that Clinton regrets not getting into sooner because it was a massive, an actual genocide where 600,000 people died instead of 1 to 2% of a population during a war. But going into the next point here, the reason why an individualist liberal can assess this situation properly is because as an individualist, I have to judge everybody by their own merits. I have to look into the details. I can't just go to my ideology for the well, and then this is what my ideology says to believe, so let's go with it. That's why I came to the conclusion that I did. So now another point, again, there's been a lot said I've been trying to respond to. This idea that the shiny Jew gold is the reason why our government's bought and paid out ignores the point that I brought in. It wasn't you two that made this comment. Ignores the point that I brought in, that the anti-Israeli spending between China, Iran, and all these other countries, Qatar in particular, is about 10 to 1. So if it was just politicians trying to line their pockets, look at who's taking that Qatari money. But we could also look at all these college campuses. So this I see as a problem of the leftist elite party that has not realized that the working class has abandoned them, and they basically are taking brainwashed dumb kids and coming from an academic standard. Well, those academics are all funded by Qatar and China. And that $1 billion or that $400 billion plane Trump got from Qatar, that's a drop in the hat compared to the buildings on Harvard's campus, Columbia's campus, all these high-end campuses that took tens of billions of dollars from anti-U.S. foreign entities and pump out the propaganda we're hearing about how the real bad guys are Israel. Ignore the terror group that ended elections and offers the Gazan people up for
Israel is a terror
Hold on, I'm
group.
making my point. I heard the yammer. I listen to your yammer. I know about the martyr funds. I've listened to the words of the leaders of Hamas on the news saying they will offer up their people to die. I've seen the video footage of people that have infiltrated the UN organization called UNRWA getting out of UN cars and shooting Gazans. I saw the footage from the other day of Hamas opening fire on Gazans because they were trying to get Israeli aid that the IDF was dropping off. We have all this on footage. They are killing their own people. They offer them up willingly as a sacrifice, and they're proud of it. Iran pays for it. It's called a martyr fund. All of this is just common knowledge for decades now. To not know it at this point is ignorant. Like, if you want to say that you don't like Israel's actions, we should hold them to a Western standard, that's fine. But in no way, shape, or form are the people across the battlefield at all worthy of defense. They are they are the aggressors. They're hiding behind civilians. They're putting weapons caches in children's hospitals. 1/3 of the homes in Gaza City had a documented tunnel entrance. All that information is out there to go look up. Israel posted it all. To just deny all this is happening is wild to me. As far as
say so.
And to Prime, you made another point. we side with autocrats. If we sided with autocrats, we'd be siding with China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, and all the 7 entities that Iran's going to war with as proxy wars against Israel. All of those are that. These are dictators.
That's a silly argument.
When was Zelensky's last election?
We're not saying we side with all autocrats. We're just saying that there are individuals, especially when we look at Iran or South America, where they did democratically elect people that didn't like our capitalism, and then we were like,
last point was
let's bring in a different brown shirt with some medals on it.
Yeah, I'll give you that this week. You're right. I'm just saying, hey,
United Fruit Company's getting a little broke these days.
I'm just dispelling the notion that we've never had success. We have a bunch of democracies like Japan or South Korea or Germany that we went into after they had their incursions, and we turned
of course
them back to
you would support the ethno state of Japan, you piece of shit.
I guess they are far right, but I don't know. I've only been to the airport, so. But yeah, the last points week, I'll give you that. It was just more of a kind of dispelling his notion. You're right, though. But that's all I got. I was going through everything, so feel free to come at me, you 7 jackals.
Who wants to go first?
I just want to say Zelensky's an autocrat. First of all, second of all, I've yet to. You didn't make an argument for why we necessarily need to be funding Israel right now. Or like, is there existence?
There's millions.
No. Let's leave aside genocide for. I know you guys.
You guys are isolationists.
Let's leave aside. No. Let's leave aside genocide. Let's leave aside isolationists.
It's just a whole different argument for you two than it is for
sure, but I fair enough, and I'm fully recognizing that you are against everybody right now, so I'm giving you more than enough credit for this, okay? But I just wanted to say, or I guess ask, in what way, like, do you really think that Israel's existence is under threat if the U.S. doesn't give them as much free shit as we've been giving them? Like, Egypt's not going to invade them. They're a major recipient of U.S. aid and major non-NATO ally, and they're not going to touch Israel. Jordan's not. They're the site of one of the largest CIA installations in the world. Syria's, not. Israel's already invaded Syria, and Syria hasn't been able to do shit about it. Lebanon, Hezbollah has been a little bit neutered. What's actually going to happen to Israel if we cut them off from free aid? Are they just not going to be able to afford it anymore? Why do we need to keep doing this?
Money's fungible. What they're giving them is defensive aid, so they're able to take what they normally spend on defensive aid and use it for offensive money. Like the same way when we gave Iran that $16 billion and they didn't use that for terrorism, but we saw billions go to fucking other things. So yeah, money's fungible. I get that, but at the end of the day, I think that they already have Iron Dome and whatever the other missile system is intact. I think they could probably be self-sufficient at this point if we.
Yeah, so let's cut off aid.
Well, hold on. Literally, yesterday, Netanyahu called for weaning Israel off of U.S. aid, right? Like it's a Likud policy that, especially because of what occurred under the Biden administration, is that a lot of the more right-wing Israel parties are like, look, the $4 billion we're getting isn't really making or breaking what we're doing here at this point. We already have the Iron Dome. We don't need U.S. economic aid anymore. And that having their country and their military budget dependent upon U.S. aid that a president might come in and just take away is a security vulnerability for Israel, because it means that they set up their state, set up their military in a less self-sufficient thing. So it's like, if even the right wing, if even Bibi is asking, let's get rid of the aid, I'm trying to understand where the argument is, other than just certain bought off politicians that slogans and, like keeping certain NGOs happy. I just don't see the argument for, and you yourself said, I think at this point they already have the Iron Dome. Why are we still giving these people our money?
Yeah.
Right.
You guys are making a different argument, so I got to address that separately is all. You guys are making
for sure. We're not making the invade Israel argument. Correct. Yeah. We have different reasons for defunding Israel.
I agree. We should not invade Israel. I agree.
We could absolutely, if you convince the voters that right now.
Have no penises.
So the 3.3.
Wait. What'd you just say?
She said we have no penises. It's just
she made a very transphobic comment.
Was that a circumcision joke?
It was funny. I liked it. So we give them about 3.3, but that's adjusted for inflation. Right now, they're spending about 17.9 million or $1 billion on their defense as of 2023. So that's over about a year and a half. We're giving them about 25% because all that aid we give is not all for military. A lot of it's for humanitarian and economic reasons. As you said, the economic were more in the past, but the humanitarian, we give them money so they can relocate Jewish people from other countries to Israel, and so they could relocate.
We pay for that?
Somewhat,
Yes.
yeah, we do. We give
We
them
also
grant
pay
money.
for health
God.
NGOs.
Yeah, so isn't like our face on the global stage? So even though amongst the citizens, right? Like you talk about American hegemony, so on and so forth, but like all this death to America and all this people like that see us vote and side with Israel. It's not so much like the aid. Obviously, to take the aid, they don't need the fucking aid. Fuck them. But like, it's the fact that we consistently stand with them, we vote with them when it comes to like these large votes. I don't even know if whatever they're called, but like that affects our hegemony in a negative way. No, because like I never come and try to argue from the perspective of like ethnic cleansing or genocide, because people don't believe that it's happening. So I'm never going to try to do it, because then it just comes off as a virtue signal. So like, if you do want American hegemony and you want America to be like at the top of the global stage, the best idea would be to decouple from Israel and then ally with the surrounding areas, and then it would grow our, face in the world, right?
Most of them, though. We're already allied.
But you get less death to America. You get less death to America, less terrorism, less so on and so forth.
I mean, we piss off Al Qaeda less, I guess.
That's not what American imperialism is, right? Like, American imperialism is not actually concerned with our safety and security. American imperialism is about setting up neoliberal democracies, right? Which is, and then engaging in trade and relations and like the expansion of Five Eyes program, and being able to be a power player against other interests, right? Like it's not about like reducing blowback or like having less terrorism or having a more stable region.
No, I'm saying if you're trying to build relations in the Middle East, but you consistently have terrorists attacking your best ally in the Middle East, right? And you're consistently doing defense in that region due to the fact that like, you're allied with these people that have, like, that's what I'm saying, decouple from them. And listen, if you ask me, fucking get rid of Israel and change it to Palestine. But like, that's not a conversation that anyone's going to have. So like, like,
well,
unless you want a Molotov cocktail for people, they'll have that conversation.
I have a question for you. Why do you think America would rather stay with Israel and doesn't believe it can make neoliberal democracies out of other Middle Eastern countries? Do you have a guess?
Because we're not anti-Semitic.
No. Well, no. Do you want to tell me? I'm not good at the drawing inferences game.
No, sure. Fabian, do you have a guess?
Guess what? Sorry, I was cleaning my glasses and then like
Why does America doesn't think it's viable to turn other Middle Eastern countries into neoliberal democracies?
I don't think America doesn't have an opinion on anything, right? Like, we're talking about individuals in the State Department and their interests, right? Like, this is an incredibly vague question that's like, when did you stop beating your wife, right? Like, I think Jared Kushner and people like that have pushed for, liberalizing certain regions and things of that nature. It's just very obvious that Israel's easier to control in this current situation and is more closely aligns with kind of their buddies and their interests in the moment. Like, what is your actual question that you're trying to get?
That was my question.
Okay, well, it's a stupid question. Continue.
Thank you.
What is the motivation behind this, though? Like, because I can show you the money wise. Qatar alone outspends Israel like 4
That's not
1.
true.
I could show you the reports that have been.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
They're dumping tons of money in. What is the incentive?
Wait, when you say they're dumping money into like college campuses,
can I say just really quick? So I think that the issue, Tal, that you're running into is that most pro-Israel lobbying in the U.S. is done by like U.S. citizens. Like, I mean, a lot of times dual citizens, but sometimes just like full on like U.S. citizens and not even dual citizens. So I'll give you an example. So Mira Matelson by herself gave Trump over $100 million, right, in his last election campaign. That's far more than Qatar spent, right? Just her by herself, right, in the same year. And this isn't. And if you were to combine it with all the other like pro-Israel lobby groups in the U.S. that are made up of American citizens, either dual citizens or just American citizens, you're going to find that Israel actually the pro-Israel lobby in the U.S. spends far more money lobbying politicians and lobbying through like endowments, even at colleges, through like grants at colleges, than any of these other lobbies that you're talking about. And it's by a lot.
Well, I think he's saying the other ones are lobbies.
I'm looking at it broke down by nation. Israel's not even in the top 5.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's obviously like so. Hold on. So how much does number 1 spend?
Pull it back up. It's a free press articles I was reading on
Yeah.
this. Hold on. The first one is universities.
I'll be right back. I'm grabbing something to clean my glasses.
Sure. Yeah. What's the like number 1? What's their total spending?
Total spending between 2021 to 2024, $29 billion of foreign money were donated in total to these universities.
Okay. What's the number 1 spender?
China and Qatar it says China and Qatar together accounted for 29 billion of 58 billion total. Okay, my bad. 58 billion total. China and Qatar did 29 billion of it.
Wait, hold on. Are you talking to the universities, or are you talking about like, political lobbying?
That's just the link I went to first was the university. So right now, Qatar is the largest source of foreign donations to U.S. universities since 1986.
Okay, so are you talking about like specifically universities or like political lobbying? Like
that
like
citation
elections
specifically. Hold on, let me pull up another one.
Corey, you've been very quiet.
Listening and learning. I can become a Zionist if you wanted to pretend.
My notes are still about.
When we say that Qatar and all these people are giving money to the universities, are we under the impression that like the universities are like paying the protesters? They're like
no.
So what's the idea? So Qatar gives money to the universities, and then what? Like how does that link to the protests and the propaganda? What
China's
happens?
the number 1 political donor in terms of political lobby.
What
they
happens
They
with
build
that?
a wing. They'll make a department for like certain type of studies, and those teachers will be somebody from an
China does this a
organization.
lot,
Yeah, they'll be from like an organization that's pro X, Y, and Z that kind of stands against Americans' foreign policy interests. One of them was a professor. He was feeding money to some Palestinian group. He actually got removed from the United States, and his wife was one of the leaders of the Columbia Tentifada that happened in 2024. So they're still active and able in that. He was at Columbia as well, if I'm not mistaken, but I'd have to look at my notes.
Like I would say like I think sometimes this like demand, and I know like I'm not trying to like judge you. I know you're just trying to like you're asking a genuine question, sociologic, but I think sometimes there's this weird demand for the quid pro quo in like corruption and money in politics. And I see it on no matter who we're talking about, right? Like, it's like, like what was the quid pro quo here? Or oh, the Biden family just got this money from China. Well, what's the quid pro quo? Where's the smoking gun? Or like, oh, Hillary Clinton got access or whatever. Where's the quid pro quo? And you'll see it with Israel. You'll see it with everything. It's like, we ought to be able to make the inference that when foreign nations or organizations or even organizations within, NGO activist organizations that are funded by our own money, that like when they're spending a bunch of money, they presume to be gaining something from this. Even if there isn't a quid pro quo, at the very minimum, they're supporting an organization because it more aligns with their values in a presumably competitive market of other universities or other programs, et cetera. And so like, I just don't think the quid pro quo, like where is the smoking gun, is actually necessary. Like, it's obvious that when Israel is sending, when AIPAC is sending money or Qatar is sending money, or that, activist organizations for whatever political thing they're doing, or lobbyists in some regard are spending money, they think they're getting something, even if there isn't a quid pro quo. And like, that is enough for us to be like, have a cause for concern. Now, obviously, if like we find the Chinese spy that is like paying off a specific professor so that they can get access to DARPA research, and bring it back to the CCP, that's like another level, and we can be like extra concerned. But like, there should just be concern in general when organizations that don't necessarily align with our American interests, or with or have a specific ethnic interest, or a specific identitarian interest, and they're paying any of these institutions that have influence on our culture or in our government, that should be a concern, like just flatly, like that should be a problem.
Why? You
Yeah,
do it
the
in
answer
other
would be to get
countries all
money
the
out of
time.
politics, or like influential money
No,
out
the
of
answer is to get rid of politics.
I mean, okay.
To get rid of
Okay,
politics?
hold on. So can I ask so Tyler, while you're looking that up, right? So to be clear, so like of the political lobbying donations, like some vast majority of this that happens that are it's like pro-Israel is not coming from Israel. I use Mary Madelson as an example, but there are many examples. But like I agree. Obviously, there are other nations that lobby the U.S. Why wouldn't they? Obviously, right? So that's not surprising at all. But I'm not aware of any of those nations having a lobby powerful enough that criticism of those nations is like going to be punished within the U.S. Right, which is what happens with Israel.
I think
like Trump.
No,
Trump is pushing this definition, this IHRA definition on universities. Right, the Republicans, not just Republicans, the Democrats too.
Democrats.
There's been a push to pass the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which would require them to use that definition, which includes criticism of Israel, reasonable criticism of Israel, as anti-Semitism, right? So, obviously, I think any reasonable person would say this is meant to suppress criticism of Israel, right? On college campuses. So, I know that I hope that you like free speech and I think that you're an American. So this seems like something that's like fundamentally at odds with American values, right? So like, why the fuck are representatives pushing this? Obviously, it benefits Israel. It doesn't benefit us.
I can tell you, it's been in place since I think 2017 or 2018. It hasn't actually been a law since then, but it was, I want to say he did it through executive order to change, was it Title 6 or 5? One of the titles. And it's been in place since then, and then it was turned into a law so that it can be instantiated instead of just a presidential decree or executive order. It actually becomes the law. But all it does is raise the standard of hate crime for every other group on a college campus to also raise that much for Jewish people as well. That's kind of the component.
That's ridiculous.
I think, why do we have any civil rights laws?
No, that's ridiculous. You ignored everything I just said. You ignored everything I just said, right? So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have. Hold on, I'm not saying that this is like something special, right, for Jews because there's some kind of like discrimination protection, whatever the fuck. I'm saying that what they're categorizing as discrimination or classifying as discrimination includes criticism.
They got him.
Oh, dude, I thought my headphone went out for a second.
He must have been cooking because Israel got him. Yeah.
They fucking got him, dude.
Hey, DB.
Yeah, what's up?
Go ahead. We can hear you now.
To be clear, it includes criticism of Israel, i.e., Israel is a racist ethno-state, right? That is considered to be anti-Semitism under this act, right? Which is fucking ridiculous. So this is not just lifting them to the standard of all other groups. That's not true.
Well, see, that's an argument. That's your interpretation. Like we'd have to go.
That's what the definition is.
What makes them a racist ethno-state, and all we have
Irrelevant.
is claims from NGO group. Well, if you're saying something is factual that actually goes through a process to prove, and let's say that
you're not listening
State
to me.
Department in 2024 did an investigation.
What you're saying is irrelevant. What you're saying is relevant. And I think we got him now. Well, but Tyler, the reason it's irrelevant. Tyler, the reason it's irrelevant, right, is because whether or not it's true, I should be able to say it. I should be able to say that Israel's run by fucking zombies if I want to, or is run by like fucking vampires, right? I should be able to say this, right? So the fact that this statement, true or not, is being used is called anti-Semitism, and therefore, if you make this criticism of Israel on a college campus as a college student, you could be expelled. That is obviously meant to suppress criticism of Israel, right? So I don't care if you think it's true or not true. I think it is true. I don't care if you think it's true or not true. This is common, reasonable criticism of Israel. It is not anti-Semitic. It doesn't say anything about Jews, right? So, like, why the fuck would it be considered anti-Semitic?
Oh, there's a whole argument there about the time Jewish self-determination is the state of Israel.
Yeah, but then
That's
like so anything we say about the country, or the ideology of like Zionism then becomes anti-Semitism?
No, it's not anything. That hate crime law, again, it's been in place since 2018. It's been legally challenged, and the courts have ruled it's not infringing.
Also, why don't you guys ever argue the self-determination of any other group of people? I never hear this for the Kurds or the Armenians or the Native Americans. It's only Israelis. It's not even like
Native Americans. That's a bad example. They got
I have brought up the Trail of Tears on this panel like 100 times.
Within our own country, we would
I have brought up returning Northern Georgia.
Specifically. I'm not talking about you specifically, but I'm saying we would never, or Zionists would never, and the people who claim self-determination for Israel and for Jewish people would never allow Native Americans to build their own country within our country as their own entity.
Yeah, and you wouldn't say, and you wouldn't say that. And you wouldn't say that disagreeing with that, right? That self-determination, quote unquote, would be like like indigenous person or something. You wouldn't say that it's discriminatory. You would just say, hey, you just. Yeah, it's stupid, but Tyler wouldn't say that. I hope. I don't think Tyler would say that, right? So why are you saying that it's true about it, like Israel? Why is it anti-Jew to criticize Israel in that way?
Well,
they don't have a right to self-determination on this land. Like they don't deserve the land of Israel.
I mean, they could have self-determination, but this land was conquered from them. There's a whole different aspect of what the result of
so if you want to do the might makes right argument, that's fine.
Well, it's not might makes right. It's like you lost this land. Your government was forced out of this land. You were Egypt. You came through Gaza.
Might makes right.
You were forced out of this land. If you were forced out, that land no longer belongs. It's more of a government jurisdiction thereof argument.
Well, then they don't have claim to that land because they were forced out.
Yeah, exactly. They were forced out of that land. So there's
irrelevant. Tyler, to be clear, do you think that it is anti-Semitic to say that that Israel is racist ethno-state?
Personally, no, but the arguments I've heard, there's a double standard argument. Well,
no, there's no double standard.
I get why people say it. I don't think it is. I think people are more nuanced than that argument. I agree. No, and if it does infringe on your First Amendment rights,
free Palestine the same as Hail Hitler?
No.
That's kind of where we're getting to the point where this, like anything that Israel deems to be labeled as anti-Semitic is anti-Semitic, and we have students and American citizens being punished, or green card holders being punished at the rate of for like speaking upon other countries when they're deeming like they're controlling our speech.
Okay, let me offer you a hypothetical I like throwing around here. Let's say I'm looking at the actions in Rwanda and Congo and saying Africa is a failed state. Let's take Africa away, give it back to all the places that colonized
Africa, the continent?
Yes, the continent. Africa has failed. Let's give it back to all the colonists that came in there before, because at least there was a lot more peace then. And anyone that supports Africa being a continent still is pro-genocide because they're allowing Congo and Rwanda to continue. It's just not a great argument to build up on. Like the premise that Hamas
America is currently half the battle of failing Congo. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, the Rwandan genocide was going on before we were born.
Did I say Congo? I think I
did.
did.
Congo and Rwanda are fighting in the conflict against each other.
There are more things happening in the Congo than Congo fighting Rwanda.
Okay, but that's what I was citing in my example. So allowing that conflict to continue.
Katie just got bodied.
Allowing that conflict to continue would be like saying that you're pro because you want to allow Africa to be in the hands of the Africanists, or we'll leave African. I don't have a Zion reference for that, so my analogy is kind of shitty. I'm sorry, but I would see that as racist personally. I would see that these people also have the right to self-determination. Now, if someone went in and conquered that land, we're talking a little bit different because, history is somewhat written by the victors and that's their land now.
Do you think Palestinians have the right to self-determination?
Yeah, they do. I thought that was what Jordan was supposed to be when they broke up the land, yeah.
Well, hold on. So then so if I were to say, or like a Zionist were to say, right, that actually Palestine doesn't exist, right? There's never been a Palestine. They actually don't have self-determination. They need to go to like Jordan or Syria or something, right? Do you think that would be like anti-Arab or something, or anti-Palestinian?
No. I just don't think they have property rights to the land because the people that were in control of the government before them lost it, and Israel won it. And any other nation, the United States, China, Russia, all of them would have said, "Get the fuck out." But Israel didn't. They've been half-assing it and trying to be kind in certain ways.
No, not kind.
I would say they have. Before the war, they were providing 10% of the water to Gaza and things of that nature.
Kind.
Like they've been kind.
After they blockade them and refuse to let them bring in their own supplies, they let in 10%. Congratulations.
We have to keep going back because every one of these has a counterfactual before. We have to go all the way back to the damn 40s to get to the beginning of this attack. You do. You really do. So
Tyler,
continues launching rockets into the other.
That's such a one-sided, stupid way to think about this. But that's not even. Hold on, no, it is though. But let's just really quickly. So the reason I brought up this anti-Semitism act and this IHRA definition is because you're talking about all these other lobbies within the U.S., right? And you're saying this to downplay the influence of the pro-Israel lobby, right? Whether these people were from Israel or not, right? But obviously, the pro-Israel lobby is powerful enough to have our politicians regularly pushing to like criminalize in some way criticism of that nation. That doesn't exist for any other nation in the U.S.
I think you're single factoring on the lobby itself when really you're ignoring the component of the most egregious against the most hate crimes per capita go against Jewish people. So this is a group that also has the component of racism.
Tyler, when they
hold on, let me.
We're ignoring factors is all.
Let me
Tyler,
have my turn
Jewish
yelling at
people
Tyler.
oppressed in America?
Right? So here's the thing.
Generally.
So
What
here's
is
the thing,
generally?
right? Like it's the problem with trying to track foreign money, and Doobie brought this up earlier, right? Is is APAC foreign money? Well, not technically. Technically, it's
They should have to
American
register.
money. But it obviously has a lot of ties to Israel, right? And we're dealing with an ethno state, and so we're dealing with an ethno state where where there is religion involved as well, right? Like obviously Israel, Zionism, Jewishness is kind of a bit of a special factor when we're talking about identitarian politics. And so there's also a lot of Jewish donors, right? Like one of the major reasons, one of the things that people were constantly talking about when they were talking about the Kamala Harris campaign just recently was, she has to be careful on her, position on Israel Gaza because she could lose the Jewish donor class, right? And so like tracking the money is not really the right way to go about it. What's a much more accurate assessment of identitarian politics and their power is what kind of legislation gets put forward and what kind of cultural influence in organizations and NGOs and things like that occur. And so it's fair for you to say, well, like, look at college campuses. They're funded and there is, a lot of anti-Israel, free Palestine, whatever influence there. But it's also, if you're going to do that and link those things, I think it's also super fair for you to recognize, okay, the money is hard to track, but there's nobody else with the power to put forward that, criticizing a country is bigotry.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Other than Jewish people and Jewish organizations, Zionist organizations, etc.
If you look at just the money, they're being outspent by Qatar and China.
No, but they're not. Like you can't.
No, but they're
like,
not.
That's the problem.
I
Is that
just
like when you're talking? So like let's bring up the favorite boogeyman of the right, George Soros. Right, his money isn't going to be calculated in terms of like foreign influence on a politician.
It's not going to be Israeli money.
Okay?
It's going to be American money.
It's going to be American money from an American citizen, but he is going to have interests that align with whatever his values are. And there is a large Jewish donor class in politics that are supporting activist organizations. There are so many, if you really get into the weeds of like trying to follow the money, there are so many NGOs that are like just have like a baby website and they intentionally spend $9,999 so that they don't have to make public knowledge where they got their funding from. And there's like millions of these little organizations that are essentially impossible to calculate unless you're the IRS or you're like a financial auditor, right?
You're
like
right,
so like
it's
knowing
2% of the
where
United States.
right, but knowing where the money is coming from is a difficult prospect. And so what Doobie is trying to say is, okay, knowing that it's difficult to track all of this money, what are the consequences? And the consequences is that politicians, get primaried if they don't support Israel if they're in the Democrat side, and that politicians are supporting anti-First Amendment legislation specifically for one identity group, that no other identity group would be able to have this thing pushed at that level. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Doobie, but like I'm just trying to clarify this argument because it seems like it's getting in the weeds.
Yeah, so there, I mean, all that to say that I think you're downplaying the power of this lobby when I think it's obviously incredibly influential. Right, so I don't think we should downplay how powerful it is.
It is influential. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just we're saying that like this lobby has all this power, but when you look at the polling, it's actually just people don't like anti-Semitism, and the people support this tiny lobby by comparison.
Why don't they look? Why do they think everything's anti-Semitism? Is because of the propaganda that's being pushed by the lobbies, by the money that's being spent, right? Like this, people don't even know where Israel is, much less to know what anti-Semitism is.
What group is the most targeted by hate crimes in the United States? per capita for every year, every single year.
Hold on, no, that's
that little per
to be
capita.
clear. Yeah, to be clear though,
That per
right?
capita
So,
does a
like,
lot of lifting.
it really depends what you mean by hate
100%.
crime. Hold on. So not only these numbers.
Hate
would be
crimes because
both
like
violent and
a third
property.
of that is spitting. So
Exactly,
can
it's
you
spitting.
Get those
It's somebody
stats out,
like
please?
Yeah, I can.
like the ADL. The ADL will be one of these groups who say, "Oh, look at here's all the hate crimes we're tracking." They will track people saying "fuck Zionism" as like a hate crime. It's like an anti-Semitic slur, right? So like come
and then
on.
their partner group, and
Right,
then their
like-
partner groups stop
and-
anti-Semitism. All they do is dox and do hate crimes on other people, on other minority groups.
ADL,
It's just like,
ADL has had like 4 years to categorize. What was it? Those 4 people during the BLM protests that beat the white guy, like nearly did or beat him to death. And it's like that's still not categorized as a hate crime, but like spitting near a Jewish person is like you can't like many of these organizations that are tracking what is or isn't a hate crime. Like every crime is a hate crime if it's motivated by hate. Like it's a nonsense fucking term to begin with.
Hate crime is a charge, not just a term that you can track. The people that keep
No,
charge
I
of
understand
it
that it's
are
a
the
charge, but it's
prosecutors.
completely subjective because it requires you to have an understanding of the motivations of the person's mind. Like,
Which is why
if
they're rare to charge.
If I'm doing graffiti because I dislike a wall, I hate the wall. Like that's a hate crime. Like every crime is like every crime that is motivated by any level of anger is a hate crime. And so
wait.
So the
guy that threw the Molotov.
Get this one.
So the guy that threw the Molotov cocktail, right? Do you think he threw it because they were Jewish or because they were potentially Zionist and it's an ideology focus? There's a
I need to
difference.
wait for the court process to play out.
I'm saying, like, if you had to infer, right? Do you think people are attacking Jews or do you think people are attacking assumed Zionists, right?
Probably
like, not saying it's good.
Probably Jews because like they don't even know if the
Can we not ascribe? Can we hold on? Can we not ascribe rational fucking motivations?
I'm
to
not
a
acting.
dude that
No. I'm
throws
not
fucking-
having.
like,
No. I'm
come
not
on.
having rational. I'm
Like,
saying.
the dude probably hates Jews.
I'm saying if we ascribe it to anti-Semitism, right, then we're giving them a specific motive and ideology to go with. Then it adds to like hate crimes to his point when it's not specific.
That's not how hate crimes are. So Lactoid's here.
Yeah.
We can ask him. So a hate crime is a
Based on a protected class.
Yes, and
Yeah,
you need to
so
prove
not a wall.
only
Wall would not be a
willful
hate crime.
intent.
A wall would not be hate
You
crime.
not only need to prove willful intent, which is the highest standard of a crime, but you also have to prove that willful intent was to do so hatefully. Hate crimes are very rarely charged and even more rarely convicted. Less than 1% of crimes, violent crimes, are hate crimes. If you look at the federal, it's even lower. So this is something you have to prove as a very high bar.
Do you think it's possible that maybe hate crimes that are persecuted are more often that happen to Jewish people than, let's say, Black people?
Black people are not per capita anywhere close to Jews, and they're also the most likely to commit hate crimes.
Can Tyler answer?
Yeah, I have the statistics pulled up in front of me right now. I'd say 3-to-1 Jews are the most persecuted for not just non-violent hate crimes like
That's not what I asked you.
but also more violent. What is it? What is the question you asked then?
I asked you if you think there's a likelihood that maybe hate crimes, so for example, spitting on a Jewish person, is more likely to go through trial and get labeled as a hate crime than, say, if someone spat on a Black person.
I have no reason to believe that's the case.
Black people don't trust the police, though, right? So they'd be less likely to report hate crimes.
That could be maybe not. I don't know. I don't have no reason. I need to see data to show that like maybe one group is less likely to say they're the victim of a hate crime, but I haven't seen that.
Yes, definitely. Black people are very known to approach police with okay. Yes. Good. Thank you.
So,
it's fucking
like, so okay. Let's
hold on.
Go ahead. You go first.
I just want to really quick. So, because I've looked into the hate crime thing before, right? Like, so I'm just looking it up really quickly because I don't remember it being that much a difference, right? I don't remember Jews being that much higher. And it's saying that. So the first website I find, of course, is the ADL. 63% increase since 2023. And again, what they're tracking as hate crimes is questionable. But even if we were to accept that this is like that these are all actually hate crimes, right? Whatever the fuck that means.
What year?
I think that it says a 63% increase since 2023. Because in 2023, African Americans were actually had a higher percentage of hate crimes per capita, right? So like since 2023, there's been like a boost on the Jewish side, right? So given that there is this conflict, and given that a lot of Israelis, Jews, tend to tie themselves to Israel, and a lot of people in Israel ties itself to Jews, right? They say, hey, we're the Jewish state, and they attempt to like claim all Jews, even if a Jewish person has no intention of ever going to Israel, doesn't support Israel, yada yada. Israel will say, hey, we're the state of that guy, right? So there is a connection being drawn intentionally between Israel and Jews by Israel and by pro-Israel groups. So I think that I'm not saying that it's good for this to happen, of course, but I think you should expect that when a nation is specifically tying itself to a group of people, if that nation is doing awful, terrible shit, it might lead to an increase of like attacks against that group of people.
Yeah, did you see what the Jews were wearing?
Wait, what?
Did you see what the Jews were wearing?
Oh, no, don't do that, please.
No,
Don't do
I'm
that.
looking at
It's
the
ridiculous.
It's 2015 to 2017. What you're looking at is just race-based hate crimes. If you encompass in race and religious-based hate crimes, 2015 to 2017 was the spike, and since then they've been the highest target of hate crimes in the United States.
Can you post that? Because that's not what I'm seeing at all.
Yeah, Federal Bureau of Hate Crime Statistics in 2023 reported that. Yeah, I'll get that up for you.
Well, dude, but you should know you're responsible for like half them, right?
So something that I wanted to go back to, something that Tyler said quite a while ago. I don't want to overwhelm you because I know you're doing something else right now, Tyler. But I'll just Sure. You're talking about how, or you talked about how, well, first the military that Israel aids the United States and military campaigns. That like they're there providing us with support and intelligence, and well, yeah, of course that makes sense because Israel has been pushing us to go to war within the Middle East. Like they want us to take out these targets. That Iraq was a big problem for them, and they pushed us to go to Iraq, and of course they provide us with support. They've been wanting to destabilize all their neighbors, right? So anytime we have some sort of intervention with one of their neighbors, then they're there. Now they're pushing us for Iran, right? Like with Netanyahu and his cartoon bomb in the well of the Congress.
Now?
Right? Not now. I mean, not now. I mean, for like a long time. I mean, a long time,
that was my
right?
joke. Yeah.
Like, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. So, like, of course, they are there for us, 100%. Like, the point is to get the United States to do their dirty work. So, like, this isn't a point of their defense. This is what they do. This is this is how they reach their larger political goals, right? To have their own a bit of hegemony in the Middle East.
How did they push us into Iraq exactly? I've never heard this before.
Bro, okay. How old are you? What
Wait,
is happening?
I've never heard this specific.
How old are you?
37.
You were
I lived
30.
through all this. I was in high school
Okay,
for this.
so I don't know. You must have been under a rock, right? But during the
No, I've
lead
never
up,
been to Iraq.
He was under
Right.
Iraq.
I was just in the
Right, right.
UAE recently, though.
Right, like so, like during the lead up to the the Iraq invasion, like Bibi Netanyahu himself came to Congress and was telling us that there was weapons of mass destruction and that Israel was the one that provided the majority of all the intelligence, that there was weapons of mass destruction, and they were like, you've got to do something about this, like everyone's gonna die, like all the children are gonna be gassed by sarin gas, and they were like describing in detail shit that they were just making up. Like Israel intelligence was just making up weapons of mass destruction, and then they were selling it, and then they were pumping it on our media constantly over and over and over again. Like
they were making
without
up-
Israel's influence, like I mean, we probably still would have gone to Iraq. Let's be honest, because Foundation for New America.
That's
but
what I was gonna get.
What is it? Foundation for, I can't remember. Foundation for Cultural America. One of those fucking Heritage Foundation groups where they were like, what we need is a big terrorist attack, and then we can go invade the Middle East and do this shit. And then 9/11 happened. They were like, fuck yeah. But yeah, no, Israel was a huge player in our presumed belief that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq when there wasn't at all. There was no evidence.
There were.
There wasn't.
No,
There was 5,000 to 7,000. Do you remember the burn pits that they did in Congress a few years back? Those burn pits were the decaying bioweapons that they found there. 5,000 to 7,000 reported by the New York Times. They were.
I don't look.
They were
Literally,
rotten.
I understand that like they had gas stockpiles and there may have been like other experimental weapons. But like none of them reached the threshold of like
none of them
weapons of
worked.
mass
The
destruction.
problem they fit the definition that they were using. The problem is none of them work. So all that could have been prevented if Saddam Hussein just let the UN inspectors go and take a look at these bunkers that he decommissioned. No one would have had to invade. But the fact that he was also disobeying the UN, and multiple other people, yeah. When somebody
hold on. The claim at the time, to be clear, was that they had a stockpile of weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear weapons potentially. Right?
They said around 10,000.
Like that was the claim. Now you're saying, oh well, they had
I never heard.
They had burn pits for chemical weapons that didn't work. Like that's an entirely different thing.
I don't think they ever said they had nuclear weapons.
Yes, they absolutely did.
I think the nuclear comment came from talking about Iran, not from talking about.
No, hold on. One of the major. No, there was a claim that they were. There was a claim that they had nuclear weapons. Either they were in the process of making them, or they already had them. That a stockpile of them.
That was the whole yellow cake. Talking point. Yeah, that's a big thing. They dragged out what's his name? Face. A black general who died. What's his name?
Colin Powell.
Colin Powell. Thank you. I should know that. But anyway, yeah, Colin Powell. Thank you, Corey. They dragged out Colin Powell.
All black people know each other.
We should. I met him in the meetings, but Colin Powell burned his reputation in front of the UN selling this, right? He says that he was simply given this intel and told to run with it by his president, so he did what he had to do. But who knows, right? But in any case, he goes there. He shows there's the aluminum pipes or whatever the fuck, right? All things for centrifuges. They talked about how these things are moving. They have satellite imagery showing all these things. He laid out the evidence in front of the UN, and because he has such a high reputation, Colin Powell, which he didn't really deserve, but he has such a high reputation, that helped convince our allies. Oh, I guess this is happening. So we go in.
What I'm looking at here is it was claimed that they had Iraqi military leaders in Africa trying to buy nuclear weapons or parts of nuclear weapons in another continent. That's what apparently was said, and the weapons inspectors found it was false.
Yeah, I'm looking through Wikipedia. They didn't have bioweapons. The program had been dismantled. In the 90s.
Yes,
they did not have bioweapons. They didn't have nuclear weapons.
Working weapons. Didn't have working.
No. They didn't have anything. Nothing was.
I can tell you.
Yeah, you can tell. You can. Here, listen. If you can show me something that proves that Wikipedia is wrong, I'm more than happy to be shown that. I mean, Wikipedia has been wrong on other things, but this is at least very intuitive in terms of what I've heard from everything else. So, I mean, if you have evidence contradicting that, I'll take a look at it. But my understanding was that, and it still is, based on a cursory Google search right here in the middle of the panel, is that Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction. And we were told before that invasion that they had it. Dick Cheney said that they had it, that they had weapons of mass destruction. And this was cited as a reason for launching one of the most catastrophic geopolitical blunders the U.S. has gotten involved in the past 50 years. A complete disaster. We handed that country over to Iran.
I threw it in the group chat. There were thousands of old WMDs in Iraq. 5,000 to 7,000 New York Times.
Wait, hold on. Old because of the program had been dismantled in the 90s.
Yes.
Yeah, so that wasn't the claim. The claim was that they had been working on these weapons for over a decade, and that they had some. Right, and so we had to go. Right.
The exact quote from Bibi Netanyahu is: "There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons." Right. Yeah. So it's there's a double speak. There's a double speak here, right? Where it's he's seeking and advancing towards, right? Which is basically any level of evidence would fit that, right? And so there's, sure, if we want to get into the nitty gritty about the claims that were made and whether or not, if we get technical with it, right? All he needs is one piece of intelligence that he was well, can I get some yellow cake if someone's buying it, right? And now all of a sudden he's got a nuclear weapons program that is, that is on the brink of destroying, Israel. But the thing is that what we were talking about originally is the influence of Israel in terms of agitating towards us going towards other wars in the Middle East.
Did we
and that is the same thing with Iran right now.
We did our own
We're seeing the
intel
same thing with
reports
Iran right
after,
now.
Like if somebody comes to us and says, "Hey, some bad things happening," do we just jump in 10 toes down, or we do our own intelligence report?
Well, when it's
make our
fucking
own
Israel,
assessment?
apparently we do.
We did our own, but we did our own.
Like,
We
what
have
the
all these
fuck?
things that the U.S. put out. Then the U.S. intel's apparatus was looking into this for years as well. So it's
Right,
not
but
like we
the
just
thing is
listened to
that
them and
like
did what they said.
Israel is a part of the Five Eyes program. Israel intelligence is like a very large part of how we understand what is going on in the Middle East, and they have fed us bullshit that is aided in our decision-making process, both as the American public and from, you know, the military, you know, the government, whatever fucking, you know, thing you want to fit into that, you know, square peg, towards going towards wars. Now, like, is there an argument that if Israel didn't exist, we would have gone into these? Like, there's no way of knowing that, right? But the claim here is, like, the overarching meta conversation, right, is Israel actually aiding and helping us in the region? Are they helping towards bringing peace about, you know, and security towards our nation? Are they aiding us, you know, and the American citizen? And the answer is a resounding, overwhelming no. They're just taking money and getting us involved in conflicts that aren't fucking helping us. And they're influencing our politics. Now, to what degree, we can get nitpicky about to what degree, but like the answer ought be, if you're like super pro democracy based off of the opinions of people, it should be to the most minimal degree possible. Now, I don't give a fuck about democracy. The only thing I'm currently concerned in this fucking conversation is our money being stolen to go to people that aren't helping us at all.
Tyler, I want to nitpick something. The link that you posted indicated that thousands of chemical weapons that were expired were perhaps found throughout Iraq.
Yes.
Two questions, or I guess two statements / questions. You would agree that chemical weapons aren't necessarily WMDs, right?
Yes, but based on the definition that they were using in this, most of them essentially fit that. I don't know the technical definition.
That's not what the article says. The article says that thousands, like, because yes, Iraq did have chemical weapons, and they used chemical weapons back in the Iran-Iraq War, but they had dismantled the program, and so it would make sense that perhaps there would be like caches found throughout the country.
Yes.
But I don't think that. First of all, they were expired, as the article indicates.
Yes.
So they were non-functional. Which was in direct opposition to what we were sold to go into Iraq. And also, even if they were functional, that wouldn't necessarily make them weapons of mass destruction.
Well, that was apparently the term WMD. Assault rifle isn't a real word either, so maybe there is a technical, and then maybe that was used politically, colloquially, absolutely. But the reason why we went in is because there's a process for this, where they have these weapons registered, and they're refusing to give them back, refusing to let UN inspectors go in and take a look for them, make sure the maintenance is up to date, make sure they're not being used against their people, which was the actual claim that started all this, was they were using against their own people. Then none of that would have happened. Absolutely. If Saddam Hussein would have let UN inspectors in to come take a look at those weapons caches, none of that shit would have happened. 100% agree.
Okay, but you agree that like Dick Cheney did say that there were
sub from iCow, I believe, and he sent a message.
Thanks, Corey.
iCow says,
I got to be good for something.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He says, he resubs. Thank you so much for the 42 month resub. Hans Blix made the determination of not WMDs. We went around him to claim that they were there. I'm guessing it means like the administration went around, the Bush administration went around them. I gotta look this up. Like, I feel like there were inspectors who went in, but like, let me back up before and check that out before I make that claim. But go ahead, you guys.
There were in the 90s.
Yeah, there were some that were turned away.
They started getting turned away as time went on. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's different though than the claims that were being made by the U.S. administration going into that war, which was they have it, like they have WMDs. We got to go in and stop them from using them. Okay, this level of confidence, these direct statements made by people like Dick Cheney, was used to invigorate a response by the United States and led to a catastrophe, a geopolitical catastrophe that has essentially handed over Iraq to Iran, and also led to ISIS and all of that bullshit, right? So I don't know. I like to have a little bit more surety before we start blowing shit up. I would like that.
Sure, there was an intelligence failure. They admitted to that, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. It was a mistake, but I just don't think they lied so much as there's a little more to the summary than you're giving it credit for. They did say, like, they're hiding this from us. We don't know for sure. And the fact that they're not working with us to alleviate this makes it a problem as well.
Okay, but that's not. But that's okay. I can agree with you to a certain degree that there, potentially there was incompetence, right? Right. But the problem is having lived through it, and you lived through it too. You said you don't really remember this, which I mean, maybe you just weren't interested in like news at the time. Whatever, that's fine. Not a lot of high school.
You're looking at it in hindsight.
But like when I was watching it, right? I remember the media blasting, over and over and over again. Like, like there was, it was Bibi Netanyahu talking about Iran, and they would, like, even though it wasn't involved with Iraq and Afghanistan, but like they would show Iran, and they would be like, and he was showing that picture of like the ticking time bomb with the marker, and it's like,
and this was right after
90% the way there. And it was like, it was this constant deluge to try and make America, get behind public support for invading a country that we now know in hindsight, right? Like I can appreciate the recognition, even though I don't want to give too much, good faith to warmongering, genocidal, sociopaths that, ran the State Department. But nevertheless, I can recognize that they thought it might be a good idea. But in hindsight, we can recognize that that Saddam Hussein was a balancing factor of stability in the region, and that when we count the deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan, we are drastically reducing how many deaths are actually occurring, because we have to look at ISIS, we have to look at ISIL, we have to look at al-Nusra, we have to look at Yemen and Iranian involvement there. We have to look at so many other things that likely would not have occurred if we had maintained Saddam Hussein in the region. And it's like we've said before, we've worked with dictators before, to sociologic's point, right? I'm not I don't think in most circumstances it's beneficial for us to work with, Muslim countries. But in this instance, we would have been a lot fucking better off getting more of a relationship with Saddam Hussein and working in that regard than we absolutely did with Israel. And I think the data kind of shows that we kind of fucked ourselves by being too pro-Israel and not pro-Saddam Hussein enough.
I don't know if I'd quite put it like that.
Yeah.
You're kind of giving me a really good argument there.
I don't want to go too far.
Every politician all of these politicians are goddamn monsters. I'm working with the fact that they're all fucking monsters. They all steal, they all kill, they all murder, they all cheat. Okay, and in that regard, I'm gonna, you know what I mean? Like maybe maintaining a fucking diplomatic relationship and not invading another fucking country because bad God does bad things, and then we consequentially realize that we just led to the deaths of millions from that decision.
Was a mistake.
Yeah,
I
want to pull back. I just want to pull back on this and refocus the conversation. At the cartoon bomb, that happened, I believe, in 2012. That was under Obama administration, not right after 9/11. But with the cartoon bomb,
Charlie Hebdo.
Yeah, no. The cartoon
Charlie
bomb that
Hebdo
Netanyahu
is a good joke.
Brought in front of Congress.
I appreciate it.
I think you said that the lecture that you said that was just after 9/11. Maybe
no, I said the invasion of Iraq was right after 9/11.
Okay, fair enough then. Yeah, but anyway, the point is that back to Netanyahu. The point is, we're discussing if Israel.
I might be confusing certain aspects of media propaganda designed to get me to support wars that happened for most of my childhood and adult life, for a troop surge at some point, as opposed to like the initial invasion.
There's been a lot. No worries. No worries. But in any case, like that did happen, right? That was a moment in time where they had the cartoon bomb, right? Where Republicans had invited Bibi Netanyahu to Congress over like the pushback of the Obama administration, and he gave the speech. And I think like Democrats, for the most part, boycotted this, if I remember correctly, but maybe not. I don't know. But in any case, so you weren't aware of this history, Tyler, right? With the Iraq situation. Now you might quibble. You might say, well, there were some WMDs, but like, or something that counts as WMDs. But we've shown that the claims that are being made, right, specifically by Israel, were of a much more serious nature, at the very least. At the very least.
A little bit. I said it came from our end. We did a follow-up investigations with all of our intel departments.
Okay, so I'm not sorry, to be clear. Netanyahu helped sell this to the public. Yeah, okay. And not that the administration didn't also want to do this, the Bush administration. So, okay. In terms of the invasion, and looking back and seeing like their track record of truthfulness, right? When we, as the public, because we can only judge this from the outside, right? None of us are in the Trump administration. None of us were in the Biden administration, right? And going back, so we weren't there. So like now, as we're doing here, as civilians, judging the truthfulness of these statements, could it be that when Israel makes statements today about this current crisis, right, which has lost some support globally, right? Within the American public, they've dropped support only a little bit, but like in terms of global image, right, it's been completely damaging to them. You think that in this situation, that Israel might lie about what's happening, right? Like might lie about what? Okay, good. Okay, fair enough, right? So let's talk about something else that you want. You said, and this is what I have been trying to drive at before. We got distracted, right? Talking about what happened at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or Fund, I forget which one, the GHF, the massacre that just recently happened. At least 32 dead, hundreds injured.
Foundation.
Foundation, thank you. When starving Gazans went to get aid, this new organization, right? UNRWA was thrown out because, like you said, Israel accused them of working with Hamas, right? And being generally awful or whatever, right? And so they got rid of it, and they said, well, we don't know worse, right? Because we can simply create another organization and they can do the same work. In fact, they can do it better. Well, we've already had two incidences where the security forces, IDF, and maybe some American mercenaries there as well, have been firing on the Gazans coming there looking for aid, firing on them. We have eyewitness reports, right? Eyewitnesses from people who were there, and then those given by doctors who've been treating those individuals. They were fired on by Israeli drones, Israeli tanks, Israeli soldiers. They fired on these people desperately looking for aid. And then Israel, yeah, I mean, this just happened. The Witkoff, now it's being, some people are calling it the Witkoff massacre, naming after Steve Witkoff because he had, because of his decisions here as a U.S. envoy. In any case, right? That happened, and then Israel says, "Well, oh, that wasn't us, right?" The flower massacre that happened months ago. There was another. It's almost the exact same situation, except there wasn't an aid organization around the situation. But like there was aid. People came to the aid, right? This convoy, and then Israel soldiers fired on them. They lied about it. They released footage saying, "Oh, this wasn't us." The New York Times like did analysis, like, "Yeah, this is an obvious lie." Even the New York Times has been in the bag for Israel. Said this is an obvious lie. They've lied again and again. When at the start of this war or conflict, whatever you want to call it, right? At the start of this situation, there was that incident. Yeah, maybe you guys remember where a missile landed near a hospital, right? And they said, well, Israel would never do that. Obviously not. See, that must have been Hamas, right? And any implication otherwise, well, see, that's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic to say that we would fire on a hospital. But then since then, Israel has bombed nearly all the hospitals, destroyed nearly all of them, right? So, looking at all that, right, with the clarity of being in the future, right, of looking into the past, can we say that maybe Israel, like we cannot trust their words, that they are, in terms of an ally, an untrustworthy ally?
I would say, based on the examples you gave specifically, no, because I would say that you're talking about the IDF food depot the other day. We have video proof showing that the Hamas blockade set out a mile out that was opening fire on Gazans was responsible for most of the deaths.
Yeah, give me that. You brought that up previously. Give me that source if you could. Because I also have source like from Peretz talking about how Israel funds gangs to steal from convoys, to cause general chaos within Gaza. They're like funding these gangs who are just roving around, right? And then when they do something, they can say, "Well, that's Hamas." That's in those actions.
They found
the Hamas warehouse. I'll love to take a look at your evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, they found the Hamas warehouse, I think, in the last couple of weeks where they were storing all the aid. Since the IDF had the first successful aid mission to actually get aid to the Gazan people since the war has started, because we saw Tony Blinken there about a dozen times. He went to Saudi Arabia even more to beg for oil from OPEC. But when he went there, he saw several trucks go into Israel and grab.
Is someone watching? Sorry, is someone watching something in the background? I'm hearing like a TV noise or something.
I think it's probably Tyler when he comes off of mute when he speaks that you hear the background. I assume.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, we'll give him a moment.
All right, so there was that incident. There was about it was in my background. I'm sorry.
No worries, friends. No worries.
So they said that they have video footage of Hamas was actually firing. Afterwards, Hamas publicly released a statement. Any Gaza they see with the IDF food packages will be shot on sight. The official Hamas government said that afterwards. So it's pretty clear.
Where I definitely need is in that link as well.
No, I don't think it's in that link. I think that was just the video.
I got a 403 for. Oh no, never mind. It loaded. It didn't load it first. I'll take a look at this from the Jerusalem Post.
I'll have to find that one for you as well. On top of that,
yeah, take your time.
I would say that those are kind of being misframed a bit, and we saw what happened to the rebels, the anti-Hamas rebels inside Gaza. The IDF was even trying to protect them, and Hamas went and killed all the leadership of that.
No,
group.
That's not. Hold on. So there's been reports for months now that the IDF has been working with criminal gangs within Gaza, like criminal. Yeah. So and there have been reports that those that early on, like months ago, even that those were the groups that were stealing a lot of the aid. That what would happen is they get through the checkpoint, and then 100 meters down the road, this group would pop up with military gear right in front of the IDF and steal the aid. Right, and they've set up a compound within, I think it's Rafah, where they set up a compound where they're allowed to have guns and armor that's provided by Israel, right? So, yeah, I know that there's been like fight between that group and Hamas, right? So, like, if that group is some kind of criminal group that's stealing aid and attacking aid workers, yeah, I'm glad they're being fought, right? And there was a story months ago where the Gazan police force ran like a joint operation, quote unquote, against this group, and the police chief was bombed by Israel. He was killed by Israel, right, for doing this. So, yeah,
So like this multiple is warehouses run by Hamas for aid.
This is exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure Hamas has taken some aid.
And I understand that this isn't per se an argument, right? I will preface that with this, right? That this isn't per se like an argument about the veracity of the claims of the details that we're going through while Tyler looks for the source that in the video. But this is exactly the type of shit I was talking about when I say Israel fatigue. Is that there is this massive need every time everyone it's the new hip thing to be pro-Palestine. So you have this giant group of people that have no idea what's happening whatsoever, but it's the current thing right now. And then what ends up happening is you have tons of media organizations that come out with reports based off of what Hamas claims. And then you have the IDF come out and be like, none of that's true. All of that's a lie. And then they present their evidence. And then eventually you get some investigative report or some follow-up or something that says that either the IDF completely lied about it, that they're full of complete shit, and that they did do all the things, or that, oh, we have to review the numbers, or, well, there was some extra evidence. And it is this fog of war that there's so many like political pundits and people that are trying to have the right take immediately about so many different incidents. And I think it is just contributing to this general malaise that so many people have about this issue. And it's like, I really do think that, like, while I don't discount, your desire to, find out what occurred under certain excursions and blame the right people, I think it is a part of this general malaise of just like, dude, can we just be done with the lies and the bullshit from so many different sources and so many different places, and just stop giving these people fucking money? Like, I'm like we're done. And I do think it's part of the reason why so much of MAGA, as stupid as it is, when they heard Trump be like, we're talking about fucking actual ethnic cleansing, and it's like they were like, yes, please just make it a resort. Can we just be fucking done with the entire conflict? Because I think there are some people that genuinely care. There is a much larger group of people that are pretending to care. And I think there is a much larger group of people that are just done with the entire fucking state and the region. And I think that is part and parcel of why we should just defund this, because part of the reason that we have to care is because our fucking money is involved in multiple domains here.
Hold on, Tyler. I'll because I want to interact with you again, and I want to bring in Katie, because I feel like she has words to say, but we have to draw it out of her. But we'll go to Scott just for a second. Friend, okay. First of all, as a political matter, right, to accomplish my goals, I'm happy with anyone who says they want to defund the state of Israel, like in terms of American support, right? Like, if you want to do that, right, well, then you're on my side and you're going to solve my immediate political problem, which is to stop the genocide. So, hooray, right?
Well, probably not. To be fair, like it's probably not going to stop any of that. It's just going to not have your money going to it.
He's saying at least your intention. At least the intentions are aligned.
Yeah, our intentions are aligned, right? So I want to argue with you on that point.
And
so,
getting the money out
great,
gives
right?
a lot of the American support out of it, which I think is what gives them the shield to do a lot of the shit they do.
Exactly. Yes, denying the American support on the global stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that would be amazing, right? Then other countries would feel safe, like instituting sanctions on Israel or whatever actions they take, right? Things like that. Fantastic. So if you are on that level, first of all, thank you, and I appreciate you, right? Just for that alone. That being said, right, like you brought up how there's a group of people who don't really know what's going on. Well, that's the case with every political movement. I've been involved with other causes in the past, right?
Yeah,
and I've talked.
South Park had a whole episode about it, the SCOSs, right? We need a new bracelet for the new thing.
Yeah, but I've talked to people in the past, right? There's a political ask that's being made, right? And then it is making waves within the general public, and then others come in, right? They all have different levels of attachment to that cause, and some absolutely none. But it's a popular thing, and so there they are. So I admit
it's
to
every
you
political cause
that exists. Yeah. Every political cause, right? And you can do interviews with people at the site, and then you can make a news story that says, "Oh, these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about," and it's like, well, you just interview random people who are just there, whatever. So I hear you, right? But in terms of morally, well, yeah, conservatives don't have their objections to this tend not to be the loss of human life. They don't tend to care about these things, right? It tends to go to be about the money, right? We're putting so much aid is going out. Couldn't that be used in better ways? I agree with them, but my focus is always going to be on the lives lost, right? Actually, in terms of the actual dollar amount, I don't actually care about that. Actually, not at all. I don't care. But what I do care,
but dollars are lives.
There, sure, an ethnic cleansing campaign. So I care about the human lives, the organic lives, right? Maybe dollars are also lives, okay?
But I'm just saying together, you care for the ethnic cleansing, he cares for the money. Same, Guillaume.
My focus,
yeah.
You may yes, you can use those dollars to maybe have like supported programs for Americans that could keep Americans alive, right? Sure, but that's not my focus. My focus is always going to be on like the immediate deaths that are happening for the ethnic cleansing, and so like that's always going to be a divide between us. Like what our focus.
I think that's a like a, and I don't mean to like insult you, but I think that is a gross mischaracterization of conservative thought. And the reason I say that is because when I say that dollars mean lives, right? I think the conservatives are not jumping on the emotional reaction, of like, this specific, death or whatever, but they do value life, and I think the value is recognizing that like every dollar that is sent is it ending conflict? Is it giving us, are we getting a return? Because like they're not libertarian like me, where like they're thinking this taxation is theft, like this is a loss of my liberty. And that's not what the conservative general thought is about, like return on investment. Like, is this money stopping war? Is this money creating peace and stability? Or is this money just funding and furthering shit and we're getting nothing from it? And so, yeah, you can say that the cost benefit analysis is a cold, calculated way of looking at it. But I think the cost benefit analysis is also is just a different view of a utilitarian calculus of human life and loss of life, because they're thinking about the things that they value and how that money isn't aiding the people that they value. It's not aiding Americans. Like, they genuinely look like, what about veterans on the street or whatever, right? Now, Republican politicians, different fucking beast, right? Because they don't give a fuck, just like the Democrats don't give a fuck. But when we're talking about general conservatives, I think they are worried about lives, but they are worried about the downstream consequences. The conservative thought is understanding that that money is just furthering death and it's not making things better. And so it becomes this pragmatic view of like, where can that money go to make the world better and make things better? And it certainly isn't funding two sides of a war.
I think to piggyback off of that real quick, he's right. I think he's missing one essential component of this whole idea between Obama as well. It started. We don't, if you look at the details of the polling, we want U.S. hegemony. We want the U.S. to be the world police in terms of what the majority of the U.S. wants. We don't want any boots on the ground, and we don't want us to cost more tax dollars. So what we're doing seemingly now is, instead of putting our people out there, the strategy seems to be not only to rent armies, but also do drone warfare. This is where Turkey, being a massive contributor to drone warfare, they're the ones selling Israel Ukraine all the drones that they used in that massive strike the other day, where they took out like 1/3 of Russia's major strategic bombers. Like, this new warfare is renting a foreign army and providing them with technology so that we don't actually lose as much besides money. Now, Scott and Lactoid probably have more of a, what does it do for us in the long run? I don't have anything for Israel. Israel obviously is costing us money. We get very little besides intel in return. With the Trump's Gaza plan and his mineral deal in Ukraine, that's where you would see this idea cut out from the legs under it, where we would actually make back more than we would in the investment. Plus, we'd have all the IDF surrounding us from the Litani River to the south.
So hold on. And I want to go back to you in a second, but like, friend, I don't think I was making a gross mischaracterization of how conservatives look at it. And I don't think even what you said is so much different from what I was saying. But I'm going to put that aside for a second.
Right, but
you talked about how you talked one second. You talked about how, like, hey, like, because of this malaise, hey, maybe Gaza should be a resort, right? I just want to be done with this.
I didn't say that. I said that was an internal critique of conservatives. I didn't say I fucking support that policy.
Okay. Okay. Well, then that answers the question I was going to say, right? Because if you're not saying it, you're saying conservatives are saying it. All right. Well, then it shows that the conservatives aren't concerned about the immediate loss of life, right? Like, yes, right. I can see I can understand the idea of opportunity cost. In fact, I even stated that just before, right? But just before you replied, like, yeah, I can understand opportunity costs and what that is. But that's what I'm not referring to. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about the immediate loss of life. I'm talking about like the slaughter that's happening right now.
Yeah,
right,
but you don't believe
we're
that.
Speaking.
Not really. Like so. Like, you still believe in a cost benefit analysis on what ought to be done, right? Like, let's say there was a disease. Right? And we could cure it, but and it was a fatal disease. We could cure it, but it costs $1 trillion to cure one person with this disease.
Sorry, we don't have to go through this. Like, I'm saying once again, I get what a cost benefit analysis is. Like, I get that.
Okay,
I understand
but
that.
your claim,
but I'm talking about within my analysis, the things that I'm concerned about politically at this moment. It's about the immediate loss of life that's happening at the hands of the IDF.
But this is why I'm saying, when I say that conservatives view, rightly so, that a dollar is a human life too, right? Is that, like, you know, you would allow people to die. There's no I highly doubt that, like, you would be in favor of spending $1 trillion per person to save their life in America, because the cost benefit analysis would be too high. And you recognize that money means other people's lives are worse in some regard. That if we spent $1 trillion to save, you know, one person, and we kept doing that over and over again, that eventually our country would be so bankrupt that, like, far more lives would be ruined or lost because of
none of this like deals with the argument that I said. I said, hey, looking at the money that we spent, right? Now, we didn't spend, as far as I know. I don't know, like, I was looking at the sums previously, right? And it said like total like $300 billion that have been sent to Israel, like, altogether. Like, in terms of, like, since it's like foundation or something.
Yeah,
so
it's 1/4 of a Biden infrastructure bill. Got it.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but still, right? We haven't sent $1 trillion, right? So when I say, hey, I don't care about the money that's already been spent, like, that's not my concern. That, of course, is a truthful statement. That's not my concern, right? We aren't dealing with a situation we've sent multiple trillions. So when I'm looking at, only 300 billion, well, there could be a situation where. What do you mean it's not an argument? I'm talking about my opinion.
That's an argument. That's just an argument of scale, right? Like, I use the example to showcase that you would obviously
because you keep ignoring
die.
it. Because I get what a cost benefit analysis is. I'm saying that's not the analysis that my immediate concern is these lives that are happening right now. Sure, you could say that the cost to America could be so high, right? That at some point, well, I guess I have to allow the genocide to happen because maybe it would shatter the United States.
Hold on. That's not my argument. I'm talking about your representation of conservatives and how they don't care about people dying. And what I'm saying is that's just not true. That what conservatives
do they care about the Gazans dying?
No, and that's just not true. Like, they care.
I'm asking you. Okay.
I mean, like, if we go to the far right, like, they care only because whatever supports against the Jews, right?
Sure.
But, like, when we're talking about your typical conservative, these people obviously value human life. They do. But when they look at a situation, they go, how can I fix this situation? And then when they don't believe funding Israel and funding aid that they believe, you know, you can say rightly or wrongly, but we're talking about an internal critique about what they believe, that the aid just ends up in Hamas, and they look at this situation and go, we are funding two sides of a war. And so the right solution to stop death is to stop funding two sides of a war. That is the conservative mentality here. It's not about them being like, a dead Gazan child is, you know, only worth 1/10,000th of a U.S., you know, veteran homeless on the streets. It's not about that. It's about them looking at loss of life, and instead of being like, oh my God, we have to do something to fix this, the conservative mindset is, there's a fence in the road. Let's figure out why the fence is in the road, right? The classic, you know, kind of like analogy, whereas the Democrats like, let's get rid of this fence in the road.
Problem? How do you marry that to your Gaza resort problem?
Because MAGA is a fucking populist movement, and that almost exclusively fucking targets for the most retarded amongst the population when we're dealing with populist movements. And that's so fair. The dumber conservatives there, half of them will follow Trump no matter what, and then the other half are looking at this situation that are supporting it and are like, maybe that in the long term will make things better because they're also sick of the death and the dying and things that, like, when I talk to conservatives about the Gaza thing, what I find really strange is, or maybe not strange, but like, it kind of shocked me a little bit, is that they genuinely, the ones that were like supporting it, genuinely believe like, yeah, Trump's going to come in and he's going to fix it and it's going to be nice. And then all the people are coming back. And I was like, what about right of return? There's no argument of right of return here. And they're like, nah, you trust the plan, man. Like he's going to fix Gaza and there's going to be no more death and dying and bombs and he's going to make it nice and it's going to be so much better for them. Like they genuinely believe that. You can think that belief is retarded, but I think you were characterizing it as like a complete lack of a value in life. And that's what I was critiquing. I only went to critiquing yours to be like, yeah, even you would agree that a certain amount of money is not in the immediacy is not worth it because the damage would be worse than the money spent. That's the only reason I went to an extreme example of $1 trillion.
Sure.
I agree. I agree generally that the characterization that conservatives don't care about life, I think that's wrong. I think conservatives care deeply about life. I do agree, though, that they probably, like the more like ultra Trump kind of populists, definitely do value probably American lives more. I would say. I think that's probably fair that like American lives are worth more to them than other people's lives.
Yeah, it's
but
that
they
whole
still
heat
value
map meme, right? Like the
it's
value of the community
yeah.
more than
Exactly.
than those further out.
Right. But I still think they value life, and the rest of the analysis, I think that's more or less accurate. That for a lot of the conservative, like the MAGA people I talk to who are in favor of turning Gaza into a resort, the argument I've heard is, well, the Palestinians can move somewhere where there's no violence, and then there'll be no death, and then Gaza will just be a resort, and then they'll be somewhere else where they're going to live peacefully. Now, there's some pragmatic issues with this, or practical issues, I guess, with this policy. But assuming that it could happen, you can still have this be compatible.
Fair, Tyler is one of those people. Tyler is one of those people who believes that.
Look how accurate I am. I'm able to accurately predict this opinion, and Tyler holds it. Go ahead, Tyler. Explain why I'm right.
Absolutely. Well, you're a little behind on what the actual policy is materializing into. So Trump came out with that you're accurately summarizing what he said that night. The Saudis objected the next day. Within about a week, his administration had carefully tailored out 3 of his initial announcements, which was the ethnic cleansing, and I think Israel being somewhat involved in this plan. Now it is a negotiation between 62 Arab nations, led by Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan, and the Trump administration. Trump now wants Israel completely removed from the plan, nothing to do with it at all. We will take control. Israel will just guard their borders. Yeah, guard their borders, and the Arab nations will be the ones funding most of this, other than U.S. private funding, which will go into their oil reserves that are off their shore and their beachfront property. So Trump is going to work with Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan seemingly. They've had 3 Arab-only nation meetings, and then Trump was just over there last week, and this is one of the things they brought up.
And this is insane, right? You would agree, Tyler? This is like an insane policy.
Well, I like certain things about it because if you put the U.S. in there, you then have the U.S. military in there, and then if you fuck with them, you piss off the U.S. military, and we get the real hell rain down on you. It's almost like peace through big stick.
But I understand that, but like the critical part here was like the mass ethnic cleansing, I guess, is the part that I got a problem with.
Well, he now is saying that they would temporarily move them. They're in negotiation talks with Lebanon right now. Not Lebanon, I'm sorry, Libya right now, to temporarily move them and then do a vetting process as they move them back in to make sure someone's not.
How long is it going to take to build Gaza?
He's saying it'll be much faster if they can just move everybody out.
What is much faster? Like, give me like years.
Trump Tower was built in 2 years in the middle of New York City, baby. Come on, what's the Trump administration?
Tyler, do you think that these people will be allowed to return afterwards? Like,
based on what they're saying now, they're not going to have Saudi Arabia's cooperation if they don't. Otherwise, they made that a very clear red line, and Saudi Arabia is going to be the #1 funder of this. So Saudi Arabia's participation in this deal ensures it to a good degree.
No, that's what I mean. The Saudi crown prince doesn't give a fuck about this. Like, personally, he doesn't care. Like, the Saudi people actually have a lot of buy-in into this, but Mohammed bin Salman doesn't give a fuck about the Palestinians. He's made. In fact, he was about to sign the Abraham Accords, right? Until he was pressured because of October 7th, right? It became politically untenable from to do so. That's why the only reason he didn't sign it. He was very easily going to sell the Palestinians down the road in the first place. That helped instigate October 7th at the start of all this.
That was 5 years of Abraham Accords negotiation, though. A lot of concessions were made.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying that like Palestinians were cut out of this negotiation. And the whole point was for Israel to start normalizing relations with its neighbors, right, without dealing with the Palestinian question. It was a workaround around it, and MBS was only so happy to sign that. So MBS, his involvement in this is not Saudi involvement; it's MBS's involvement. His involvement guarantees nothing at all, right? And the thing that we have to work with is the actual history of Israel. When it like temporarily moves out Palestinians, they never fucking come back ever.
Well, this would be
the
U.S. doing
come back.
Israel would have nothing to do with this plan anymore.
What do you mean that Israel? Well, Israel will control Gaza, or sorry, will let Israel have any say in this at all, right? Will Israel have any political influence as to what happens in this area? Like, we're not annexing Gaza. Like, you know, annexing Gaza
would be an annexation of Gaza.
Yeah, but that's not happening. That's not happening unless you honestly think that is on the table. The annexing of Gaza, right? That unless you honestly think that's going to happen, and even then, right? Like, why would the U.S. go against its ally who doesn't like Israel, right?
20 minutes, like 30 minutes ago, we were having a whole debate about how much influence Israel has in the election process of our current politicians, right? So the idea that like Israel will have no influence because America does it is, I mean, well, how like does this become a political thing where it comes down to one vote? Because Israel is definitely going to have a significant influence on what senators and congressmen get elected. They already do.
I would say that 62 Arab nation coalition has a lot more political pull. If we're talking about one government at a time, maybe, but once you add up all those nations together, that's a lot of political power.
Right. I'm just saying it's silly to say that Israel isn't going to have any influence here, right? Like, obviously.
Yeah.
Like,
so it's not. And I want to go back, and then I want to go back to this massacre, right? So our friend Tyler, he sends us a article from the Jerusalem Post, right? And what the IDF says and the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, say is that there was no violence. There was no violence, period. That on that day nothing happened. Nothing happened, guys. Except that we have eyewitness statements from like the people who were at the site. We have the doctors. We have the organization Doctors Without Borders. We have the Red Cross all saying, yeah, there was a massacre on that day. But IDF, right, says, and Tyler believes, right, when the IDF says there's nothing's happened, that it was without incident, I guess he buys that. I'm sorry, Tyler.
Well, he'd have to. We don't allow journalists into. We don't allow journalists into Gaza.
Fourth paragraph down, it says they clarified. They said they were actually talking about the day is in the daytime, and the conflict was at night, roughly 1 kilometer from the humanitarian aid distribution area outside the operating hours. Troops took action to prevent several suspects from approaching their position.
So we have to trust what the IDF says.
Okay, so that is shoot people.
I mean, if we go by both parties, yes, there were shots fired. One saying
no, the IDF themselves shot people.
Yes, they shot at people. Yes,
but but even then, Yeah, so one, they're saying they shot at people, but this is a denial. Like, do you understand what my criticism is of you, right? Or sorry, of this article is? They're saying the IDF's source repeatedly clarified that during the night, I'll read it because I read this previously, roughly 1 kilometer from the humanitarian and distribution area and outside its operating hours, troops took action to prevent several suspects from approaching their position. A base of fire was allegedly directed at individuals advancing toward the forces. The military stressed this incident is entirely unrelated to the false allegations of IDF fire at civilians near the aid site, according to the source. So this has nothing to do with the thing that I'm talking about, right? So like, we have eyewitness sources, the people actually shot, right? Actually hurt, saying the IDF fired on them. We have a lot of evidence pointing towards that, right? Reputable organizations, not Hamas, the Hamas wing of the government, right? Like the Hamas isn't saying this, right? The Hamas medical wing. No, instead, this is Doctors Without Borders and the Red Cross are saying, yes, it was a massacre. And you say, like, well, but the IDF said nothing happened. The IDF also said they didn't bomb the hospitals when they bombed the hospitals. Well, IDF says they did.
You can solve this by letting journalists into Gaza, right?
They have journalists in Gaza. Multiple of them took place
Yeah.
on October 7th.
Okay, sorry.
Oh,
no,
come
hey,
on.
They did. It's been verified. AP sources verified it.
we'll get back. We can get back to that. I want to stay focused on this. Why would you believe the IDF in this situation to say that literally nothing happened? We have a bunch of evidence to say that lots of people have been murdered there.
Well, the other sources are all citing one source, which is the Gaza Ministry of Health. So it is coming from...
No. Red Cross, the Red Cross and Doctors Without Borders are the ones on the ground treating the patients. This doesn't have to come from the Gaza Ministry of Health. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for previously. But yeah, we don't need them. Like I even sent you a source. Like these are the people treating these individuals. Isn't it? My point is, and I'll give you space because I clearly you're trying to read stuff, right? And I want to give you space to do
I'm
that.
checking it all
But like, it just could it be the case that the IDF might have motivated reasoning in this moment when they're being accused, specifically talking about the starving Gazans, right? They'd have reasons to obfuscate a massacre, as they've done specifically. Again, I give you the example of the Flower Massacre that happened months ago. Right, I'm sure you're familiar.
Sure. I'm saying it's completely unreasonable.
Okay.
Yeah,
So then,
I just think they're 10 times more credible than the other side.
So we're not going to. Well, you think that again? So the IDF, you admit they've lied before, right? Many times before.
Wartime propaganda.
But now they're more. But they are more credible than the other side. The other side being Doctors Without Borders and the Red Cross. They're more credible.
Gaza Health Ministry.
But this is not coming from the Gaza Health Ministry.
I have to see your citation here because when I'm seeing everything, I'm looking which one's yours. I'm looking, everything seems to come from this first initial report from the Gaza Health Ministry.
But there are other reports besides. I'm sure the Gaza Health Ministry has said something on this issue, but others have been corroborating this situation.
He's saying that their story being corroborated doesn't make Hamas more reliable than the IDF. He doesn't give a fuck about anything you people are saying. It's so wild. Like, why are you doing this? Sorry.
Red Cross, as our friend Doobie has put in, Red Cross says at least 21 killed and dozens shot in Gaza aid incident. The Red Cross says a mass casualty influx of people, many with gunshot or shrapnel wounds, was received at a Red Cross field hospital in southern Gaza. The organization said, Red Cross, in case you forgot, following disputed reports about an incident near an aid distribution center in Rafah. So, like, and so going back to what Katie just said, right? It seems to be like, let's say that even the Gaza Ministry did make the initial report. Does that taint it, right? If the IDF says something initially, it doesn't necessarily taint it for me, right? I can just look to see, like, oh, okay, like, is it likely they're telling the truth or not? We can judge the truth claim. We can understand that both sides have motivated reasonings, obviously, right? And we can judge the truth claims associated. We know that IDF has a history of massacring people coming of aid and then lying about that.
Okay.
And then we have another situation right
Hamas
here.
is sitting a kilometer out, shooting at Gazans.
Oh, now it's Hamas. Wait a minute. Now it's Hamas sitting a kilometer out.
Yes, if you're talking about the IDF, you have to talk about the opposition force.
The Jerusalem Post didn't say Hamas.
So if they were Hamas stationed about a mile out.
No. That's not.
It didn't say Hamas. It said suspects.
Even your
Jerusalem Post.
Your evidence, right? Your source doesn't say Hamas, right? It says there were incidents where we can. I can bring up the exact wording here, right? An IDF source repeatedly clarified they're not roughly 1 kilometer from the humanitarian aid distribution area and outside its operating hours, troops took action to prevent several suspects from approaching that position. A base of fire was allegedly directed at individuals advancing toward the forces. The military who the fuck were they, right? The military stressed that the incident is entirely related to the false allegation of IDF fire at civilians near the aid side. So your source,
and keep in mind, they're not mentioning these people were armed or in any way indicated they were.
And
like
then you threw in Hamas. You baked in Hamas to like kind of narrativize it, right? To be like, well, look, Hamas is a kilometer away. Of course, they were doing massacres.
They're fighting against. Yeah, if they're shut down, they're not operational anymore, and people are approaching them in the night. Then yes.
But they're
That's
suspects and not
reasonable to believe
Hamas,
that
so
they're
they don't know that they're Hamas. They're just
They don't-
suspects. It
yeah,
could be
they
anyone
don't know
walking in the night.
Okay.
Hey, here's another
Well, I
group
mean,
of
Why do you just
people-
dismiss that? Okay, like why do you
That's
just
a
is
war
someone walking in the
zone.
night? Oh,
That's
hold
a
on,
war zone,
Civilians
yes.
just walking through the night and they just get shot at
In the
by
desert.
By
Walking up to
What do
a
you mean?
standing army, yes. yes
How the
that
hold on, you're like ridiculous, right? So like
Ashley
you
Babbitt
understand
did
like
the same
the
fucking
IDF
thing.
the IDF sets up like kill zones, right?
Like, even the IDF didn't say Hamas.
What the kill zone is as far as the soldiers can see. Is if you walk through the line of sight of a soldier, they can kill you. Like so, come on. Like, there's nothing in that sentence that this
Thank you.
in the
Sorry,
source
I'm just reading up
that
on
even
it right
indicates
now.
that even indicates that they had any reason to believe these people were armed or dangerous in any way. Like even totally and in
Well, that
fact, in
is
many cases, they are totally unarmed
I'll answer
civilians
that
that are
question.
shot
I don't
and
know
then
that
later
I want to
labeled
answer.
terrorists.
Ask
Okay,
it,
it's a
Stacey.
war
That's a
zone.
rough one.
Oh, it's a war
Okay,
zone. Hey,
what-
Yes.
here's another example.
They're shut
Why
down.
do you,
They're not
like-
handing out aid anymore. Somebody's
So,
approaching
no,
them in the
let
dark.
me give
and
you
you're
one more
assuming, like,
example.
oh, there's someone moving. Fire.
Let me give you one more. Hold on. Let me get. I have another example. I have
But
another
this is
example.
also obfuscating shooting from the point of
hold
like
on.
the
Wait a
massacre
second.
at Raleigh.
I've got
that they're
another.
not
I've got
following the
another
rules of
example
war
for
with no
you,
proof.
Tyler. I have another example for you. Right? It just happened. Like 2 months ago, maybe. Right? There was another incident of suspects approaching IDF forces. That was a convoy of ambulances that was going to, I think, give aid to some other incident that was happening.
Well,
Another
Hamas
bomb
could be in
by
the
IDF, right?
ambulances. You know?
Yeah, they set up a kill zone, as our friend Doobie said, and they slaughtered the ambulance workers. They murdered them all, and then they buried their bodies, right? And the cars, yeah, and the ambulances. They buried them all. And then I think, if I'm remembering the story correctly, I might be wrong on this point, but like then they denied that any of this happened. I think we recovered a phone from one of the victims that filmed it all, if I'm remembering the story correctly.
Hold on. So Supreme, the story was that the IDF claimed initially that they approached with their lights off and they're driving suspiciously or something. Yeah, in the video, they very obviously have the lights on. They're unarmed. Like very obviously ambulance workers, and yeah, they're ambushed.
I'm gonna have to see a link for that because I'm looking at the previous.
You haven't seen that? Hold on, you haven't seen that? You haven't seen that story at all?
The link I posted a little bit ago. It's from CBN. Hamas said that they fired at people approaching them 1.5 miles away. All were warning shots, and nobody was hit in that nighttime incursion. Is what they're stating.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, you haven't seen the story of the ambulance workers being shot at all?
No, I don't pay attention to the things where that goes on now.
That was a big story, even within like the pro.
He doesn't really pay attention to like the whole Israel-Palestine.
I've never seen that. I have New York Times subscription, Wall Street Journal subscription, 10 podcasts a day. I've never heard that.
Well, okay. If you haven't heard it, you haven't heard it. So I'm not gonna if you haven't heard it, it is what it is.
I haven't heard about it. I haven't heard about it.
What we have here is
you have been following it, so I'm not surprised
RT didn't bring it up, so I didn't.
Hold on. What we have here is the Gaza Ministry of Health saying this versus the IDF saying this. The Gaza Ministry of Health has released death numbers in Gaza that are extremely inflated. Multiple of them have been proven wrong, including 500 people that were hit in a hotel rocket from toward the beginning of the war. We found out that was actually an IJF rocket that went off in the wrong direction and nobody died.
That's not true.
In a parking lot. Yes, it is. It was verified. So we have all these situations where extra people are on the inflated numbers. If you look at credibility, you can easily see
you keep saying credibility, right?
Yes.
But we keep giving you examples of the IDF lying, right? And then you keep admitting that the IDF's lies, and then you keep saying, well, they're the most credible here, right?
No, I just countered your point about the fucking the 1.5 miles out. They said they shot nobody.
No, you didn't counter it. Hold on, you didn't. No, you didn't. Hold on.
It's two
Let's go back.
sides making claims.
Hold on, you didn't counter anything. Hold on. First of all, you got your own source wrong. You literally the source that
multiple sources.
The source that you provided me, didn't say Hamas, right? So
CBN.
now you're going to provide me something else. Okay, we can take a look at that.
No, it was
but the source that you said
under it.
that the source that you provided me did not even say that. I read your source back at you.
One source read the second one right underneath.
Great. So, in any case, right, like that doesn't actually deal with the incident that I'm talking about. You're saying, okay, the IDF describes a separate incident that actually might have happened, right? I'm not even disputing the second incident because it has nothing to do with what I'm fucking talking about. You're saying that there's two locations. There's the GHF, right? And then there's a 1.5 miles out, right? Something happens.
Okay, sure. Something happens a mile and a half out, but the IDF is saying that nothing happened at the GHF, right? And they have provided no evidence to show to dispute the slaughter.
No. So what they're saying is they didn't shoot anybody in the first instance. It was Gazans
They said there was
shot by Hamas. At the
that's not what they said. Not in your source. Your source didn't say that.
The
Oh my
one
God,
source
we can
you
look
read
at
was
your
not
source.
about that. It was about the second. The second event was a mile and a half out after they were already closed down.
I don't know
Israel
what your
is
reading
saying
comprehension
they
is going
fired
on.
warning shot. I'm looking at it. You only read one source. I linked 5, dude. CBN source right underneath the one.
I'm sorry. I looked at your source and I make conclusions about your source.
One.
Right?
I'm talking about a second one.
And then you specifically like directed me back at that source to saying, "Oh, you were wrong about something," right? And then I read it out and I said, "I wasn't wrong about that." And then now you want to put something on. But we can deal with this
9 times now. I gave you 5 sources. You're looking at one and saying it's not in it.
Okay. So it said without
search for 1 point.
So following the incident, the GHF denies claims of casualties and injuries at the distribution sites. All aid was distributed today without incident. No injuries or fatalities. We have heard that these false reports have been actively fomented by Hamas. They are untrue and fabricated. Okay, so that's the incident that I'm talking about, right? Are you saying, hold on, Bill, don't worry, we're going to interrogate your other sources. We'll do that, right? But what you're going to tell me is that your other sources that are going to prove your point are going to contradict this source, the Jerusalem Post, right? Where the GHF is, hold on, the GHF is saying that on that day, nothing happened. They're not saying that Hamas came in and shot the aid of seekers, right? They're not saying Hamas shot the Gazans, right? They're saying nothing happened. That it was delivered without incident.
During
the drop, is that what your other source? So I'm going to ask you.
Yes,
so
hold on. You have to let me
I'm going to make sure you know what I'm asking you, right? So you can respond to that, and then I'll listen to what you have to say, right?
Okay.
So what you're going to say, so what you are going to tell me is that your other source contradicts this statement from the GHF. Go ahead.
I'm not going to say that. There's 2 incidents being discussed here. There was one while the aid convoy was active. Israel's saying they fired no shots in that and had nothing to do with it. The second was after they were already shut down. This is the one that they're talking about in both sources.
My friend,
this is the nighttime event.
My friend. I don't give a fuck about that. That's not what I'm referring to. You're saying that there's another incident. Hold on. That other incident might have happened. I'm not disputing that incident. Maybe the IDF is truthful about that. I'm not disputing that incident. So don't talk about like incident B. I'm talking about
why
incident
you're conflating. I'm telling you why.
I'm not conflating either of these. I'm separating.
Yes, you are. They say in both sources. Yes, I'm trying to explain that to you. So they say in both sources there was 2 news stories created. One was about the rush to the food convoy. It turned out after investigation that was Hamas and militant groups inside the country shooting at Gazans. The second, that's the one that Israel's saying did not happen at the actual site. They had nothing to do with that. That was fake news. The second was after they were closed down. They saw people approaching 1.5 miles away. They fired warning shots and nobody was hit, according to Israel. According to the Gazan health industry, 32 people were killed.
Okay. All right. So so Doobie, have you read this? Did you take time to read the Jerusalem Post, right?
Yeah.
Am I losing my mind here? Because maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm not listening properly. Because it sounds like, again, maybe I'm wrong. And so then I'll take back my words. But I'm looking at this report, and it's talking about how they gave aid to civilians during the day, right? Not a mile and a half out, not after they were shut down. During the day, they gave out the aid without incident. Is that what you're reading?
Yeah.
Okay. So then that's the incident that we're talking about, right? Are we on the same point?
Yep.
Wait. Tyler's saying that there was no incident from the IDF, right? He's saying
he's saying no incidents at all.
No,
I know what Tyler's interpretation of it, because he's read the other one. I'm telling you, because I'm watching him do it. He's saying that the interpretation is that without incident means from the IDF. And that the claim is that there was an incident, but the incident is Hamas, so they are not linked to the incident. That's what his claim is, and that's how the way he read it.
Nor was it at the IDF food drop. It was a couple miles away at the Hamas barricade, much earlier in the day.
There you go. So he's saying there wasn't an incident at the food drop. There wasn't, and even if there was an incident, it wasn't from the IDF. There we go. Just like
I know that's what he's been saying. I don't know what this is a clarification of.
A second incident happened later in the night.
Forget the second incident. Incident.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about the second incident. So please stop bringing that up. It's literally unimportant.
Hold on. To be clear,
that's the one
Tyler,
they're talking about the citation.
No, but no, that's not true, Tyler. The issue. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, guys, we're losing clarity because we're getting mad arguing about this, right? Like, slow it down a bit, Doobie. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah,
it's like we're like our ability to communicate is like because it's we're in the details of like different incidents and claims, and then we're yelling about it, and then everybody's like confusing what the other person's claim is.
Just to be clear, forget the second incident. No one cares about the second incident. It didn't happen.
But that's the incident that Prime is talking about.
I'm not talking about the second incident. No, I'm not. I can like this is why you're not listening, Tyler. I just repeatedly am not talking about the second incident. Yeah, what the fuck
up? Tell me how.
No, sorry, Doobie, you go.
Okay. What the fuck? So Tyler, I think I agree with Ali. You should forget about the second incident, right? Because it's not relevant at all, right? The issue is that the IDF is claiming that they gave out the aid with no incidents at all from anybody. They don't report, oh yeah, we're giving out the aid and then Hamas attacked. They say no incidents. They gave the aid with no incident. The issue is that the Red Cross and other like aid groups are reporting that after that aid distribution, they had an influx of killed and injured people who claimed that at that distribution they were shot at by the IDF. Right, so these injured people came from somewhere. Right, the IDF said that this happened with no incident at all. These people are saying that there was an incident and they were shot. So somewhere like between
somebody's lying.
Yeah, somebody's lying, like obviously, right? And it seems like I doubt these people shot themselves and they all agreed to lie about it and say the IDF did it. Like I doubt that happened. They're saying that it happened at the distribution site. So
and he's saying Hamas did it and is blaming it on the IDF.
No,
yeah,
see,
but the IDF is saying there are no incidents at all.
That's where the confusion is I watch the news cycles around this, so I think I'm leaving out timeline parts here. This didn't happen after the distribution site. This happened the next morning based on the event that happened at nighttime. If you read the article, it was released Sunday morning that this happened over the evening, and that's what they released the security footage video of, showing they actually just fired warning shots.
My friend.
You're confusing yourself with the night incident. No, the night incident is totally irrelevant to anything.
It's what
like nobody's claiming. No, stop. Nobody's claiming that the night incident is where over 100 people were shot. Nobody's claiming.
Yes, they are. That's exactly what the Gaza Health
but not right now.
said. Yes,
Tyler. I told Prime Guys to calm. Tyler. I told Prime Guys to calm down because it's not getting it. You're doing the same thing fucking right now. Okay, focus on the first incident. Let's ignore the noise on the second incident and the reports on the second incident and focus on the first incident.
He's saying the second incident is the first incident. We're confusing the first incident. And so he's saying the first incident didn't happen. The second incident is the incident that everyone's talking about. That's what he's saying. He's saying the first incident, like no one got shot at the food aid. Everyone, like all the shots happened at night, and that's what the reporting that he found is showing. That none of the shots happened during the food aid. All of the shots happened at night, and the reason the shots happened at night is because they shot the warning shots at the 3 people that they suspected walking. Yeah, there was no shot at the food aid, is his claim, right? That there wasn't an incident.
Yeah, I understand that it's what he's saying, but the issue is for that to be true, these people who showed up shot, I think almost 200 of them. Are they all lying? Like, are they all lying about being shot at this aid distribution site? Like, I don't understand like what the why would they do that? Why would all of these people lie about being shot at the site?
I'm looking at the quotes. It says there was firing from all directions from naval warships, tanks, and drones. Not that Israel shot us.
Okay. Does Hamas have naval tanks and drones?
Wait, tanks and
Hamas
drones
have tanks and drones?
The IDF is admitting is shooting at them. They said they were warning shots and they hit nobody. Then they released footage showing they hit nobody. So
they did warning shots at night.
These people get shot.
I think the people that are being paid by Iran to lie to the media, calling a martyr fund, are the ones that are incentivized to lie. You guys have called Israel's credibility into question, and you're not looking at the paid propagandists on the other side.
You think they're paid propagandists for Israel? Like, what are you talking about?
No,
Like,
Israel for Hamas.
Don't be stupid, please. Hold on. Don't. You don't need to go. You don't need to go that far. You don't need to go that far. You really no. You don't need to go that far to say these people allow themselves to be killed and their family members and their children be killed.
They're lying. I'm saying they're lying.
You're saying the Red Cross is lying. You're saying the Red Cross itself is lying about this.
The Red Cross is quoting them. They're not making.
No. This is why I posted the BBC story. The Red Cross says that they received an influx of injured people and killed people at their site.
And how? Where did they get that information from?
Themselves. It's their site. It's their site.
They quoted the people that said they were being shot. So
stop. No, listen. You're not listening. You're not listening.
Do you have a source that they weren't paid by Iran?
Can you just read for me? Okay, so I put it in the chat. So a mass casualty influx of people, many with gunshot or shrapnel wounds, was received at the Red Cross Field Hospital in southern Gaza. This is the Red Cross saying that they received people with gunshot and shrapnel wounds at their hospital.
Okay.
That's not. They're not getting this from Hamas.
Where are the gunshots
Iran.
and shrapnel wounds?
This is the Red Cross themselves saying that they received people with these wounds at their hospital.
Okay. Now, how did they link that to Israel?
Because these people are claiming that the IDF shot them.
That's my point.
So you think all these people are lying?
Whole 2 minutes there, yes.
So do you think
that one side's providing video?
So okay, hold on. So let's break down
video evidence.
Tyler, no problem. Tyler, we're gonna break
that sounds.
Tyler, we're gonna break down your conspiracy here, right? No worry, we're gonna break it down. Okay, so we have people. No, don't worry, Tyler. We'll break it down. So we have people presenting to the Red Cross with injuries, right? With gunshot, over 100, right? And then 32 dead bodies, right? So now these people are lying, right? Now either they. Sorry, what'd you say?
I mean, not the dead bodies.
51 right now. 51 dead bodies now.
51 dead bodies. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, but of course it's going to increase, right? Well, they'll have died afterwards because a lot of people who had shot are going to make it to the Red Cross and die afterwards. Now, these people, as they're dying in bed, they're bleeding out, right? They stick to this line that at this AIDS center, they were going because, remember, they were starving, right? Rather than getting the aid, right? They staged an incident where they're going to get shot, right? Or they have, or maybe they're not.
Or
shot,
Hamas just shoots them and they cover for Hamas.
Or the Hamas just shoots them.
They're anti-Semitic.
They love Hamas so much, right?
Or they were lied to by Hamas that it was IDF that shot them when in reality it was Hamas.
It was
with the tanks, right?
Maybe they didn't know who shot them, right? They confused the Israelis.
They're just anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So and then
that happens in war all the time on Iran.
The Red Cross is in on it, right? Maybe there aren't people who've been presenting, right? Because just like the Gaza Health Ministry lies, maybe the Red Cross is lying. Maybe Doctors Without Borders is also lying, right? And that they have been actually presented with these shots, right? People have come in, they've said a story, right?
Maybe the buildings in Gaza are still standing. Who knows? No one's been there.
Yeah. So no one's been there. So like Tyler, right? I want you to break it down for me, right? Like exactly like what you think. You weren't there, right? You weren't there, but like what you think this conspiracy to lie to the world, what it looks like here.
I already did
from the perspective of an individual Gazan. Okay, break it down for us, please.
Absolutely. Well, it's disregarding the fact that one side provided video evidence and the other side's people saying things to the World Health Organization or whomever, Doctors Without Borders, whatever group. It's one person's claims versus a video. So
a video of what though?
A video of the shooting event where they shot bullets and rounds at the people approaching
at night. Could it be? Hold on. Oh my God, Tyler. At night.
Okay.
That's not the incident that people are talking about.
Yes, that's the one that they're talking about. That's what Israel is saying.
Yes. Hold on. But friend,
this is what Gaza is saying.
It happened 6 a.m. 6 a.m. in the morning. That's when it happened.
That's when it was reported.
No. But you're saying it happened at night. You're saying that the IDF presented a nighttime. Think about this, Tyler. I want you to think about it. You're saying that the IDF provided a video of a nighttime incident, right? Yes. That's not at the center, and you're saying, well, that's evidence that at the center there was no gunshots. Did they provide the video of the center, right? And no fire happening at the center.
Not to the best of my knowledge, but I can look.
No, okay, so they didn't provide evidence. They provided evidence for the second incident, which you, for some fucking reason, are stuck with this entire time. Tyler.
So do you have any evidence that they did it?
To be clear, I have doctors on
like
board. I have
200 people shot.
I have all the testimony of all the people who got shot. That's what I have. Tyler.
So one side's automatically liars, one side's automatically telling the truth.
Tyler. I want to say something nice about you, right? Since you've been here, you haven't been here as long as the others, right? Tyler, you haven't been long as the others, but I've come to respect you, right? You and I often disagree, but that's okay. Like Lactoid disagrees with me all the goddamn time, right? Scott disagrees with me all the goddamn time. Doobie is sometimes wrong, right? And then he disagrees with me, but I correct.
Fuck you.
Right? But I respect every single person on this screen, and all of them have disagreed with me at some point in time, right? I respect you too, Tyler. I do. I want to make that very clear, right? And I think you have an analytical mind. And I think you try your best to apply that to every situation, right? You try to take a fresh new set of eyes to everything, right? Tyler, we've been talking about this for a fucking hour now. Tyler, we've been talking about one incident, not two incidences, right? You keep bringing up the second one, and I keep telling you, forget that fucking thing. So you tell me, you give me a statement saying the IDF has provided evidence that says incident 1 happening in the morning didn't happen. Right? That's what you said. And then I said, let's talk about this. And then you're saying, oh yeah, that happened at night, right? This was the second incident. You're bringing up the second incident again. We're talking about the first incident.
I didn't say incident 1 didn't happen. I said incident 1 didn't happen at the actual drop site. It was a gun conflict started by Hamas miles out. It had nothing to do with the IDF. So incident 1 did happen. People were shot. They were shot by Hamas.
No, okay, all right. So
response to that, Prime. Go ahead.
We've already just. I only got this like 25 minutes ago, man.
Okay. Well, I know. But even sorry,
You make a good point.
But hold on. But Lactoid, friend. I love you, friend. Right, and I know what he's doing.
I'm so fucking lost right now.
I'm so. I know you are. I know you are. But Lactoid. Did you read his source?
No.
You should. It would help. Hold on one second. I will give you that time, right? To be clear, right, for the audience, and I'll put it in the chat so the audience can follow along what's happening, right? You guys can read it yourself, and you can decide which one of us is lacking in reading comprehension, because the Jerusalem Post article that he gave, right, was when the IDF and GHF said there was no incident. Hamas didn't fire on these people.
Yes,
at the food aid.
I also linked a second source with more information and that you refuse to open.
Hold on, but I'm looking. Hold on, I'm looking at this.
In the chat, I linked it.
The CMB source.
Sorry, so because I was looking at I was looking at this source. No, maybe I was looking at something else. No, I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna read this other source, right? And if it, okay,
go ahead, Scott.
I'll save my scorn for later. I'm gonna save my scorn for later. All right,
well, I'm telling you, man, this is seems like something we should have easily cleared up. It's just a quick misunderstanding. There were two shooting.
No, you guys are talking right past each other.
I hear what you're saying.
No, you don't.
You don't.
Clearly don't.
Please stop. Please stop.
I got you.
So Doobie provided a source, and I was like, okay, let me just read the whole source and the full context of just this one incident and this one source. Right? The source you gave was the BBC article, Doobie. Now, in reading the BBC article, they describe the witness testimony that they're relying on is 2 wounded people. So 2 people said that Israelis had fired on them. So that's one piece of evidence for the narrative that Israel did this. Then there was Medicine Sans Frontier, MSF, said in a statement that it also responded to the mass casualty, right? And Red Cross described the mass casualty, but they did not. MSF, or Claire Monera, the organization's emergency co-coordinator, said, shown once again that this new system of aid delivery is dehumanizing, dangerous, and severely ineffective, right? So a representative from MSF is claiming that this is bad. But the evidence that is presented is that a mass casualty event occurred. Then there is a reporter on the ground that is a pro, it's not BBC. It's not, because Israel doesn't let those people in. So this is local reporters in Gaza that are making the claim that Israel fired upon people, that there was tank shells, etc. Now, I read through it. Maybe I missed it. I didn't see any evidence of of wounds reported by the Red Cross that said that it had to be tanks. That wasn't what was described. So we have two witnesses. We have a local reporter, and we have MSF. Red Cross is just saying a mass casualty event occurred. Now the IDF claims that this did not occur at their site, and that between 4 and 6 in the morning, that in another location that was farther off, that they had drone footage at 4 a.m. of masked individuals firing into a crowd of people that were attempting to reach the GSF aid, right? So they were on their way to go get aid, but they weren't at the aid place. They were in a gray area, etc., on their way to get aid, and that they had drone footage that they released of masked individuals firing into the crowd. Now, who knows? Maybe that is fucking Israel and they're pretending, right? And they put IDF like special forces in masks so that they could like murder a bunch of people and create a humanitarian crisis and a really bad PR for them. Probably not true, right? So we know that at least some people at another site from drone footage were fired upon by people that could be IDF, doing a secret mission to kill Gazans for whatever reason. That doesn't make a lot of sense, etc. And we have some witness testimony that is stating that they were attacked by Israel. Now, how you want to deal with that, at least from the source, deal with that, right? Like the fog of war is very confusing. Israel doesn't allow journalists in, which is a big fucking problem, right? But I feel like war correspondents ought to be fucking allowed. But there is like the local reporting is almost certainly pro Hamas and probably full of shit and propaganda because we see it all the fucking time. But there are witnesses, presumably, that say that IDF fired on them. But it's not like it's 100 witnesses that are all collectively lying. What we have, at least from the reports and the source that you gave me, because again, I didn't want to use any other outside sources other than just you gave me the source, Doobie. Let me look at it. Is two people, an MSF emergency co-coordinator, and a local journalist versus the IDF's drone footage that shows it could be drone footage of an entirely different incident, and it's a lie, right? And the footage
Well, so I did look at the
something
drone
that
footage.
happened earlier, right? You know what I mean? Or in a different place. It doesn't involve this mass casualty. I'm just trying to clarify because we've been yelling and shit. Like, look at one source. What is the evidence?
So I did look at the drone footage, and it does show like these masked shooting. But at least the footage that I saw, I see like one guy fires at the ground, another guy's like tossing dirt and like rocks or whatever.
Right.
But they're not like firing into the crowd, right? I mean, they're fighting at the ground. They do look like warning shots, right?
I don't watch any of these videos on stream, even if it's on a separate monitor, because I might accidentally show and then get like TOS banned. So I'm just not going to look at like war footage,
of course,
unless I'm offline, or not offline, but
so
off.
So in that the journalist said his name is Mohammed Gharib, right? He's a journalist in Rafah. And you can say he likely has some bias, like toward the Palestinians, right? Because I'm sure maybe he is a Palestinian, right? So he is one of the people claiming that when they gathered near the aid center, and this is in the BBC story that I put, that the Israeli tanks approached and opened fire on the crowd, right? So that's his story. The American Red Cross, I don't know if they've provided like evidence of this, but they're claiming that they have people with a gunshot and shrapnel wounds.
Yes, they claim, but they didn't claim who did it or reports of who was doing it. They're not saying Israel did this. They're saying we have a mass casualty event. They have gunshot and shrapnel wounds, and this is where the mass casualty event occurred.
And we have
I would say without a doubt, it's undeniable that there was a mass casualty event. Without a doubt, we should all be able to agree to that it occurred at least in the area, right? Israel's claim is that, well, we've got some evidence that it occurred at another location, which seems dubious, but at least it is a video. And then we have biased journalists there, which, again, it's Israel's own fucking fault that if you're not letting in other journalists and war correspondents, of course you're only getting pro-Hamas or pro-Palestinian news coming out of the region. They're creating the very fog of war, which is fucking dubious as far as I'm concerned. But regardless, we have Mohammed Gharib. And then again, the other person, like I said, the MSF, it's a French relief aid organization. They're reporting, at least from Clara Monera, the organization's emergency co-coordinator, quote, shown once again that this new system of aid is dehumanizing, dangerous, and severely ineffective. Whether or not that's like a gray area, like politically safe quote. She's not saying I'm proving Israel did this. What she's saying is that having people march to these locations and what is like, this could go for Hamas or for IDF, etc. But basically saying that the way that this is being done, like it's a very safe statement. So I don't know how helpful it is. But also, maybe people that are working in the region are very careful to say safe statements so they don't get fucking, in trouble when they're in a fucking war zone.
So respond to that in a second, Doobie. Okay, Tyler. Tyler, you there, buddy?
Yep. I have heard Scott's entire breakdown. I agree with every word of it.
Okay, Tyler. You told me, hey, I gotta look at the CBN article, right? The thing is, you'd put you put 2 Jerusalem Post articles, and I clicked on the other one, and I was like, this doesn't have anything to do with anything. So that was my fault before, right? Because I did read another source from you, but it wasn't the CBN article. Okay, so I took the time to read the CBN article. Okay, Tyler, your claim is that the CBN article says that Hamas fired on these civilians at some point in time, correct? Right? That's what you said like 10 minutes ago, right?
No, I believe what I was saying was that the reporting came from Hamas, which was the Gaza Health Ministry initially.
No, you talked about Hamas firing on them. You did. I didn't make this up. You talked about Hamas firing on civilians.
I think that was the 4 a.m. incursion Scott was talking about there.
You said that I need to look. You said Prime. Well, Prime, so see the misunderstanding is that you need to look at the CBN article. The CBN article shows.
That was what the misunderstanding was that there were 2 events that were going on.
Okay, but you've said, hold on. You've been telling me that Hamas has fired on these people, right? That Hamas was the ones who fired on them, correct? So I'm still looking for that fucking evidence. Because it didn't say it in the CBN article.
Could you repeat what the drone footage was about at 4 a.m. one more time?
Sorry, hold on. Was it in the CBN article that Hamas fired on these? Now you keep saying there's another source that says what I'm saying, right?
I looked over the source. I'd like to
I'm not talking about stop trying to obfuscate, okay? Talk like a fucking man to me. Now hold on. Tyler, you said Hamas shot at these people. You said Hamas shot at these people, yes, right? I'm still looking for that fucking evidence. You're like, Prime, we haven't looked at my second source. I'm looking at my second source. I looked at your second source, right? I said I was going to do it. Now, like, where is it that Hamas faked this?
Scott, as a neutral arbiter, when you were reading that citation, what did you say that 4 a.m. drone footage was?
Hold on. So what I would say is it sounds like you read a bunch of articles and you got your fucking articles confused.
Maybe.
Because Prime is saying, I just read through the artical that you told me to read and it doesn't say what you said.
The only time
I just looked at the one that Doobie posted and that is referencing the footage. But as I said, I didn't watch the specific footage. I'm assuming the reporting from the BBC that is at least accurate in what the fucking video shows, which is masked individuals throwing rocks and shooting at people that are attempting to get aid somewhere. But there's no proof that is where it is or time, etc. At least not stated in the BBC article. But there is presumably video evidence from drones at roughly 4 a.m., which would be at night, early morning, of masked individuals. Not necessarily Hamas, but likely Hamas, right? But not necessarily Hamas shooting at, individuals and throwing rocks at them. Now, I didn't look at your CBN article, so it's entirely likely that Prime Kai's did, and you got the wrong fucking article, or you got them confused. You dropped like 5 of them.
That's my mistake.
I know you've been debating it, but you're probably wrong that was the one. But of the one that I read live, because people were yelling about it, that is the claim.
I think I was looking at the CBN article for something different personally, because what I was looking for was the Sunday event situation, what the Hamas Ministry of Justice was reporting on. And that's where I found in this article that Hamas were the initial ones reporting. That's how I remember it personally. I don't think I said from this specific article that Hamas was firing people. But, I mean, it could just be a misremembrance. If I fucked up my citation, sorry, but there's another one that backs that up too. So
I'm not going to... Okay. If you're saying you made a mistake... Okay, I'm just
if I did, my bad.
Okay, all right. You know what? Everyone makes mistakes. I surely have, very rarely. But everyone makes mistakes. So I'm just going to move past that. All right.
I just wanted him to be the neutral.
Just so we're all clear, Hamas did the killing, right? Is that we all agree?
It looks like from the drone footage, it's that Hamas.
No, don't be an idiot. That drone footage. Hold on. So if Israel had drone footage of Hamas slaughtering dozens of people, shooting hundreds of people, because I think it's like almost 200 people that were shot, right? That appear with some kind of an injury, right? So if the IDF had footage of that, why the fuck would they take the drone's camera away from it? Why wouldn't they release it and say, hey, here's what actually happened? What they actually have released is what I've seen is like 3 or 4 little clips of somebody shooting at the ground, a dude tossing some rocks. They don't have video, or they haven't released video of these groups just mass firing at the crowds, which is what they're claiming. So if they saw this happening, why the fuck would they turn the camera away? I don't think it exists. I don't think you have any reason to believe it exists. They would have released it by now.
I mean, if I can show me some evidence to the contrary that their video is bullshit, I'll believe it. But I just
I'm not saying the video is bullshit. I'm not saying the video is bullshit.
Hold on. The video might not be bullshit, but the evidence, presumably, and again, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about fucking Israel fatigue and this back and forth and tedious.
That's a good point you made about
that.
But
But like there are at least 2 witnesses claiming that's what happened, and there's local reporting claiming what that's happened. Now, I'm totally willing to believe that those 2 random people and this local reporter are full of shit. I'm also willing to believe that Israel doesn't have any real fucking evidence of what happened. They're just claiming that it didn't, right? It's crazy that here in the United States, we had to fight, and it's one of the few things that I thought was good about, the initial movements of Black Lives Matter, where cops had to wear body cams, and for whatever fucking reason, we don't have full-length footage of like IDF soldiers protecting a humanitarian event. Like, if there's going to be any fucking takeaway from this, because, let it first be fuck Israel, dissolve the nation states. Let it second be, because that's not going to happen, let us stop funding this shit. But if it's going to be a tertiary, fucking pragmatistic thing, maybe if you're going to do fucking humanitarian aid and you're going to have the IDF guarding it, can we get one camera? Can we just get one camera that watches the shit go down the whole day?
Hold on. But in the CBN article... The CBN article that I read, right? In the next paragraph, when it talks about, after it talks about Hamas lying, it says that they did release some sort of security footage, right? At the time of the incident, they say, that proves otherwise. So I like to see the security footage. I like to see actually what time it was, right? Because they can release security footage of the distribution site, but is it the actual massacre? And once again, we've been through this before. I'm sorry, we've been through this exact situation, right? Like, if you've been following this, Katie, I'm sure, Katie, have you heard the Flower Massacre previously, right? Sorry, we didn't hear what you had to say.
You're muted, I believe.
Yeah, you did? Okay. Katie's heard the Flower Massacre. Doobie, you heard the Flower Massacre, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. There was a Flower Massacre that happened, where people were going to get flour, among other things. And there was I had drone footage, I think it was probably drone footage, of the incident. And the IDF released footage to say that, we were, I think the story was, and I might be wrong about this, but I think their story is that, we were defending ourselves, right? And we had to do it, right? And then the New York Times did an analysis and said, that was full of shit. They broke that down. That was full of shit. So you're telling me that the IDF simply has released footage saying, well, there's nothing happening here. Nothing happened here, right? Did they release the full footage of, like, from when the 8 distribution are open?
They released 25 seconds.
It's 25 seconds.
In different clips in different areas.
25 seconds in different clips in the area. Okay, friend, Tyler. Could it be that outside it says like 4 different clips? Okay, so let's say there's like a minute and a half of footage there. Tyler, could it be that like of that minute and a half of that day, that maybe the massacre happened at a different point in time?
Could very well be. Do you have any evidence of that?
It could be. Do you have any evidence of like? Oh my God, friend.
Yes.
Friend. I don't know because I don't have the footage from the distribution center. If the IDF wanted to clear themselves, they would have actually released the entire thing, right? Hey, we have the footage. We have an example of Hamas lying on this day. Here, look, from start to finish, the operating hours, when they say these people were here, we can show that it didn't happen, right? Now you're saying, hey, Prime, sitting here in your American city, hey, do you have that footage? Do you have any evidence of no,
you think a country with like all this surveillance and intelligence would have like footage of their
evidence they presented, and specifically the evidence they presented is nothing, right?
Okay. Do you have any proof Israel's lies?
Great, it's for useful. It's like you who
they lie constantly would be the proof.
Snippets, right? Literally snippets of footage, and say, "Well, I guess this is proof nothing happened." How did you believe that? How did you believe that? You said you looked at
they're
this,
the only
right?
ones that
How did you believe that?
Proof. They put forward proof. No,
they didn't. That's not proof.
That's
you don't understand what proof is. You don't understand what proof is.
It's enough
like
for
Tyler,
me.
are you like? Come on, Tyler.
Because it seems like maybe I was wrong to respect your mind if you think that like that's proof. If you think
I think you have a massive double standard on how much proof you need for Israel and then how much proof you need for Hamas. It's massive.
I said, hey, release the hold on. I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying, hey, hold on. It's not a double standard. It's simple, right? And I gave clear standard. They're saying the Palestinians are saying that this massacre happened on this day, right, at this distribution center. There are security cameras, apparently, according to the IDF and to the GHF, there's security cameras right there. If you wanted to prove it, right, here's a simple standard. Now, I would hold America, I would hold Germany, I would hold Venezuela to the standard. Hey, release the footage of the entire day. If the massacre happened, well, then you should find some evidence within that footage. What they release, and according to Doobie, snippets. 25 seconds.
I put in the chat. It's literally 25 seconds.
Snippets of people firing at civilians.
No, again, not true.
I'm watching the video.
I'm glad you are.
Hold on. Listen. Wild. I hate how much because of the circumstances, I'm gonna sound like a fucking commie tonight, right? But like, is it not standard practice at this point that if you're gonna be a political streamer that you've read like manufacturing consent, right? Like, listen, the story is not necessarily about what evidence is shown. It is about what is not shown. And that's not proof, right? But it is certainly a pattern, right? That should inform the way you view media, you view press release statements, etc. Right? Like when someone is accused, for example, of doing some lewd and lascivious acts during the Me Too statement, and like the dude comes out and is like, "I didn't do this. I was never there. This is all a lie." You're like, well, I don't know. We'll have to see what the court says. But when a person comes out with like a 3-paragraph apology video that doesn't really say that they didn't do the thing, we all kind of know that they did the thing. All right. Or another example, right? Like when a mass shooting happens and we don't get the race or the gender of the person involved for like 3 days, everyone knows it wasn't a white guy. We immediately know it wasn't a white guy because the media will tell you it's a white guy the moment they suspect it's a white guy. Okay. And then that, right. It's about what they don't say, right? When Israel puts out something and they're like, "Oh, we have this drone footage from a mile away that's like 25-second edited together clips for some reason, and we didn't give you the full video or the exact location, and there's security footage nearby, but we didn't put that video out in any way, shape, or form." That's not proof that the thing happened, but it should certainly inform whether or not you think what they're saying is total fucking bullshit. Okay, so Israel and the IDF and the journalists lie all the time about shit that's over there, and Hamas lies all the fucking time about what's over there. Now, Hamas lies almost every time they're reporting numbers, those numbers are going to be like blown up. They do it all the fucking time. But when it comes to like the incident of like who started what incident, sometimes it takes a long time. And a lot of that is Israel's fault. But again, when Israel or the IDF have footage, and instead of releasing a full drone footage, unedited, or instead of releasing footage near the actual incident during the day, they give you a bullshit fucking clip as their proof that they didn't do anything. I think you should kind of err on the side they probably fucking did the thing.
Hold on. So Scott, I have to say this. So if you watch the clips, right? There's like it's 25 seconds. And so first of all, only one of them has somebody firing. And if you can see the impact on the ground, you can see the dust come out from the ground, right? But the camera moves forward, right? After that, this guy's walking forward, and around the 14.
I made sure I'm not streaming it. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. So you see like a second circled thing, right, on the ground, and I think the implication is that this is a person who's been shot. But if you look at that thing, right, and look at the way that white thing curls up and then flips and then like stretches back out, that is not a person. That's not a leg. The legs don't move like that. That thing curls up like almost in a circle and then like rotates back out.
Yeah,
that's not a person on the floor.
I don't want to get that nitpicky about it because bodies do
I am
shit.
being no. That is not a person. That is not a leg. You can see it right there. Like
that's it's like unnecessary bullshit.
Israel's
no, hold on.
Fake video.
No, yes.
Without
actually,
any proof,
yes.
we're making this accusation.
Yes. No, this is the proof is the video itself. The proof is the video itself.
Yeah.
I'm not a fucking idiot.
Michelle Obama has a penis.
I can look at
Didn't you watch
stop.
it on
I can look at this video that they put out to show that that Hamas is firing at civilians to explain all these like over 100 people who showed up with gunshot and shrapnel wounds, which is 25 fucking seconds. They're just like. Yeah, you should have that on your head because I imagine you bump into shit pretty often. So think about it. Think about it logically. Think about it logically, right? So Israel has your drone footage of these gunmen apparently doing like a massacre, and they don't release it. They release 25 seconds, and in those 25 seconds, it shows like a guy shooting at the ground, and another guy throwing like dirt and rocks. And that's their like why wouldn't they release all their evidence of this massacre? Why wouldn't they release all the drone footage? They obviously have it. They have drones.
Why do governments even have like top secret war plans and things like that?
Be real.
Tell
be
us
real.
a top secret war plan.
They're trying to prove. Hold on. It would absolutely benefit them. No, stop. It would absolutely benefit them to prove that Hamas did this. If they have drones, they had drones in the air. Shut the fuck up. They had drones in the air at the time. No, stop. They had drones in the air at the time, recording these people, recording these guys with these guns. Why the fuck wouldn't they show clear evidence?
They're presumably recording to prove like, hey, we're giving aid. Wait. They're presumably recording to show like, hey, look, we're giving aid. This is the kind of aid we're giving. This was going to be used as propaganda to be like, look, we're actually not starving the Palestinians, right? But then none of the footage gets released. We just get told, hey, there was no incident at the food aid. But we're getting like conflicting arguments saying that there was, and it's like, why wouldn't you release the footage? And this isn't a secret military operation. This would literally just prove them right in their argument. This is just an optics at this point, and they're failing the optics.
This would absolutely help them win the PR battle back because they're losing it hard right now, right? And I think your demonstration of how fucking hard it is to win the PR battle. Because what you're saying is, I think to anybody with like two brain cells, what you're saying is fucking ridiculous, right? And I have to bring this up really quickly to drag us all the way back to those 15 medics who were murdered. Like, so you watched the video. You see that they have the lights on. You know that Israel's initial story was that the lights were off, right? These emergency lights were off, and you're saying that there's no reason to believe that they lied. Like, why? Okay, so they say, hey, actually, we murdered these medics because they approached us with the lights off and they're driving strangely or suspiciously, and that's why we killed them. We found out over a week later because they didn't tell the Red Crescent where these guys were in this mass grave buried under their fucking ambulances for a week. So a week later, they find these bodies, they dig them up, they find this guy's phone still in his pocket, and they find this video on this phone that proves that story is a lie. And you're saying that we have no reason to think the IDF will lie about that they could have just these guys who carried out this massacre. They might have just been wrong with this with the lights were off. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, because a lie is an intentional act that you have to prove.
You think they all forgot that the lights were on?
Because somebody forgot the lights were on. It doesn't mean they're lying to you, and you actually have to show proof of that. The standard of proof is Israel released footage. I can just make up Alex Jones-like conspiracy theories that it's all fake with no evidence, and they have to prove my conspiracy theory wrong. Otherwise, they're lying. That's your standard for Israel right now.
Tyler. So again,
wild.
you see what you see with your own eyes. Their initial claim was lights off. You see with your own eyes the lights are on. You're telling me. Hold on. Stop. No, stop. You're telling me.
You keep saying stop, but you talk for 10 minutes, dude.
No,
Let me get my whole.
I've barely spoken. I've barely spoken.
Yeah, okay, but you just
don't bother us with meta. Okay, I'm gonna get this out. So you're telling me that you have no reason to believe that these soldiers who said that the reason they killed these medics is because they approached with the lights off and they're driving suspiciously. You have no reason to think they were lying when they said this.
I didn't say that. I said it's likely that the soldiers that made the mistake might have lied. I said you said the entire state of Israel lied.
Oh my God!
This is you shifting the goalposts.
Are you serious?
Israel was lying. It turns out they said something wrong. So without,
I'm sorry. I'll correct it.
Wrong.
These IDF soldiers who carried out this massacre were fucking lying. Okay, that's
you can't
so like
someone was lying.
What are you saying? Yeah, not every single person in Israel lied when this happened. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, okay.
Like the government.
Like, I think Katie's in Israel. Katie, you didn't lie when this happened. Okay.
Like the government. No, it's silly.
Massive WL.
That's so ridiculous, Tyler. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're talking about this double standard. You have the double standard, Tyler. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, they doctored videos. What's your proof of that?
Hold on.
I watched the video. I did my own.
Wait, hold on. What doctored videos are you talking about?
I got a heart out at 11:30.
Yeah, so Scott, hold on. He's got a heart out. Then let's get this out. What doctored videos are you talking about?
That's what he said. Was that
I never said they doctored videos.
No, he never said that.
Fake. I said,
well, Doobie did say that.
Said the leg. I didn't. The leg. I did not say they doctored videos. Hold on. When did I say they doctored videos?
When you say a video of them 25 seconds of drone footage is fake, that's saying they doctored.
Oh, that's not what I said. Hold on.
He said that wasn't a leg.
I'm saying that. Wait, hold on. You're like an idiot.
Implying that it's a body, and he's saying that wasn't a body.
That's obviously not a body. That is not doctored. That just means they're drawing attention to a thing that isn't a body.
Wait.
That's not doctored.
He was talking about the video. He said they circled this specific part at like 14 seconds or whatever, and he's saying presumably to show that this is a body, and he's saying that wasn't a body, that the legs don't curl like that. I don't remember him saying that like the video was doctored. He's saying that.
I'm not saying it's doctored. I'm saying that they're drawing attention to a thing to try to make it seem as if it's a body when it's clearly not a body. That doesn't mean that the video's doctored.
That video of people shooting at civilians is real, and it was.
I'm saying that video doesn't show people shooting at civilians.
Oh, it does.
This is what I'm saying. There's a different thing.
I saw the leg move weird. I'm an expert on this now.
Tyler,
I think you're like you have to be like delusional. Like I don't know. Like how do you like no? What do you
QAnon shit, dude?
Tyler, QAnon. Okay, Tyler. We talked about the evidence of the ambulance massacre, right? We're talking about Israel says one thing, we have video proof of another thing, right? You think that's
I'm saying Israel. Don't say Israel.
Sorry, no, excuse me.
Don't do that.
Because it might have been, people might think when I say America or Israel or Germany, I'm talking about every single German, right? Yeah. No, sorry. Let me correct myself. I'll correct myself because there are dumb fucks in this conversation who might make that mistake. Sorry, I got to account for them. All right. No, the IDF soldiers who did the massacre, they said that the lights were off. But the video footage we found from their victims clearly showed the lights were on, right? Would that not be evidence in and of itself? I mean, that's a pretty major piece of the story, right? Right, a pretty major aspect where the lights are on or off. That completely changes your relation to cars, right? When they're coming at you, correct? Right? You know if the lights are on or they're off in the dead of night. So when we see the footage that the lights were on, you would say, Tyler, if you weren't a complete fucking shill, right? You weren't a piece of shit like a propagandist. You would say that, hey, at the very least, that might be evidence that these specific IDF soldiers that they lied. You would say that, correct, Tyler?
No, I would not.
No, because you're a piece
what's
of
wrong
shit.
with you? Are you serious?
Because I already said this. When somebody lies,
so before
prove it.
If somebody
Okay,
says
so you
something
can never
wrong,
say
that
that
does not
anybody
mean they're
lies.
lying.
Hold on, so you can never say that anybody's lied about
No.
anything because you don't know their intentions, you don't know what's going on with the brain.
Lactoid, could you please explain the legal standard to them?
Shut the fuck up. No, I'm asking you as a human being. So if somebody says to you, oh God, stop, hold on. Tyler, if I tell you, hold on, Tyler, if I tell you that when you go outside, the sky's red, right? It's going to be red, like fucking bright red, right? And then you go outside and it's blue. Right, and you come back and say, "Hey, Doobie, actually, the sky's red." I say, "No, Tyler, it's definitely fucking red, you fucking idiot." You're gonna say that. Oh, well, maybe it is red, and Doobie sees it as red. Like, really, that's gonna be your position? You're gonna be like, "Hey, yeah, Doobie's wrong, or Doobie's lying about what color the fucking sky is."
Think of this black and white fallacy. I see why you're having such a problem, but no,
This isn't a black and white fallacy, you dumb bitch. I'm asking you, how the fuck do you ever say that anybody lies about anything if you don't have access to the inner workings of the brain?
Proof.
Okay, we have the proof. You said the proof isn't good enough. How do you get proof? How do you get proof of the inner workings of the brain, Tyler?
Release us, Prime. Release us.
There's ways to show legal and willful intent.
Okay, so
there's ways to prove this.
Okay, so Tyler,
on,
what would you need to see? What would you need to see
also
to prove that
Neuralink,
these
by the way,
soldiers were lying? What would you need to see to prove that these soldiers were intentionally lying about what happened?
Well, if the government did an investigation and said these soldiers reported this and they were like they have body cams or something to show that they were lying when they first saw it, then absolutely. If there's some video,
would have to
directly
hold on.
lying.
Hold on, but Tyler, that implies that you think they didn't see it. Hold on, Tyler, that implies that you think they didn't see the lights. The lights were clearly on in that video you saw, and they wait, stop.
I gave you like 10.
Wait, what? No, listen. Hold on. That's not true, Tyler. Tyler, what are you talking about? No, it's hold on. But Scott, stop. Scott, it's important. Scott, it's important. I think it's demonstrating. I think it's demonstrating something. No, I'm not.
It's not important.
It's demonstrating the issue with Tyler right now, with the way that he's thinking about this. I think that his pro-Israel bias is so fucking intense. It causes him to be fucking delusional, right? So you saw the video, and then we're approaching in the dead of night, right, dark with lights on. You're saying that there might be another view where it didn't look like the lights were on.
No, I'm not saying that either.
Then okay, well then what are you saying? We didn't see their body cams. If they had body cams, we would see that the lights were on.
Time instead of just letting me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Could have been a mistake.
Which part?
Could have been a mistake.
What part was the mistake?
In the paper, in the reporting. Oh,
writing it down on the paper in the hold on.
Could have been a mistake. Can you show me it wasn't? Can you show me any?
You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking moron.
Yeah, I don't believe
Yeah, I will absolutely call you
So
that.
the answer
You're
is
a
no.
fucking
You
idiot.
can't show me
You're a
any.
useful idiot for the idea. Hey, maybe they wrote it down wrong. And then afterward they were questioned. Because remember, they were questioned about this, right?
For a week before they found the video.
For a week before. And then they didn't like, oh, I'm sorry, we wrote it down wrong in the report. Oh, sorry, this international incident that you're talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. We should have we wrote it down wrong.
No,
You're a
hold on. Let me
moron. You're a fucking moron.
No,
I gotta make it clear. Tyler.
Why do you have to make it clear? Why do you have to yell at him again?
No, because I'm going to do it because I want to. That's why. That's fucking why. Excuse me. I gotta say this. No, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Tyler, I take back what I said before. I don't respect your analysis. You've shown yourself to be a fucking moron here.
You're extremely biased.
I've had disagreements of all these people, right? All of them, deep disagreements. When my volume has gotten this high previously, right? But I never questioned their intelligence. I don't question Scott's intelligence, not Lacto's intelligence, not Ali, not any of these people's intelligence. I question your intelligence right now.
All the time, you do it to get
right now. It's embarrassing.
Making things up right now because
it's embarrassing.
Hold on. Oh my God.
Take the L. You don't have any proof to back your claims.
Tyler, shush. Listen. I think
I'll be
there
quiet.
is. I think there. Yeah, Corey.
Yeah, Corey.
I appreciate it.
What the fuck, man?
I appreciate it. Listen, I think there is a large. Like, we need to zoom out a little bit because, like, this is what war is, and I think so many people are so disillusioned or like maybe not disillusioned, like so tribal in their responses. Tyler's obviously showing, a tribal bias here that is making it impossible for him to like cede any ground on like reasonable shit. And I think other people are doing the same thing because it's like every time there's a new war, we have these short-term memories where like we forget just how fucking horrible war. Like, Israel is not some special evil. IDF is not some special evil. And there is this assumption that we're supposed to believe that they are. But this, like, I remember having a long conversation. I know it's anecdotal, but I remember I met a war propagandist for the Vietnam War. Great guy, teeny little gay bald guy, right? And but in Vietnam he got drafted to be and his entire job was to take the rapes and the murders that were occurring from American soldiers of Vietnam, Viet Cong and civilian populations, and spin all of these stories to the best of his ability or bury them and cover them up, right? This is what happens in every single war. And there is this combination of like forgetting about that combined with new access to reporting and technology and social media that is like making us like forget that fact. Now, as it turns out, to whether or not the lights were on, it is such a meaningless distinction, because in war, like in
this isn't war. You got to stop saying that. This isn't war.
Is. It absolutely is. It is.
It's absolutely not a war.
The basis of them firing on the convoy was the lights off and them being suspicious. That's the basis. Yeah. We don't know who these people are. We shoot at them. That's not
our parents. No. Our parents.
This is all the same. This is not the same.
It is. It is. And to think it isn't is just showing. It's just showing an immediacy bias. It really is.
We literally have numbers to show this. More journalists have died in this conflict than any other modern conflict. Period. Right? In just this conflict alone. Sorry, what?
Any other listen, you can say that the war is disproportional. Again, listen, our parents, right? Most of us, maybe for some of us, we're getting close to grandparent territory, right? But our parents lived through the Satanic Panic. We had an entire nation believing that because women went to work and had anxiety about leaving their kids in daycare for too long, and because of Dungeons and Dragons and heavy metal, we had an entire fucking country where half of the people in this country believed that there were secret sex pedophile rings under every daycare in America that were raping the kids, and then the satanic people were smuggling them, and and that was just off of anxiety and like media bias reporting and like word of mouth. This happens in war. Now you can say that this is an unjust war. Totally agree. I absolutely agree with that. Right. I think that you can say it's disproportional. I agree with that. Right. You can say that individual actions and things are horror, but the idea that we forget that this is what war is like and we put it through this weird tribal thing where like Israel is this special evil is, you can do the I'm talking too long thing, but like you could chime in.
No one's fine. No one says Israel's a special evil. Sorry, I don't know why you keep like that's a straw man. No one's saying that Israel's a special evil, right? Like I think Katie said that belief. Sorry, hon. I have a special enmity for Israel because they're doing a genocide as we speak. Yes, I do. Let's not make that very clear. But no one's saying it's a special evil. No, in fact, literally, I was just watching a documentary earlier today talking about the U.S.'s action in Paraguay, holding up a dictator, right? One I had never heard of, right? And who did some really fucked up shit, right? Thousands disappeared, thousands killed. Right? I don't know if I would call that one specifically genocide, but like a mass murder, right? To hold up this regime. No, Israel is not a special evil. They're the evil we're talking about right now, right? They're the evil that's doing evil with my tax dollars at this moment. A genocide that I see. That's what I'm responding to. That's what I'm responding to. I'm responding to.
Is Hamas evil?
Yes, sure. Hamas is evil. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, right. Like, but then even your reaction betrays exactly how you feel.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
That's like, go ahead, Brian.
No, you go.
I think Scott. I think
atrocious shit happens in war. That is basically my argument. And like,
oh yeah, whatever. We agree. We agree. Yeah, horrible shit happens in war all the time.
Do I have a source for that? Is that what you asked?
Yeah. Like we get all the time. Horrible things happen in war. Understood. Great point.
Right, but if you get that, if you understand that this is what war looks like, then why do you have such a specific, as you put it, enmity towards Israel? You say, well, it's because they're doing
the
a genocide.
watching it do a direct ethnic cleansing and genocide right now.
Like they're clearly not doing a genocide, right? Like that's
no, that's not true. What are you talking about?
Like that's such a like that's a silly take, right? Like
We
unless
have-
you want to
and we never-
redefine genocide.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
No,
Is
so
every
using the
war
exact definition of
genocide? Is every war
No.
genocide?
No.
Okay,
no.
so what makes this war a genocide and other wars not a genocide?
Okay, so have
Good
you?
fucking
What
question.
makes what
No,
makes
that's not a good
okay,
question.
What
Hold
makes
on.
Vietnam
So the fact,
not a genocide
God.
and this a genocide? What?
So the fact that what we have here, right? So even calling this a war is like a fucking stretch, right? I think that's like a massive stretch, obviously. So what we have here is a
What
group
is
of
obvious
like,
about that? Why is it a stretch? So obviously, that's not an argument.
because I was going to get to that. So what we have here is like 20,000, maybe 30,000 at any given time at like the peak militants, people with like who are actually fighting Israel, and these people were replaced when Israel bombed some families, whatever the fuck they managed to kill a few of these guys. These guys get replaced really quickly. They don't have tanks. They don't have jets.
Why is
they don't
that
have
not
any
war?
kind of
What is it?
listen. They don't listen. They don't have any kind of traditional force. So when you say war, to me, what this brings to mind is like you have two armies and like battlefields and like different tactics. These are
Okay,
like
okay.
so
okay.
it's
I'll
a-
change my
it's
question
like
about
a-
Vietnam. After Saddam Hussein's army was defeated, was the Iraq War no longer a war? And you stopped calling it a war, right? Because you knew it wasn't a war. When throughout the whole history of the Iraq War, after the initial invasion and we had already taken over and Saddam Hussein's forces had surrendered, did it become a genocide that America was committing? And where is any proof or
I don't think
evidence
Iraq
that
was a
anybody was
genocide.
calling it that? Okay, so Iraq.
Yeah, I don't
was
think
a
Iraq was a
genocide.
genocide. No, I don't think Iraq was a genocide.
Why was Iraq
Well, because,
not a
because-
genocide?
well, yeah. So I was gonna,
Gaza
so that
is?
was the next point. Right. So what we have in Gaza is the intent to wipe these people out entirely. Right. Not just to take out Hamas, but there is an intent that has been expressed through multiple statements by their leadership, but also by their actions, and also by their policy for over a year now. Right. When this started, they didn't say that they're going to go in and take out Hamas. They said that every Palestinian is the enemy. Everybody in Gaza is the enemy, including the
said
fucking
that?
children. Yes, they said this, and then
So-
they acted. Hold on, stop, and then they acted on those statements. Right? They
That's
carried
not-
out
that's not-
a
so-
bombing
so-
campaign
so
that,
if I
that
can find-
specifically
so if
targets
I can
civilian
find-
infrastructure, including apartment buildings that were full of civilians.
That's war, dude. We did the exact
No,
same shit in
no,
Iraq.
no.
We had politicians
That's not
and pundits talking about turning the entire place into glass. We had drone bombings where we were
Can
drone
I
bombing
ask-
weddings. Like what you're describing is war and saying it's
I
not
wanna
war
ask,
because this is the super special one. And
Iraq
you haven't
still
given any
exists,
evidence that
right?
it
You're
is.
saying that
Iraq
wrong.
still
So you're
exists,
saying
right? There's
I wanna ask
actual
a very-
extermination of
can I
a
ask a
people
very
and a
specific
group.
example?
It's just there's a difference.
Let me ask a very specific example. Doobie, do you think that the U.S.-Japanese war during World War II, was that a genocide against the Japanese?
No, there was no intention there to wipe out all the Japanese or to
They're
push
not
them
trying
to
to
some other,
remove all
or
of
to
them.
push them to some other place, right? To push them to fucking China or something, or off the island. There was no intention to do that to the Japanese.
Well, hold on. Was
Palestine
it a-
literally doesn't exist.
Wait.
now.
When it comes to maybe not for Japan.
What are you guys saying?
I mean, arguably there was an effort to move the Japanese off of
No,
several of their
that's not
colonies.
real.
But this is this.
Oh no,
this
not
is
several
true.
other colonies. I'm talking about
Yeah,
we're talking about
well-
mainland Japan. Or we're talking about the war in Japan.
Sure, mainland Japan, but like let's go back to Germany, I guess then. So following World War II, there was mass ethnic cleansing of Germans from the east. Was there a genocide against the Germans?
I think that I'd call that an ethnic cleansing. I wouldn't call that a genocide. So far as I know, they weren't killing these people.
Well, okay,
Right,
but we
so hold on.
we
But I would call that an
intentionally
ethnic cleansing.
targeted.
Hold on, but Lactic,
Fair
you'd
enough,
agree
fair
that was an
enough.
ethnic cleansing, right?
I would 100% agree that was an ethnic cleansing. What I take issue with is the word genocide, because we intentionally bombed civilians in Dresden and Hiroshima and Nagasaki. When we talk about the Germans, we directly firebombed Dresden, civilian targets, killed thousands of them,
It's an intention
and then
to remove
ethnically
them from their
cleansed.
land.
We ethnically cleansed millions of Germans from what is now Poland. Following the war, I guess the Soviets did that, but I mean the victorious Allies did this, and so like this is the standard that targeting civilian infrastructure,
No, but
and then moving them is genocide.
This is why you shouldn't have
couple of-
interrupted me, because it's more than that. Right. So the intention from Israel, and they've made this very clear, is to destroy the idea. First off, they deny the idea that Palestinians even exist. Right. That there is a Palestinian identity at all. So, which is very fucking. I think speaks to their intentions here. But their intention, I think, and they've made this very clear, is to destroy the idea of a Gaza, of a Gazan, of a Gazan culture,
of a West Bank.
Yeah, of a West Bank, to destroy the concept of these as anything but Arabs, right? They want to destroy this identity, right? And this is what their policy aims have been from the start for decades now, really. But
they are ethnically Arabs, aren't they?
Hold on. So hold on.
Yeah, they're ethnically Arabs, like many Ashkenazi are ethnically like Europeans and like fucking
you're
Russians. Yeah.
You're making an argument that it is ethnic cleansing. I agree, it's ethnic cleansing. The argument is
like the
supposed to be
genocide word.
for genocide. Well, it's not a matter of liking it. It's just a matter of like.
I'm just saying you guys don't like the word genocide, which is fine.
I think it's cheap.
Yeah.
I think
I don't try to convince people of it.
I think it cheapens what the horrors of war are. And I think when we cheapen what the horrors of war are, and we go, oh well, this isn't actually war. This isn't actually. It's genocide. What ends up happening is that we forget just how fucking horrible.
Yeah. How come we don't do this with any other war? How come we've never done this with any other war? How come this is very specific? I don't hear people calling it a Ukrainian genocide. I don't hear it seems to be
Ukrainians are saying that.
No. So it's not cheapening the word. The word is being used intentionally.
No, Ali, it is cheapening. Like right now, the Ukrainians are claiming they're being genocided by.
No, right now. Yeah, they learned from the Palestinian plight. So basically, what's happening?
So you're making my argument for me that we're cheapening the term of war with genocide.
No. They're cheapening the term, but when it comes to Palestine, you're sitting here calling it a war, right? When the Palestine literally doesn't exist anymore. They don't refer to the West Bank as the West Bank. They refer to it as Judea and Samaria now, and there is no return for Palestinians in Gaza because there is no Gaza to return to.
All of that is evidence of ethnic cleansing.
And then they're killing the civilians, and then.
Wait, hold on, but Scott,
what's a genocide? Wait, what is a genocide?
The genocide would be the purposeful extermination of them based upon their race. That they are.
You don't think this is a purposeful extermination when you're bombing?
No, I think
civilians.
it is war that is ethnic cleansing. That they are trying to remove.
So then
population.
genocide doesn't exist.
No, genocide absolutely exists. Like, you round them all up and put them in camps, and then kill them in said camps.
Or like Holocaust has to happen.
When you.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, a genocide has to happen for it to be a genocide.
They're all in camps right now being bombed.
Okay, hold on. Well, Scott. You have to round them up, right? You have to round them up, put them in camps.
No, I'm not saying that you have to round them up and put them in camps.
Okay,
right? Like they weren't put in camps in Rwanda, right? Like they just went out and killed all of them to the best of their ability, regardless of whether or not they were civilian.
Sure. What made those genocides? And this not a genocide. The things that you acknowledge. So I guess the Holocaust you acknowledge. You acknowledge Rwanda. Maybe the Armenian genocide.
Yeah. So the difference between genocide and ethnic cleansing, right, is that when you are engaged in ethnic cleansing, you are trying to forcibly remove people. You are targeting them either because of their religion or their race or specific class things, right? Some characteristic, right? You are killing them. And if you're engaged in ethnic cleansing, this isn't a necessary condition, but it's certainly likely. You don't really give a fuck about collateral damage, okay? When you're talking about genocide, it's not about collateral damage. It's about, can we find all of these people and kill them? Israel is clearly not going, how can we find a bomb and just kill any body in that region because they're Palestine, because they're Palestinian, or whatever term they want to use. It is ethnic cleansing. It is fucking horrible, right? I take an issue with genocide because they're not targeting them based upon their ethnic characteristics.
Sorry,
they're only trying to force them out, which is still fucking horrible.
No, okay, we agree. Force them out. Okay, all right. But then you specifically, in Electro, you're shaking your head, so I'm guessing you agree with everything that our friend.
Yeah, I agree with Scott on this 100%. Yeah.
Okay, sure. But then the thing that and I want you to expand on this, right? The thing that you said specifically is that, hey, they're not looking for a bomb to wipe all these people out, something along those lines. So that talked about the means of how they're doing, how they're executing, whatever is happening, the operation, right? So you're saying that they have to do something like a one mass casualty event, right? Or that they have to like how do you set this up basically?
It's not so much that they have to do that, right? It is about their intention, right? So I mean, like obviously someone could attempt to perform a genocide but lack the weaponry to do it effectively, right? But it is very clear that Israel, if they wanted to, could completely level the entirety of Gaza near instantaneously tomorrow, and every Palestinian living in Gaza would be dead.
Yeah, they'd have to do it immediately in one massive.
So now, hold on, no, we're getting it. So we're going back to the bomb again. So you're saying it's not a genocide because they haven't nuked Gaza. Is that what you're saying?
No, because
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I promise. I'm trying to work it out.
Nuke has an entirely different connotation in terms of like what might happen because they might get invaded, etc. Right?
Sure.
But you don't give aid. You don't allow any level of aid. You don't try and win a PR campaign when you're committing a genocide. Okay.
Sure.
Now
Could it be that
it is at
in 2020 Are you comparing? Are you comparing like the Nazis to like now and like, oh look, the Nazis put them in camps, and obviously if Israel wanted to do a genocide, they would just put them in camps and bomb them, but they can't do that because they have the internet and the eyes in the world watching them day by day doing this, so they can't just bomb all Gazans in Rafah,
and they rely on the support of the Western nations to do this.
They have
so they can't go full role genocide or ethnic cleansing, right? But it's an ethnic cleansing with a lot of people dying, and there's no plan for them to go anywhere. So, like, what?
Listen, hold on. Ethnic cleansing can often way more often than not does come from a particular hatred of a group of people. Okay, so if you're making the argument that they can't commit a genocide because they require Western funding.
No, they can't do it quickly. Support. They can't just do a mass. They can't do a mass.
Right. Then they're not engaged. They're not engaged in an attempted genocide at that point. If they're stopping themselves from doing that, then they're not doing that.
Scott, you're speaking as if like for it to be a genocide, they need to be trying to kill all of them. But that's not. Yes! That's not what the definition of genocide is. Well, I mean, don't roll your eyes. You know this. You know it isn't, right?
I think it needs a literal Holocaust. You need people in camps, and then with like a
literal genocide for it to be a genocide. You need a literal genocide for it to be a genocide. What definition are you using?
The UN definition, right? Which I think the relevant part here is like it's the destruction, or you're like imposing conditions. Yeah, conditions meant to destroy like a group or cause the destruction of a group in like in whole or in part or something like this is wording.
Even the UN definition doesn't say you have to wipe out every single, or the intention to wipe out every single one of them.
Let's go through.
Yeah, but hold on. But we're also not going to.
It's a legal definition of the Geneva Convention. It's fine. We'll go through it.
Hold on. Rolling with that though, it also doesn't mean like, well, in part that could mean one person. Yeah, it's not referring to that as well. I think So what we're talking about is like there needs to be a specific intention to wipe out, to destroy like Arabs in this area. Now, maybe not all Arabs over the whole Arab world, which is massive, but like to kill them all within this area. And this to me does not actually seem like Israel. Yes, this does not seem like what Israel's intention is. What Israel's intention is what it appears to be is that it has this animosity towards the governance structure currently within Gaza. It's bombing the shit out of Gaza. And it seems like a lot of Israelis and the government sort of, I think, orienting towards this position, they just want the people there to like leave, to go somewhere else. They don't necessarily want to destroy them all. They just want them to leave. I think that's why Scott's saying
destroying
cleansing.
Hold on, but these people do not want to. Lactoid, these people do not want to leave. So to get rid of these people, it seems like they are willing to impose conditions that will
willing to destroy.
Hold on, Lactoid. They're willing to impose conditions that will lead to the destruction of this group in whole and part, i.e., blocking aid for months. Right, blocking aid and medical supplies for months.
I understand. So during this period, hold on. Destruction in whole or in part, of the Arabs in Gaza Strip. In the past decade, what's the population in Gaza? Where did it start and where is it now?
Okay, Lacto, this is ridiculous.
Hold on.
It's not ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous at all.
It is ridiculous.
No, it's not. You're
the one making a claim of genocide.
Let me explain. You're saying, well, they're trying to create conditions to destroy it in whole or in part. And we're talking about a country that likely has access to nuclear weapons. We're talking about a country that has massive firepower superiority. And yet, during the last several decades, this time period that this genocide is supposedly occurring, you have the Gaza population increasing multiple times over.
No, Lacto, that's not true. So we're not saying that this genocide has been happening for decades. That isn't the claim here.
It's just happening now.
Yes.
Yes.
So the claim, right? Hold on. The claim is for decades the intention has been to ethnically cleanse these people, but because they require the backing of Western governments like the United States, they cannot just go full force and just kick them the fuck out like they want to. So what they've been doing is antagonizing, edging out some territory in the West Bank little by little, doing antagonism. And then when there was a response, they use the response to justify more antagonism, right, and like more expansion. Like that is what's happening up to this point. After October 7th, you had this massively blow up. Though to be clear, like there were massive expansions in the West Bank before that, right? So we have this blow up, and now because they have this this massacre on video, this gives them the justification and the emotional weight from the world behind them to do basically whatever the fuck they want for the first period of this war, where they went fucking crazy, killed thousands of people, and then I think. Since then, I think it's been very clear that their goal is not just to ethnically cleanse these people. It seems like the idea is that if these people will not leave, they will impose conditions so bad that they will destroy these people if they don't leave. So they're trying to force them to leave, right? And if they don't leave, they're going to fucking kill them, like through these conditions that they're imposing on them.
Just pre-war, it was stated that there were. I know that we say that only 30,000 civilians or whatever. I don't know how many civilians are dead, injured, or however the fuck like people count that, because Israel can't count it. They don't have a number for us. But the population was 2.2 million before, and then when Trump was talking about relocating the Gazan population, he said 1.8 million Gazans. So like if we're just going off of that, number just like in drops in population, it's probably not 500,000 people. It's probably not 500,000 people. I'm just saying, it's probably more than 30,000 people dead.
I'm going to respond to that. Yeah, at the end of 2024, I'm looking at it. We have 2.1 million. And the highest estimates here of the Gazan war that's been happening this whole fucking time is just under 70,000.
That's not the highest estimate. That's not the highest estimate, no.
What's the highest estimate?
That's the highest estimate of like deaths by like direct IDF action, like bombings, that they've been able to count, basically, right? So, or they think that there might be like 10,000, 20,000 people under the rubble, but the actual like numbers of like dead civilians as like directly and indirectly caused by this war, so I think that it's like 300,000 or some shit, because they're counting people who have starved to death, people who were in the hospitals that had their generators bombed and died as a result, babies who were in their incubators and froze to death, things like this. Like they're the highest estimates like in the hundreds of thousands.
Okay, I'll take a look at that if you send it to me. I just want to ask a question though. Even if it is in the hundreds of thousands, we're talking about like a small percentage overall of the population of Gaza.
And second of all, but yeah,
it's a significant percentages. It's a significant percentage, but nothing compared to the percentages we're looking at when we're looking at historical genocides, right? Armenian or Jewish genocide during the Holocaust. The question I have for you is, and this is what makes me think it's more of a war than a genocide. The specific like cause here that's being described or being using to justify the bombing campaign is that Hamas hasn't released the hostages, and to date they haven't released them all.
No, that's ridiculous. So
why haven't? If this is truly this industrial kill, if this is like, I understand they've had ceasefires, okay, but if this killing is truly like on an industrial scale, and every single time it happens, Israel's saying it's because you have our hostages, let them go, and here we are years later, and no like not all the hostages have been released. Why are they keeping the hostages?
Well, because I think from their perspective, so I agree with. I think they should release the hostages, but I think their perspective is that them having the hostages is the only thing keeping Israel in check, right? So if they didn't have any hostages at all, Israel might go even further, right? Because the hostages aren't there. Well, hold on, but Blacktoid, this is the reason the recent ceasefire talks have failed. Because Hamas has agreed to give over the hostages multiple times. All they want is for the IDF to pull out, and they want a permanent end to the war. The IDF has refused to guarantee that. They've refused to guarantee a permanent end to the war. So, and also refused to pull out, right? So if they're not guaranteeing a permanent end to the war, they're not agreeing to pull out, what the fuck are they supposed to think is going to happen when the hostages are handed over?
Lactoid.
I don't think having the hostages is like doing anything, obviously, from deterring Israel from launching a bombing campaign. If anything, it just simply provides domestic justification.
Lactoid. Trump administration comes in, right, with an accomplishment, and I'll give him credit on this. I won't give Biden credit for this, right? With an accomplishment, the ceasefire. Correct? Remember this ceasefire. Part of that ceasefire is to give up the hostages. Hostages are handed over. Bodies are handed over. And then Israel breaks that ceasefire agreement. And I believe, and maybe do be correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have the ceasefire agreement in front of me right this second. That as a condition to this, all the hostages were to be handed over. Doobie, is that correct?
No.
Yes. So hold on. Yes. So hold on. So hold on. Listen. So it's phase one. I think they're handing over like 21 hostages, something like this, right? So over like I think 24 or just under 24 hostages, and then they'd talk about phase two. And phase two,
they would talk about phase two. It was never agreed to.
No, hold on. For phase two, they would discuss the next round of hostage releases and what they get in return. Right? What Israel did is unilaterally refuse to go to phase two. Right?
They did.
Yes, that is true. They refused to do the thing that would have gotten them the hostages that they.
Well, no. Well, hold on. Just like the specific reason that Israel cited, by the way, for breaking that ceasefire, which I don't think is a good reason.
And to be clear, they'd broken it multiple times.
But again, the reason they cited was you guys are dragging your feet when it comes to releasing the hostages.
Bullshit.
Again, this is what they said.
I know what they said, but it's bullshit. I know what they said, but it's bullshit.
Sure. I'm saying they're using this as domestic support.
With whether or not it's a war?
Yes, I'm saying they're using this as domestic support. I'm saying this is what is motivating the Israeli people here for launching these mass aerial bombing campaigns. And their opinion is just release the fucking hostages. Like that's their mindset. Their mindset is release the hostages, and for a lot of Israelis, stop trying to kill us. Stop shooting.
What about the government?
Stop launching. Look, I don't think the government actually has an interest in, again, genociding all the Arabs living in Palestine, or the two areas of Palestine here, Gaza and the West Bank. I do think that there is a movement within the government of Israel right now to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I think that there is an interest there for sure. Yeah, I am. And by the way,
last year you guys weren't willing to say ethnic cleansing. This year,
I wasn't.
I don't recall you saying.
Okay.
I don't recall. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't recall. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sure. Scott may have. I wouldn't. Okay. But again, the recent moves from Israel that I brought up at the very beginning of this whole discussion have shifted my opinion on this. Right. The fact that they did unilaterally break that ceasefire. The fact that they have invaded Syria following the ousting of Assad. The fact that they have continued on this mass aerial campaign, and it's been a very long time. And look, I'm sorry. The fact that Hamas is holding hostages is fucking terrible.
Mm-hmm.
There is a little bit of a disproportionate thing that's going on right now. But I think it's a little bit. I think that's. I mean, teeny weeny little bit. And then I think it's important to call out. I think it's important.
I don't need the belief of genocide. I just need to.
Okay.
Hold on. I need to clear up something,
enough,
right? Because just my position changed to ethnic cleansing the moment that Israel moved and told people to move to southern Gaza. A hospital was hit, and they did not set up blue zones. And we had a whole conversation about it where I was like, look, I understand that that occurred in Jordan, and that was kind of with PLO long time ago, and then there was assassination attempts and moving into Lebanon. But I don't care if you're not giving people a safe place to go to avoid the war that you're engaged in. This is ethnic cleansing. I've been saying ethnic cleansing. So I didn't say it right at October 7th.
I can attest. I remember Scott saying that. Actually.
There we go. Corey's memory. I haven't said it since the very beginning, but I said it since very early in the war, where they moved people to the southern region and then they bombed where they were at. And I'm like, dude, you can't do that unless you give them a safe place to go. And then people were like, but then they'll, and I remember Gibbs being like, but then they'll fucking cause problems there. And I'm like, that's your problem if you're engaged in a war. You can't just move people. It's then get rid of the blockade. Let people flee on boats.
Yeah.
Let America show up with a bunch of boats and say, any Gazans want to get the fuck out, hop out, or wherever.
So let's recap, right, so far. One, there seemed to be a misunderstanding at the start. Just a bit of disagreement as to what at least Doobie and I haven't spoken to Ali and have a full idea what he's thinking, so I won't speak for him. What Doobie and I meant specifically when we talked about genocide, right? So we didn't mean for decades previously, right? We were specifically talking about this current conflict. Right?
Yeah, a lot of people use it both ways, but I understand the confusion on that.
That's okay.
Because I hear a lot of people be like, they've been genociding them for years, and it's like, okay.
You're correct there. You're correct there, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about specifically within this conflict, okay? And we're trying to work out why you think this isn't a genocide, right? Like comparing and contrasting to previous conflicts. So like I'm just trying to like summarize what we've seen so far. So you've talked about how
and then
like
I kept asking a question. Could you answer it now that it's your turn? Like,
how isn't this a war?
What like how is it that this is a genocide, but that other wars where we are engaged in campaigns for control, like Vietnam, right? Where we are going in, we're killing all of the Vietnamese people as whiteys, and like there's not a lot of Vietnamese American soldiers, right? And our desire is to destroy the nation that they have put forward, which is the communist nation that they're fighting for. That we're trying to establish our own control in the region.
So specifically with Vietnam, right? And I don't have the I don't have the
or
deepest
Iraq
understanding of Vietnam,
or
Iraq
after the
Iraq specifically. No, I don't think there was at all the intention. I think there was a lot of slaughter. A lot of people died. More died than has died in this current conflict. But there wasn't any intention by the administration that I'm aware of. Maybe you can redirect me, but like to actually slaughter these individuals, right? Like I understand the idea of collateral in war, right? Let's just say that. Like please don't think that I don't understand that. When there is a military conflict, civilians will die. Civilians will die in horrible ways, in horrible, tragic ways. I get that, right? So specifically for Iraq. My understanding, not so much. Now, I don't have a deeper understanding with Vietnam. I can maybe be convinced that there was an attempt to wipe them all out, but like from my understanding of the conflict, right, it was just like to stop the communists, right, like to confront the communists there, and from there they use like extremely brutal measures to wipe out like any traces of that faction. And they weren't even targeting them for their ethnicity. I think more for their I guess you could have a genocide for political ideology too, maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't. My understanding is that wasn't the intention of like the U.S. administration. But I could be convinced otherwise if that maybe was our intention.
Right. I'm just okay. So the difference. All I was saying. So I'll say this, right? Because it's getting late, and I don't want to like beat a dead horse. Read the project for the New American Century before 9/11, okay, and you will see a lot of the people that were in charge of the Iraq and Afghanistan war were just waiting for a terrorist attack so that they could utilize creating wars in the Middle East for their power, etc.
Yes,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
And I don't think it meets the definition of genocide. I don't, and I agree with that. Right, my ethnic cleansing, depending upon the situation, can what I mean, like can be iffy depending upon which wars we were engaged in. But just read the project for New American Century, and then maybe we'll get back and have another conversation about how war and the way war is planned out in a more broad conversation.
But we understand.
I think it'll be fun.
All that. Yeah, and like we can do that. Like I would love to interrogate the project for New American Century because that was awful, and where that ended us up and for our policy wise. Okay, but in terms of this moment, right? I'm still trying to like get you guys to properly contrast the situation. I hear flashes of it, and maybe Lactoid could expand more on what he thinks is a genocide. But like you talked about, like, hey, Israel could wipe out a lot of these people instantly, right? Now you said don't use nuke because nuke it has some sort of connotation that you don't want to use. Okay, right? But Israel has the amount. Are you saying that within a genocide, for you to consider it a genocide, it has to be a large amount of deaths at once? I'm still trying to tease this out of you.
It's not about a large amount of deaths. It has to be about the intention, right? And the intention is the intention for them to wipe out and kill every Palestinian that they see because they're an Arab in that region, or is the intention to ethnically cleanse them, which is to fight and fight, make excuses, do bullshit until eventually they leave so that they can take over that land?
Why are these things mutually exclusive? Why is it not okay? So we want to ethnically cleanse. Sure, hold on.
Because that's the difference between a genocide and an ethnic cleansing.
No. Think about this. ethnically cleanse, right? We want to move you all out of a territory. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that with force, right? But the people say we're not going to leave. Absolutely no matter what. If you hear Palestinians even today, they say we're not going to leave, right? We'd rather die than leave. So then what happens if like they continue to say no, right? And you continue to apply force? At some point, does it turn into a genocide? That they just never leave? What, and they just keep bombing? Well, at some point that changed to a genocide.
I mean, if see, here's the so it really gets into the nitty gritty of like, you know, like Lactoid was saying with the in whole or part, right? Because let's say I am Andrew Jackson, right? And we are, the Cherokee are in northern Georgia. Okay, there's a difference between forcing them to walk the Trail of Tears or sending the army to go find where they ran and kill them because I hate these Cherokee and I want to wipe the Cherokee off the face of the planet. One is ethnic cleansing, one is a genocide.
But friend, that doesn't deal with what I just said to you, right? I'm saying
there are Arabs that have property deeds in West Bank, right, and property deeds in other areas.
No. We're not talking about. We're talking about a genocide the people in Gaza, right? They'll get to the West Bank some other time, but they're talking about in Gaza right now within this current conflict.
Let's say a hypothetical. All right, hypothetically, every single Gazan refuses to leave. Even let's say whether or not Egypt opens the border, down to the women and children, right? And then eventually they all get wiped out. It would still be the world. It would be the world's worst ethnic cleansing. It would not be a genocide unless it was the explicit stated goal of the Israelis to kill all of the Arabs in that region, as opposed to trying to force them out so that they can steal that land.
So elements
the
of the
Israelis or government?
So he means the government, right?
I'm not getting fucking
Tyler isn't here, so we don't have to do that, right?
Even during the Rwandan genocide, right? Like there were people fighting against it that were
within the Israeli government. We've had people use exactly that extermination language, right? Especially when they're talking in Hebrew, right? They have a different line when they're talking English because they know they're doing it for a Western audience. When they're talking in Hebrew, it's exterminationist. All the way. So within there, there's clear
there's clearly going to be genocidal maniacs that are within the governmental structure of Israel, and that would be true of every war.
So how many of them? Like what do we need to? Okay, so then you're saying in stated intention. Sorry, an intention. What do we need? Do we need a signed document? Then is that what you're saying?
Well, no. There's a difference between words and behavior. Right. And so if they're giving people the ability to leave, which they're kind of not right now in a lot of ways, right, that would be one hint that like I give you that like points towards the concept of a genocide. But if they're setting up food, right, if they're setting and they're not just wiping everybody out, if they're doing they're still they're still not it's very clear from their actions that they're not trying to wipe them all out.
Hold on. But they, first of all, like specifically, they stated that we have to give food because the Westerners, like Netanyahu and people in his cabinet, in fact, it was in one of the
the way that's gonna be his point. His point is gonna be that they have to give food. They have to not commit a genocide because of the Westerners. Therefore, they're not committing a genocide. Like that is his argument, right?
So no. That's no. That doesn't make sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Because no, it doesn't. No, first of all,
a genocide is happening or it isn't happening. Hey, if there are barriers to keep them from engaging,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
No, it's very clear.
But I'm saying, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that states have multiple pressures, right? And even in the middle of a genocide, right? So like, okay, so the
I already said that.
Germans the genocided the Israelis. Excuse me, the Jews. Excuse me. The Germans genocided the Jews, right? Yeah. When they were in the ghettos, were they starved to death? Did it have? Did any food come in from Germany? Right? If it did, you wouldn't say that would genocide.
Well, hold on. It's actually a really good point, right? And I think it actually speaks more to my claim, which is. as the Holocaust ramps up, there is a transition from ethnic cleansing to genocide. And there is a transition within the government from having voices of dissent and having no voices of dissent allowed. So if you want to say that Israel has genocidal maniacs within its government, and that you're worried that they're ramping up for a genocide and that there are pressures that are leading this to a genocide, I would agree with all of those things.
Okay.
But if you talk about the early days of the genocide under the Holocaust, it absolutely was rounding them up, moving them away.
We have some agreement.
Right?
Okay, then
Right?
I can work with this friend. I hear you, right? Because I would say in all those, I'm not familiar enough with the Rwandan genocide to make that statement about them. But
that
I would
shit
say
happened almost instantaneously. I mean, there was a lot of warning signs, but when it kicked off, it happened quick. It happened from radio broadcasts.
I don't have enough insight into that one. But in other ones, like in the Armenian genocide, right? They'll say, "Hey, we're going to move these citizens. We're going to move this group of people for their safety." Right? Like they're causing trouble. They got to go. Right?
That's not what they said.
I don't know.
The Armenians?
The Turkish? Okay.
The Turks did not say we got to move these people for their own safety. The argument was like this was because of guerrilla warfare, but from like some of the Armenians in the area. And so their idea was, well, let's round them all up and take them to Armenia. And then they started doing that. And then they just shifted policy and decided to march them all into the desert where they all died.
Okay, yeah. So, but guys, I agree. My point is maybe safety. I shouldn't use the word safety, whatever, right? But then that goes to my point that these things aren't mutually exclusive. They can start off as an ethnic cleansing and then turn it to a genocide, like I said previously. Correct?
They can, but not necessarily. You can have ethnic cleansings that don't.
Not necessarily. I agree. I agree with you. No disagreements here. So when we're talking about them destroying this group in whole or part, right? We're looking at the actual actions of Israel, right? We were also looking at the words, but like their actions. Their actions are, hey, we set up these refugee camps within Gaza. Well, directing you, we put out the leaflets because we're such a moral army. And we tell you to go to this spot, right? They go to that spot, and then what they're met with, bombs while they're sleeping, right? Waking up to burning tents, right? Decapitated babies. That's what craters and craters within those sites. So that would be a clue, right? It's not simply moving them because they already moved them. And now they keep moving them back and forth, right? So that part's already happened.
But that's the ethnic
and they're like, hold on, and there are reports
they bomb them. Sorry.
And there are reports from doctors, Western doctors, who've gone there, who said that when a bombing happens in one of these camps, they have drones come down and fire at people who are running away and people who've survived the bombing. So like, unless you think these doctors are lying, and the New York Times had a big story. Okay, so for some reason you think these like dozens of doctors from multiple countries are lying.
Doesn't. Yes, absolutely.
Like, come on, why?
I absolutely.
What evidence do you have to think they're lying?
I absolutely believe that individuals that specifically go to Gaza, that are allowed to continue to work there, have a certain political bias and bent. Number one. Number two, I absolutely do not buy the concept that maybe it happened once or twice. Maybe I could buy that.
No, they provided the New York Times with dozens of like forensic images of like children shot.
Again,
yeah, I know. Yeah, you don't care.
Well, no, I just don't care about.
Your claim is that like they'll bomb an area and the kids are like running around on fire, and then they'll send drones down to specifically to shoot the kids.
Not just the kids, but any survivors, including the kids.
The ones who like come to help.
Yeah,
right?
I don't buy that.
When aid workers come, they'll like shoot aid workers.
And to be clear, Lactoid, I don't mean like it's like, what do they call these? I don't mean like those big drones that fire missiles. I mean like drones, like
Well, that's what I thought you were talking about. But
no. No. Yeah, like they have we've shown like the little quadcopters they have, and they're like sometimes drop grenades.
I understand the concept. I understand what you guys are like saying is happening. I'm just I share the same skepticism of Scott has right now.
Yeah,
well,
no, it doesn't.
You can tell me why you think these doctors and the New York Times are lying.
Well, the New York Times lies like every other day. Like that's
I mean
about all kinds of shit. But
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Can I ask you, like
it just
what is
doesn't
Israel
match. It just doesn't match. Like if maybe there's
Yeah.
some psycho that's done that before. Totally am willing to believe that some psycho fucking crazy IDF did that once or did it
Scott.
twice even. But
Scott.
the idea that that is like a practice
Targeting
of
the children.
Israel
Hold on, Scott.
doesn't fucking
Think about
match
it.
what has
Hold
occurred.
on. Why
Doesn't
doesn't that
match
match?
any of the data that we have.
Scott, hold on. But the data we have is that one, like I said hours ago, right? There was at the very start of the conflict, right? There was the missile that landed the hospital. They denied that was they did it, right? Because Israel would never bomb any hospital, right? That goes against our morals, right? We're the most moral army. But then they proceeded to bomb all of the hospitals. They've bombed and assaulted, and they shut down almost
Didn't
all
they
the
not
hospitals.
do that first one though? That first one, I think they were actually.
No, I
No,
think
hold on. That's questionable. So there have been like so I actually looked into this the other day actually because I wasn't sure because I'd heard
That was the one where
that
Hassan said like sounds like a JDAM. That's the
yeah.
one.
So that didn't come from nowhere. There was a like some expert, like some missile expert, like an American missile expert who said that does sound like a JDAM, and the damage like that was similar to like a JDAM or some shit. But I don't know if that's true. To be clear, I don't know if it was a JDAM. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying that he didn't pull that out of nowhere. But there's been like multiple, like forensic architecture did a report. They're the ones that did the Hind Rajab breakdown. So they did one. I think the Washington Post did one. I think was it New York Times did one? Like a bunch of like different outlets did forensic breakdowns of like multiple cameras, multiple claims. And what they found is that both the IDF claims and the Hamas claims don't seem to add up. So there was like a missile like a video of a missile that was being deflected that you saw like fly off in another direction. Then the IDF initially claimed like, hey, that was the missile that did it, and you can see the flash and that was a missile. But I think the report found that actually that missile was like miles away, so it couldn't have been that one, right? So there's no possibility that it was that. So I think now it's like very unsure, right? Who did it or how it happened.
Okay, since then, the IDF has bombed nearly all the hospitals, right? Correct?
Look,
Sure,
you're not.
sure. I don't
I fully,
fucking know.
I fully.
I mean,
yeah,
I've heard
agree with that,
reports
yeah.
of that. The fog of war is a difficult thing to deal with. I don't know what nearly all means percentage-wise. Sure.
Well, okay, so I'm making a statement. They bombed nearly all the hospitals.
Is Hamas using hospitals as like bases?
No,
hold on.
no.
Hold on, Blackfoot. Do you remember? Hold on.
No.
Was it? Hold on. Like, do you remember? Like, was it Al Shifa? Hold on. Was it like Al Shifa? Al Shifa. They claimed that there was like a massive complex and that like a 3D rendition of this like huge tunnel with like multiple rooms and like layers that the IDF put out to justify what they were doing to Al Shifa. And they get there. And there was fucking nothing, right? They showed like a utility tunnel. Hold on, a single utility tunnel for like wires and shit to say, hey, this is a Hamas tunnel. No, that wasn't the Hamas tunnel. And they showed a calendar on the wall, say, hey, this is a list of like terrorists who are like keeping watch of the hostages. It was a fucking calendar, right? Like,
yeah, they had like a bag that had like an AK or some shit in there, right? Like one rock. Like they found it. The IDF found it in one room. I think it was like the radiology room. They found this like one bag with like a few.
It was in the room. It was in the room with the fucking.
I don't like. These seem like and again, it's like 12:30. I'm gonna get out of here, but there's a lot of asides of horrible shit the IDF is doing. Nobody here that is left here thinks the IDF are good guys.
Okay,
right? Like nobody here thinks that they're having
that breaks the pattern. You're saying that Juby's claim breaks a pattern. We're saying, hey, they have a pattern of actually attacking vulnerable civilians. Showing it like
firing on hospital generators, for example,
on schools, right? On UN buildings where people are taking a refuge, right? They fire on all of those places, every single one. Every single one of those types. I mean, right? Not every single building. So like they have a pattern of doing exactly this. So then you're saying, that doesn't match. What that doesn't match what we know of Israel.
It doesn't.
Explain why it doesn't match.
It's very simple, right? You have an insurgency war that you are fighting, and when you have an insurgency war that you are fighting, you have a population of fighters that are mixed in with civilians, and you should expect insane civilian casualties in any situation like that. We saw it in Vietnam. We saw it in Iraq and Afghanistan. We see
the U.S.
constantly
has specifically not done bombings because the civilian casualty would be too high. right? Like
Israel has done the same thing.
military-
Israel has absolutely avoided bombing certain areas because civilian casualties would be too high. Now, if you think that's because they're worried about losing
so
funding
what about a
or
refugee
PR?
camp? So you're saying a refugee camp is an acceptable target, right? Literally,
I'm
when you
not
told
saying
people
that.
it's safe. Okay, then all right. So you're not saying that. So you're saying that it's an unacceptable target. So they can bomb unacceptable targets, and then we're saying that there might be mob-up drones that show up.
My claim is that Israel is an evil nation state engaged in an ethnic cleansing. Like the idea that I'm somehow simping or like justifying the actions of Israel and bombs that they engage in.
I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm specifically reacting to your pushback. You gave pushback, and so I'm reacting to that. I'm not saying anything else.
And my pushback is that wars that are committed by nation states are the part and parcel of that is
that's
horrendous evil
that's
shit.
Not your pushback.
So like let's look at this. No, don't keep saying.
But that wasn't your pushback. Like, you're not. That's not what you said previously. That wasn't your pushback.
I'm not shifting any fucking goalposts here, and you're making it seem like I am.
I'm not putting aspersions on you.
No, look. Let's look at the Civil War in American history, right? Abraham Lincoln Abraham Lincoln but I want to, and I'm having a conversation. Abraham Lincoln intentionally refused POWs from Confederate camps because he knew that those POWs would starve and die from disease and that it would further stress their resources. He put 1.2 million blacks in contraband camps, and like 60% of them died, where they weren't freed. They were just put into a different form of slavery and then killed from being overworked and disease. Like horrible, horrendous shit happens where people corral things. But Abraham Lincoln,
why does that happen? Explain how that relates.
And I'm explaining. So even with but it is obvious that Abraham Lincoln is not engaged in a genocide of blacks when he's engaging in the Civil War. In fact, a majority of the narrative and a majority of historians agree that the primary cause of the Civil War was either due to economic stressors or whatever other like lost cause shit you may want to like tack onto it, was to get rid of slavery in part. So that's the most anti-genocide against blacks war you could fight. And yet he rounded up tons of blacks. He put them in fucking contraband camps, and close to a majority, I think it's like a small, I think it's like 48% based off of the numbers. Of course, some of these numbers, are mostly written by like black authors, so the numbers might be bigger than they actually are. But he killed hundreds of thousands of blacks by putting them in contraband camps. And you wouldn't say that was a genocide against blacks.
Sure.
Right, and the same situation is occurring here, where you have with a much less justified war. Yes, they are rounding people up. Well, no, they're not rounding them in camps, but they're telling them to go to certain places, and then they're bombing targets that they shouldn't be bombing, and they're doing horrible fucking things. But it's not a fucking genocide. And when someone says, "But actually, they are engaged in a genocide," and
that's not the claim I was examining.
Yes, the claim that you're examining is that I think that it is likely bullshit that there are drone pilots that after they bomb areas of Gazans, that then they use those drones to get rid of all of the witnesses and then kill the running children.
Why is that unlikely?
Because it doesn't make sense with the scale of the war that is occurring and the ways in which the Israelis are engaged in. They do have humanitarian camps. They do tell people to leave. They don't bomb every target that they can. Yes, it fucking does. Like, you just want to use
no. I said no. I didn't say it doesn't matter. I said that's the part that matters. So that's the part I want you to explain, right? You're saying this doesn't match with the rest of the war, right? Doobie and I aren't saying that they're trying to bomb every single target, right? Like, as soon as they see a Gazan, right, bomb that, right, or shoot them. We haven't made that claim. So, but we're saying that, hey, they do things like they send in drones afterwards for mop-up operations.
Yeah, and I just listen. We're talking about a situation in the fog of war, and it is very common that you see people there that ideologically exaggerate or lie about actions that the IDF does.
Of course, they have reasons to do so.
They do, of course, and some of which are very justified, right? I would say there's even a certain justification of lying about numbers to try and get people to realize the plight of what's going on. But when you are asking me, do I err on, without credible evidence? Do I err on the side of IDF is using mop-up crews to kill children running away, and I look at the rest of the war, or not? I say, I don't believe it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I don't fucking believe it. I'm saying show me some fucking footage. Show me some actual fucking proof if you want to. That's an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Okay, but then you would. Okay, that's fine.
I even said it's probably true that it's happened once or twice. But the idea that this is a policy of the IDF is not likely.
No, that's fine. That's okay. If you're saying that you simply require extraordinary evidence, right? That would mean like actually looking at
I think it's totally suspicious that fucking IDF doesn't allow war correspondence in. I think IDF does is probably doing a lot more than almost 100% certainty is lying about actions that they take and are doing worse things. I don't err on the side of trusting people that are engaged in an ethnic cleansing. I just don't think it meets the definition of a genocide. And I think it's important that we gatekeep the term genocide, because I think when people use the word genocide callously, it undermines just how horrific, horrible, and what monsters exist in war and in ethnic cleansing as well. And I don't want that. I think Americans especially are so desensitized to how horrendous war is, not just in the scale, but in the types of actions that occur in war.
I agree.
When we talk about Iraq and Afghanistan,
and here. This is why there's no disagreements here, which is why I'm actually extremely careful and why I call this a genocide, because it's a genocide. I don't use that for Ukraine. I don't use that. I've never used that for Afghanistan or Iraq. I do that. And you've heard me rail against the U.S. Foreign policy there, right? Not that I'm not above accusing the U.S. of genocide, because I think the U.S. has engaged in genocide in the past, of course. But I'm talking about this conflict. This conflict is a genocide. So I hear you, and I agree with you. We shouldn't use that term lightly, right? We shouldn't I won't go into details, but we shouldn't use it lightly.
I think you might have biases here in this, but at the end of the day, like, I don't think you're being some like horrifically dishonest person by using it. Okay. I don't think that like you're trying to sneakily fucking, like you hate Western imperialism to such a degree. You're not doing propaganda. You said, like, I don't think that you're a grifter or a propaganda. Well, I mean, you are doing propaganda in the literal sense, but it's
fine. Yeah.
Not in the colloquial sense, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't think any of that. We have a disagreement on the terms here, and I have my reasons for it as well.
Oh, DB, you want to say anything, and then maybe we'll wrap things up.
I'm fine with you not saying it. So I think it is a genocide. I'm fine with you saying it, not saying that, right? What I am curious about, though, is would you say that there have been genocidal acts within this ethnic cleansing, right? Because to me, I think that I think
that happens in most wars. Yeah.
Okay. And I mean that I think that's fine. I think if that's what you want to say, that's fine.
I think that absolutely happened. Like I think that absolutely happened in Vietnam. I think it like I just described, there was certain genocidal acts that occurred in the Civil War, which is crazy because it is literally the exact opposite, right? It's an attempt to free the slaves, and yet I would say that there were genocidal acts both by the North when it came to the contraband camps, in that regard, but also in Sherman's March to the Sea, I think were genocidal acts. And yet I wouldn't say that the Civil War was a genocide, but I would say that individual soldiers and sometimes even generals have engaged in genocidal acts. But whether or not we classify a war as a genocide, I think has a meaning. And I just don't think it applies in this specific situation. I don't think that doesn't mean it can't become one. I don't, right? I don't think that I think we have to be very careful of what we're seeing in general discourse around Jews, as well as what we're seeing in discourse around Muslims. And I do think that it very easily could become a genocide. I do think Bibi Netanyahu gets, Israel's funding cut and feels like, you know what, fuck it, I have carte blanche now. And maybe there's, propaganda or whatever works towards a new election that swings really fucking in favor of Likud's vision, and all of a sudden we might be in a genocide situation again. It's not like, these people haven't been ready to fucking do some crazy shit and fight everybody else in the region. I mean, there's the Samson protocol.
All right. Well, then I'll leave it.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Because I need to amend something I said earlier, right, about the footage being edited. Actually, it is edited. So if you just hold on. So yeah, I don't want to be if you just
you said that at the time, Doopy. I remember.
No,
Yes,
I said
you
no.
did.
Listen. So if you just look at it,
he said you're
stop.
saying it's
No,
fake,
stop.
and you
Hold on.
said
Listen.
yes.
Listen.
He said
No,
it's doctored, and you said that did happen.
Total.
Okay,
I'm hopping out of here. I'm hopping out of here. It's too late. All I'm gonna say is total Tyler victory. He clearly beat all of us. All right, because he was right. All right, you did claim it. That is
hold
your
on.
argument.
No, but hold on.
I'm
But
teasing
listen,
you. I'm
so
getting out of here.
Hold on,
It's
to be clear though,
fucking past
okay.
12:30. All right, peace,
See you,
guys.
Scott. So hold on.
Oh fuck, that's funny. I feel bad that I didn't get an opportunity to really bring up when Stacey Pastry wanted me to bring up the question that she asked. But they were just so mad at each other to such a degree. Even using what is happening about there's some definition of what is or isn't white or something occurring in chat. I know a black guy who decided he was Caucasian because he preferred video games and superheroes and sci-fi over rap and basketball. Definitely met black people that are whiter than me, for sure. I mean, the whole 9 yards. Albinos? What do you mean? It's a slope engagement? Oh, God. All right, guys. This one went long. Join the Discord and put some stuff in media recommendations you guys want me to react to, and we'll have some fun either tomorrow or Wednesday and Thursday. Go golfing, pay their taxes on time. It's wild. By on time, do you mean like that's not white? That's government mandated. Do you mean before April 15th? Pay them early? All right, guys. Well, this was fun. I appreciate everybody. Join the Discord. Like, share, subscribe. Follow me on Twitter, Zitter, X, whatever you call it. Links are in the description. And I'll see you guys either tomorrow or Wednesday. We'll see what happens. I might just pump out a fuck ton of shorts tomorrow. We'll see what happens.